Chapter 751 Look at the father and respect the son in the first 30 years, and look at it in the next 30 years. Chapter 751 Look at the father and respect the son in the first 30 years, and look at the son and respect the father in the next 30. Longqing, Jiang's small courtyard. Something happened. Something happened. Jiang Zijian ran into the yard with a newspaper in his hand. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiang Tishan's dull voice sounded. Jiang Zijian found out that everyone in the family was at home. Even the second sister Jiang Honlan and Jiang Shujun had returned. This is not on the newspaper. Jiang Zijian half-talked and found that there was already a newspaper on the table. It turned out that Ding Xiaorong came back. In the afternoon, she heard someone discussing this matter, so she brought the newspaper back. All the family members already know. Dad, everyone said that the third child is sure this time. Then it takes 100 million to build a building. Jiang Zijian asked intermittently. Father Jiang was silent for a while, and then said, "Okay, don't worry about eating radishes. What should I do?" After speaking, Father Jiang got up and went out. Everyone in the room looked at each other, and in the end they could only sigh and disappear. Father Jiang sat on the threshold of the door and lit a cigarette. It gets dark early in winter, just after 6 o'clock. The sky is completely dark, and there are no street lights at this time. Only in the dark night, when the cigarette burns, it reveals the red light of stars. Illuminates the wrinkled face of Father Jiang that has worked so hard for a lifetime. The brows on his face were tightly locked, and he spit out a puff of smoke. The color of loneliness on his face became more and more intense, and the child was older, although he had already felt Jiang Xiaobai, a somewhat unique third child. Not only his own affairs, he can help with family affairs without the help and worry of the family. This kind of child is older, so you don't have to worry about this feeling yourself. He was awkward before, but he was very pleased after the awkwardness. But today, he is extremely uncomfortable. When Jiang Xiaobai was young, he got into trouble outside, and he was also angry. He often beat Jiang Xiaobai, and then took Jiang Xiaobai to apologize to others who should apologize, and lose money for those who should lose money. I don't know how many times I wiped Jiang Xiaobai's ass, but I just wiped my son's ass. Could it be his father, whose son is causing trouble? It's not that Lozi wipes his while beating. But now, with a budget of 100 million yuan, Jiang Tishan has lit another cigarette. He couldn't take it out even if he killed him. He could only sit on the threshold, looking at the dark night sky, smoking cigarette after cigarette. This kind of powerlessness as a father made him extremely uncomfortable. More than half an hour later, Father Jiang got up and walked to the entrance of the alley. At this time, the newsstand at the entrance of the alley was closed, but he still knocked hard. "Who? It's so late. Want to call tomorrow?" a middle-aged woman said as she opened the door. "His aunt, I want to make a call." Jiang Tishan said. "Hey, Brother Jiang, it's you. You screamed early. I heard people say that your third child is going to build a building this morning, right? It's 100 million. When the middle-aged woman saw Jiang Tishan, her mean face suddenly burst into a bright smile. There is a saying, "I will look at the father and respect the son in the first 30 years, and the son and respect the father in the next 30 years. Although Jiang Tishan is an ordinary retired worker, but I can't hold on to the youngest of the Jiang family. I've heard that people are the factory manager themselves. When they got married, there were so many cars and the gifts they received were uncountable." She bought newspapers, and today's newspapers are even more impressive. "I heard that Jiang's youngest will spend about 100 million yuan to build the tallest building in the province." "My mother, how much is this 1 billion? The youngest of the Jiang family is so rich." Although she also heard some people say that this building can't be built. What's going on? But she thought, if people don't have 100 million, they can't be built, so they have to have tens of millions. Or even if they don't have tens of millions, they have to have millions. Even if it fails to build, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and that is the object of fawning. Brother Jiang, my fourth child is about to graduate. I wandered around at home all day and didn't have a job. Some time ago, his dad finally asked someone to find him a job in the supply and marketing agency to buy food. Although it is a temporary worker, it is good or bad. It's also a decent job. It's not. It's okay for this kid to go and do it. He actually got into a fight with the customer. You said it was irritating and not irritating. You rested at home for the past 2 days. Listening to something sweet, you say. The middle-aged woman took out the phone while chatting. Jiang Tishan nodded and dialed the phone. Just after Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office after eating, he heard the phone ring again. Gave Song Xin, who followed in and made a color, then answered the phone. Hey, is it the third child? Jiang Tishan's voice was trembling. He was already very old. He had been sitting outside for half an hour in winter, and he had nasal sounds when he spoke. Dad. Jiang Xiaobai was a little surprised. This is the first time Jiang Tishan has called himself. Well, Dad heard it in the newspaper today. Jiang Tishan said, looking up at the middle-aged woman at the newsstand. The original meaning of was that she had some private words to avoid. But I didn't expect that. Middle-aged women just smiled. What jokes are they avoiding? And why are they avoiding? She has never avoided the rules here. Just now Jiang Tishan called the third child and she knew that this call was made to Jiang Xiaobai. If Jiang Tishan makes a call to someone else, Jiang Tishan may wince and she may avoid it. She still wants to hear it, and she will talk more about it tomorrow. Is it about building the building? Dad, don't worry, I know in my heart that the bank has approved a loan of more than 65 million yuan. Jiang Xiaobai said. 65 million, Jiang Tishan exclaimed, and the middle-aged woman on the side also opened her mouth blankly. Yes, don't worry, it's okay, Jiang Xiaobai said. After a few more conversations, Jiang Tishan hung up. The middle-aged woman on the side saw Jiang Tishan finished the phone call, and continued to whisper, Brother Jiang, can you talk to your third child? Let my fourth child follow your third child. I can't do this. When the youngest comes back, you can tell him, Jiang Tishan said while paying for the phone bill. What? The middle-aged women said not to have Jiang Tishan's money. Okay, when Xiaobai comes back, I will take my fourth child to visit. By the way, I heard just now what happened to that 65 million. It's okay. Jiang Tishan didn't want to say more, put down the 2 yuan, thanked him, and then walked quickly towards the house. I don't know the specific situation, but after chatting with my son Jiang Xiaobai, I felt relieved after knowing that the bank had already given a loan of 65 million yuan. But that's 65 million, how can it be paid back? Jiang Tishan thought. End of this chapter. Chapter 752. Fair enough. Chapter 752. Hang up the phone. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Song Xin. Xiaobai, I think it over, I still want shares. Song Xin looked up at Jiang Xiaobai and said firmly, have you called your dad? It's such a big thing. If you have millions of debts, you can't get married. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Then don't marry, Song Xin said. Jiang Xiaobai choked, then nodded and said, don't worry, even if you fail, there is a chance for a comeback. Song Xin looked straight at Jiang Xiaobai, and only when Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were a little dodged, she said softly, I don't care. It is the most difficult to get rid of the grace of the beauty, Song Xin's affection. Jiang Xiaobai of course can feel it, but he is already married. Fuck with other girls again, and she is still Zhao Xiny's bestie. How will she face Zhao Xiny in the future? Jiang Xiaobai was thinking about how to answer, so Song Xin stood up and turned away. What the is this? I originally wanted to conquer his subordinates by virtue of his personality charm, just like someone in later generations, but I didn't expect it to be by his own appearance. Jiang Xiaobai muttered and sat down at the desk, thinking about the next step. The land has been obtained, and the Jianhua King building has become a foregone conclusion. No matter what Song Weigo and others choose tomorrow, they must hurry up to prepare for the work. First of all, We must choose a person with a structure and strong ability to take the lead in managing this matter. This person is not easy to find. There are really no such talents in Jianhua village. After a few times, Song Weigo is still a bit worse, and there is no problem in executing as a deputy. If he is really allowed to take the lead, it will be worse. Huiqing Holding Company still lacks talents. However, this matter is not too important. By next year, I will be staying in Dragon City, so I can be personally responsible. Then I pulled out a team to deal with the media, deal with the bank, and negotiate with the government. Of course, the most important thing is to find a good construction company. At this time, all those capable of building such buildings are state-owned enterprises. They are state-owned enterprises, and there are only one or two in the province. But in this way, Huiqing Holding Company is clearly Party A, and it will be worse than Party B. Jiang Xiaobai knows the urination of the people in the state-owned enterprises. That is for sure, but the budget is not enough, and the project is being delayed. I don't know how much more it will cost if I drag it for a day. Deep at this time, sometimes I can feel helpless, and now it is still a seller's market, not a house viewing market. If you are a later generation, you will have to bid, but at this time, there are only two families that can build a family. You can use whom without them. It really doesn't work. You have to go to the south to see if you can find a construction team. But if you come from the south, this house will have a lot of difficulties. This is to be determined in advance, and we will talk about it at that time. Jiang Xiaobai calculated one by one, turning off the lights until late at night to rest. Many people suffered from insomnia this night: Song Weigo, Wang Zhao, Zhang Wei, Liu Jian, Li Laosan, Shi Sheng. Those who hold shares have a hard time, because this decision may affect them all. Although the winter night is very long, but they can't wait for the night to be longer to make the decision longer. In Songwai country, the child is already asleep, and there are three people sitting outside. Song Weigo's wife is Wang Zhao's sister, and three of them. The room was full of smoke. If Song Weigo and Wang Zhao smoked like this at home, Song Weigo's wife would have been swearing. But today, he didn't say a word, just staring at Song Weigo eagerly. Weigo, our boss is going to the third year of junior high school this year, and he will soon be in high school. And the second child will also go to junior high school in the summer. A few years ago, your child was young. If you think about it, I will recognize it. What are you talking about? But now that the child is also older, and there are places where money is spent everywhere, you just listen to me whether it will work this time. There will be opportunities in the future. Fine, nothing. Song Weigo finally spoke, saying 4 words, as if he had taken all of his energy away. Seeing Song Weigo's promise, although his wife's face remained unchanged, there was a flash of ecstasy in her eyes, and then she turned her head to look at his younger brother Wang Zhao. Liu Xiaomai, this girl, I know that she also needs to spend money in the United States. After she comes back from school, Wang Zhao put his hands in his hair with some pain and lowered. He really wanted to follow Jiang Xiaobai unscrupulously like Wang Meng and Li Xiliu, but he had someone to care about. Liu Xiaomai, the girl who studied abroad on the far side of the ocean. If she comes back and finds that you not only have no money to get married, but also have foreign debts, you think about that time. And our parents, who are so old. You have managed to survive the past 2 years. Could it be that they will be scared again? Wang Zhao's sister is really a very powerful person. She did not enter from other aspects, but attacked the weakness of the two. To deal with Song Weigo, children are used, while his younger brother Wang Zhao has no children, and the girl in the United States has always cared most about. Although their family always disagrees, they want Wang Zhao to find a local girl and get married as soon as possible. But it doesn't interfere. She took it out for use at this time. She knew that the girl that this brother cares most about. After finishing speaking, watching Wang Chaos' painful look, she was overjoyed to know that Wang Zhao was moved by herself. Actually, she was right. The reason why Wang Zhao didn't directly express his position in the meeting room was because of Liu Xiaomai. But now, when my sister mentioned it again, Wang Zhao suddenly figured it out and made a decision. Wang Zhao looked up with scarlet eyes, looked at Song Weiguo and his sister and said, "I have decided, don't give up, and continue to work with brother Xiaobai. If it fails, and Xiaomai Liu comes back, it will be deemed that we have no luck. As for parents, I will ask brother-in-law and you both." Wang Zhao finished speaking, got up and left in the shocked eyes of Song Weiguo and his wife. Walking out of the yard, with a long roar, Wang Zhao suddenly felt relieved. Xiao Zhao, Wang Zhao, Wang Chaos' sister hurriedly chased out the door, but Wang Zhao did not look back and slowly disappeared. Song Weiguo was a little envious, and wanted to walk around in a cool manner like Wang Zhao, but he has a family, a wife, and children. He is destined to be so free and easy. He knew that even Wang Zhao might partly be because he gave up and could help take care of his parents. So there is no worries. This is also good. Song Weiguo said Nan Nan. End of this chapter. Chapter 753 Final Choice. Chapter 753 Final Choice. The long night passed, and the red sun rose in the east. The arrival of a new day heralded a new beginning. The senior officials of Huiking Holding Company rushed to the educated youth cannery from all directions. After today, they will usher in a new life, good or bad. In the meeting room of the educated youth cannery, "I will not give up and continue to hold shares," Wang Zhao said. "Me too," Song Xin said. "I will not give up either." "I won't give up either," Zhang Wei and Liu Jian said one after another. They came to Jianhua village from college students to do something, not to make some money. It was too sudden yesterday. They were frightened by the huge debt. After calming down and thinking about it last night, they understood what they wanted. Doing business and starting a business is like this. How can you not take risks? Jiang Xiaobai, they believed that he is a good leader. Needless to say, it has already been proved through a lot of things. Now this matter is just a bit risky, and the benefits to Huiking Holdings will be obvious in the future. Has great benefits to the development of Huiking Holdings, and is a leap forward. "I won't give up either," Shi Sheng said, surprised Jiang Xiaobai, but he was still very happy. The last two people in the conference room, Song Weiguo and Li Laosan, did not express their views, and the goal was to stay and not give up. All eyes were focused on the two of them. "I am sorry," Song Weiguo said in a low voice. "It's okay, brother Song, I understand you. You have children and a family. Huiking Holdings has come all the way. It can be said that without you, there would be no Huiking Holdings." Jiang Xiaobai said affirmatively, not a compliment, since Song Weiguo had not come to Jianhua village. He did not know how much he helped Huiking Holding Company. "You hold 5% of Huiking Holding Company. Now you have 10 million in cash alone. There is no problem with the entire company's valuation of 15 million. That is 750,000, and a 20% premium is 900,000. Song, you does this count?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "Too much, too much." Song Weiguo took a deep breath. 900,000 yuan. When he became a shareholder a few years ago, it was 3,000 yuan, which was given by Jiang Xiaobai. And now, it is worth 900,000. Not much, Manager Jiang. I will calculate it at this price as soon as I will give it to brother Song, Jiang Xiaobai said. In an instant, a big man in Song Weiguo had red eyes and some moist eyes, and he couldn't say a word. "Okay," Zhang Wei responded. "I too." "Hey, sorry, Director Xiaobai, I am not a person, but..." Li Laosan also stood up, his face full of guilt. "Brother Li, I'm sorry, it should be me to say I'm sorry, Jiang Xiaobai, I'm sorry for you, but I have to leave it for a good day, but I have to toss." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said. The guilt on Li Laosan's face became more and more intense. "Okay, I understand, Brother Li. Your shares are 5% of the pig farm. Let the pig farm buy back directly. The market price is not easy to estimate now." "Can I give you 500,000? Jiang Xiaobai asked. "I shouldn't take so much, I don't want it, don't want a point. Li Lawson shook his head. Manager Jiang, just use this to calculate. Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and confessed. In this way, Songzhi purchased 5% of the shares to replace Jiang Wei and Liu Jian's shares in the feed factory. Huiqing Holdings further increased the shares of the feed factory, and you too replaced the shares of the feed factory with Huiqing, a controlling share, a 2.5% share. Are you optimistic about it? Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and then looked at Jiang Wei and Liu Jian and asked. Jiang Wei and Liu Jian were taken aback, then nodded again and again. Although their shares in the feed mill are far more than 2.5%, the shares of the feed mill and the shares of Huiqing Holding Company are not the same. Also, Huiqing Holding Company is the parent company. Only if you hold shares of Huiqing Holding Company, you can be considered as a shareholder of Huiqing Holding Company. I do. I am willing. The two said quickly. Jiang Xiaobai laughed and said, you two made it as if you were married, and am willing to pay it back. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone also laughed, diluting a lot of the dull atmosphere just now. Only Song Weigo feels bitter, so 5% of the shares are mine. Okay. That's the case. Xi Liu informs other people of Huiqing Holdings to also come to the meeting and arrange some things. Jiang Xiaobai said. Soon, the other people from Huiqing Holdings in the meeting room also arrived. Now the formal meeting will begin. The first is the formal establishment of the Huiqing building. It is estimated that the investment of about 100 million yuan will be completed within 2 years. Everyone can look at the design drawings. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin sent the design drawings to everyone. Huiqing building is expected to have 18 floors, a height of 73 meters, and a construction area of 28,000 square meters. It is a dual-core structure and will become the tallest building in Jin province after completion. Jiang Xiaobai gave a brief introduction to everyone, and then continued. It is the first time that Huiqing Holdings has no experience to build such a building, but it is also the first time for the province. Therefore, we have to form a dedicated team in charge of several factory managers without selecting the best soldiers. At this time, this matter is selected by Manager Song and Manager Jiang, and I will be the Commander-in-Chief. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, then looked at other people. This matter is currently the top priority of Huiqing Holding Company. Other people must cooperate unconditionally. Don't be a little bit reluctant to bear this or another, like a local rich man. Li Lawson, Wang Meng, Liu Jian and others promised that they would not. They understood the priorities. Wang Meng, the province's help to contact the educated youth canneries OEM work should be implemented quickly. Be generous and don't entangle with them. Although there are orders from the province, there is no way for them to push back and forth. It will be a minute later. Money. I know Director Xiaobai. Wang Meng nodded. Old history. You are the main focus of garment factories. The sales promotion at the end of the year must be arranged, and the peak season performance must also be made. Director Xiaobai, don't worry. Shi Sheng didn't say much, but he was a cadre. After a little experience, it would not be a problem to surpass Song Weigo. Pig farm. Lao Li will continue to be in charge. The villagers' dividends this year will depend on you. Liu Jian. Feed mills are now mainly occupying the market. It does not matter if the price is a little bit lower. The key is to seize the market. Advertising can also be appropriately used. Don't be limited to the province. You can also try it out in the capital. Li Lawson and Liu Jian nodded in agreement. Okay, the meeting is over. Manager Song and Manager Jiang, after we have organized the staff, we will have a separate meeting again. End of this chapter. Chapter 754 Mobilization. Chapter 754 Mobilization Meeting. After the meeting, the entire Huiqing Holding Company became busy again during the New Year's Eve. It seems to be the same as usual, but only the closest relatives of Song Weigo and Li Lawson keenly felt the change of the two leaders. Although there is no change in the position, the two leaders do have some changes. They can't explain this change. but it is real. At the same time in Jianhua village, it is well known that Jiang Xiaobai wanted to build the tallest building in the province in Longqing. But unlike other places, everyone criticizes and is not optimistic, but speaks of it with wrongyan. They believe in Jiang Xiaobai, saying that they are ignorant. But they just believe in Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai said that he would build a canning factory. Jiang Xiaobai said that he would build a pig farm and bring everyone together to make a fortune. Every household took out all their deposits and even borrowed money to buy shares. Now the annual dividend is enough for a family to live on, more than enough. I don't know how many times I have earned back the money I invested in shares everywhere. So Jiang Xiaobai is now going to spend money to build the tallest building in the province. They also think that Jiang Xiaobai can build it, and there is nothing impossible. I am worried that there is no such thing, but I just feel that this is another happy event in Jianhua village. After the meeting, 3 days passed in a flash, and it was already the 15th of the 12th lunar month. In 3 days, Song Weiguo and Zhang Wei had already deployed manpower from various factories. There are 12 people in total, and 14 of them are connected. Director Xiaobai, reporter Qian from the provincial evening news is here. Song Xi knocked on the door and said, "Okay, then you go to the meeting room first. I will go to see and I will pass." Jiang Xiaobai was sorting out the materials for the meeting, and said without raising his head. Song Weiguo and Zhang Wei formed the Huiqing Building Project Department and arranged a meeting this morning. After the meeting, they will go to Longqing to start work. "Okay," Song Xin responded, and Jiang Xiaobai followed. "Brother Qian, why are you here?" Jiang Xiaobai said enthusiastically when they met. "You promised my interview, but the person left in the blink of an eye. I can't just chase after him eagerly." Qian reporter said with a smile. "Ha ha, isn't it necessary to come back and prepare for Jianhua building?" "I'm sorry, so I will have a meeting." "You will sit down and take a break, and we will start when the meeting is over," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "Meeting? What kind of meeting?" Reporter Qian asked casually. "Isn't this the Huiqing Building Project formed?" "A mobilization meeting will be held, and then we will set off to Longqing." "By the way, you just won't come? Maybe we will meet in Dragon City too," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "In just a few days, the project department has been formed." Reporter Qian was a little shocked. The private enterprise is really a private enterprise. If it is replaced by a state-owned enterprise, a project department of such a large project will be formed. It takes more than a few days to balance all aspects of the relationship. I don't know how long it takes for this person to find a relationship, and the person who trusts it. Director Xiaobai, can I visit this mobilization meeting? Reporter Qian immediately put forward his request. This one. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai hesitating, Reporter Qian continued, I don't want to interview. Interviews and other programs. Reporter Qian knew in his heart that in fact, it is still the home of the person being interviewed. You can understand what you want you to know is actually a longer interview. The ability to attend an internal meeting of a company, even if it is just a mobilization meeting, can also gain a deeper understanding of a company. Of course he does not want to miss this opportunity. Okay, then come on. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Okay, thank you. Director Xiaobai. Reporter Qian was a little excited. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, and brought Reporter Qian and his assistant to the conference room. The people who were originally selected to participate in the project department are waiting excitedly for Jiang Xiaobai arrival. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaobai brought 2 reporters with him, and he also had a long gun and a short cannon. At this time, the people who were already excited became more excited, and of course, they also became more nervous. Many people involuntarily straightened their bodies. Even Song Weiguo and Zhang Wei were sitting in jeopardy. Song Weiguo opened the notebook and wrote and painted on it with a pen, which seemed like that. Don't be nervous, everyone. Today is the day when the Huiking Building Project Department was established. I wanted to see you and talk a few words. The reporter from the provincial newspaper is the right time to come. After hearing about it, I also want to come and have a look. Then we can treat it as a press conference. We at Huiking Holdings are meeting now, with reporters from the provincial newspaper present. This shows that the specifications of our meeting are high, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, and reporter Qian also waved and greeted everyone, and then set up the camera. Jiang Xiaobai said that the nervousness and excitement of everyone in the meeting also eased a lot. I just counted. There are 14 people in our project department, and 15 people in the future. This number makes me feel a little bit. At the beginning, there were also 15 educated youths who came to Jianhua village. History is always surprisingly similar. At the beginning, 15 of us founded the Educated Youth Canned Food, and then we have come to today step by step. Today, 15 of us are sitting here again. We want to put wings on Huiking Holdings, and let us take off. Huiking Building is the wings of Huiking Holdings. With him, we are like a tiger, able to take off, soar into the sky. Papa. There was a warm applause. Qian reporter also applauded vigorously, not to mention the people of Huiking Holding Company who were sitting there. He, an outsider, felt enthusiastic. A few simple sentences can be impressive and breathtaking. Before came, many people said that this was to catch a duck on the shelves. But at this moment, reporter Qian thought that it might be Jiang Xiaobai who is planning ambitious and has a long-term vision. Characters like should not be underestimated. Reporter Qian wrote in his book the words like a tiger with wings, soaring, with wings. Jiang Xiaobai's hands were slightly weakened, and the meeting room was suddenly quiet, and he looked at Jiang Xiaobai with fiery eyes. Some people say that it is difficult for us to build this building in Jianhua village. A small private enterprise dare to pretend to build the tallest building in the province. The reporter Qian on the side was a little stunned. He didn't understand why Jiang Xiaobai would suddenly say this. Yes, many people say that, many people don't believe it, and many people are not optimistic. Even he had this idea in his heart, but he didn't say it. End of this chapter. Chapter 755 There is no fish when the water is clear. Chapter 755 When the water is clear, there will be no fish. According to reporter Qian's thoughts, while this affects unity and shakes the military's spirit, it is too late to avoid it as much as possible. What's more, if you just say it like this, isn't it even more detrimental to stability and unity? But Jiang Xiaobai said so. We said that Huiking Holdings is a private enterprise. How can a building with a budget of 100 million be built? Some people even called me Jiang Xiaobai. Do you know how much a 100 million is worth? Jiang Xiaobai was still talking on the stage, and reporter Qian hurriedly looked at everyone in the audience. But reporter Qian found that everyone in the audience did not feel much frustrated, and their momentum was not much distracted. It seems that what Jiang Xiaobai said on the stage was not discouraged, but he was still cheering them on. Awesome. Reporter Qian sighed in his heart that the military spirit is available, and these people are completely immune to external rumors. Indeed, this is the first time that Huiking Holdings has built such a high-rise building. There is no experience and financial difficulties, but Jiang Xiaobai said, there is another company in the province who has experience in building an 18-story high-rise building. Those who talk coldly, or even the company, factory, or unit where they work, have that person. That company can take advantage of that person. Give out 100 million yuan of funds. Are there few rumors about our Huiking Holding Company from the beginning? When have we been affected by rumors? And when have we been overthrown by rumors? We are the only ones who can bring us down. Applause broke out again in the conference room, and even reporter Qian clapped vigorously, saying that it was great. At the same time, he somewhat understood Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. Since the rumors could not be blocked, instead of letting everyone be affected after they arrived in Dragon City, it's better to say it now, and it broke. I admit that this time Jianhua King Building will be difficult for us, but for us Huiking Holdings, It is a challenge and an opportunity. We must seize the opportunity and meet the challenge. Reporter Kiane's eyes brightened, and he quickly wrote 16 words on the notebook. It is a challenge, but also an opportunity. Grasp the opportunity and meet the challenge. Okay, let's not say much. Let's set out. Let us put wings on Huaking Holdings, and soar into the sky from then on. Jiang Xiaobai said vigorously, and everyone in the meeting room burst into a roaring response. Fly into the sky. Everyone shouted loudly. Reporter Kiane turned off the camera, threw the things to his assistant, and followed Jiang Xiaobai out of the meeting room. Wonderful, really wonderful. What you said is too good. Reporter Kiane complimented. Hey, brother Kiane. Don't laugh at me. We will leave in a while. Are you going with us or? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head, then asked, walk together, walk together. There is still something to ask on the road. Kiane reporter hurriedly said that this trip to Jianhua village was not in vain. It is the 16 words Jiang Xiaobai said that you can write a wonderful article. Reporter Kiane went back to find an assistant. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office, Wang Meng and Wang Zhao came in. Director Xiaobai, Super Z and I will lead the men and soldiers in 2 ways to discuss cooperation with that cannery. We will be ready to set off in a while. Do you have anything else to explain? Wang Meng asked. Again? What we want is speed. Years and years are when the sales are most prosperous. If you start production 1 day earlier, you can earn 1 day more money. There is also a need to send factory personnel to strictly control the production quality. Jiang Xiaobai said. Well, Wang Meng nodded, thought for a while and said, the number 1 cannery in Xiamen City has a high rate of label damage. I suspect that the number 1 cannery in Xiamen City sells archons under a OEM label. Jiang Xiaobai looked up at Wang Meng and asked, what do you want to do? I want to send someone out to check. Wang Meng said. Come on, you two sit down. Jiang Xiaobai poured a glass of water for the two. Then looked at Wang Meng and said seriously, Meng Tsai, you have a straight personality, and you have never tolerated sand in your eyes. This is a good thing, but sometimes you need to be flexible. Xiamen City number 1 cannery gave me OEM, which can produce hundreds of thousands of cans in a month. Relatively speaking, the breakage rate of those labels is not worth mentioning. Although there are no fish when water is clear, it is said by corrupt officials to find a reason for corruption. But there are some truths. As long as it can still create benefits for us, we can turn a blind eye to these small problems. One eye. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Meng felt a little unacceptable. But Wang Zhao nodded cheerfully. Okay, go. Remember what I said. Jiang Xiaobai got up and sent the two away, then closed the door with his bag and left. A crown car, a van, and a provincial newspaper car. This is the team going to Longqing this time. At this time, there is no problem with more than 10 people in the Sea Lion van. So many people sat down in 2 cars, and there was no use of the provincial car. Lao Song, after I go there, I will discuss with the Bingzi Hotel to vacate a room on the 1st floor and a conference room as our office location. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Song Weigo who was driving and said, this time the building is more cumbersome. You must have a plan to do things. The first thing is to find the engineering company. You are responsible for this matter, Lao Song. If it is not possible, you will find it in the south. Zhang Wei, you are responsible for the bank loan. Try to get the bank loan before March next year. It really doesn't work. Just before May, all the bank's funds must be in place. Jiang Xiaobai arranged in the car, and Song Weigo and Zhang Wei also remembered one by one. But there is one problem, and both of them have a tacit understanding and did not mention it. That is the problem of funding gaps. According to a budget of 100 million, there is also a funding gap of 25 million. Where does this money come from? Is it borrowed, or is it to find someone to cooperate? These are all issues that need to be considered urgently, but Jiang Xiaobai didn't mention it. Of course, It was not Jiang Xiaobai who had forgotten it. It is very likely that Jiang Xiaobai had planned it long ago. After arriving in Longqing, he was separated from reporter Qian. I came directly to the Bingzi Hotel, and the manager of the Bingzi Hotel now finally knows who these masters are. Is the Huiking Holding Company that has been raging in the newspaper recently. I heard that 1 billion will be spent to build the tallest building in the province. If it is really built, according to their plan, there will be hotels there, which is in competition with itself. However, people say that it is impossible to build it, but whether it can be built or not, it is not something you can afford. People are the ones who want to build the tallest building in the province. End of this chapter. Chapter 756 3 months package. Chapter 756 3 months package. Jiang Xiaobai and others went upstairs directly, leaving Song Weigo and the manager to talk about the room on the first floor of the Bingzi Hotel. What? You want to cover one floor? There are about 30 hotels on this floor and 2 meeting rooms. Do you have so many people? After listening to Song Weigo's words, the manager asked in shock. In fact, Song Weigo didn't know why Jiang Xiaobai suddenly wanted to pack a hotel room on the first floor. Bingzi Hotel is also one of the best hotels in Longqing. A total of 15 people came, including Song Xin, and only 16. It means that there are only 16 rooms per person. Compared with the 30-room Bingzi Hotel on the first floor, most of the rooms are vacant. What's more, generally speaking, it is Jiang Xiaobai, Song Xin, Zhang Wei, plus him. Several of them live in a separate room, and the others live in the same room. There are more rooms vacated like this, and 10 rooms are enough. But Jiang Xiaobai's arrangement may have other intentions. We have other arrangements. You can ask if you can pack it. Song Weigo said. Yes, I can afford it. The manager nodded. Rich and rich. This group of people is really rich and rich. Forget it. You have money and you can do it. In fact, if you just say you have money, maybe the manager will refuse it. But people are not only rich, they are also powerful. They want to build the tallest building in the province. I don't know how many leaders are watching, and many reporters have come to inquire about it in the past 2 days. They can't afford it. If you have money, you can pack it up if you want, even if you live in 2 rooms alone. It's nothing to do with me. A room costs 20 yuan a day, and there are more than 30 rooms on the first floor. If it is a conference room, I will calculate the cost of 30 rooms for you. It is 600 yuan a day. How long do you package it? The manager took an abacus to calculate, then raised his head and asked, Let's pack for 3 months first. Song Weigo thought for a while and said, this building cannot be built in 1 day. So according to Jiang Xiaobai idea, the project department of Huiking building will also live here often. 3 days. The total is. The manager was half talking, looking up a little dazed. What? 3 months? At this moment, he really felt what it meant to be wealthy. 600 yuan a day. He didn't give Song Weigo how much a month it was, because he felt that such a package was counted in days. However, he did not expect that Song Weigo would have to cover 3 months as soon as he opened his mouth. 600 a day. 1 month is 18,000, and 3 months is more than 50,000 yuan. What's wrong with having more than 50,000 yuan? It is worthy of a company that has to spend 1 billion to build a building. It is really rich. The total is 54,000 yuan, but it will take another day to vacate all the rooms, because there are several rooms with guests currently living, said the manager. Yes, no problem. I will pay now. After the room is cleaned out tomorrow, I can also give me the keys to the remaining room. Song Weigo nodded and said. After paying the money, Song Weigo went upstairs with a bunch of keys. After Song Weigo and others settled down, Jiang Xiaobai was ready to go home. At the same time, the news that a private enterprise in Shaanxi province wants to spend 100 million yuan to build the tallest building in the province has spread beyond the province. And other provinces have also mentioned this news in newspapers, and it is not a simple mention, like a newsletter. But mainstream media newspapers in many provinces reported the news on the front page. Is not to build an 18-story building, but because this building was built by a private enterprise itself. You need to know that it is big news for private enterprises to participate in such major events. Not to mention the sole proprietorship of private enterprises is simply unheard of. People who knew this time had known all about private enterprises and township enterprises. Still staying at self-employed, setting up an early stall, it's amazing. It's said that it's a peddler who buys something from a state-owned enterprise and sells it. The most powerful is the township and village enterprise, which is just a corner of the production site that the state-owned enterprise cannot look up to. As for the construction of tall buildings such as tall projects, no matter how you look at it, it is not compatible with private enterprises. Some people did this in Jin province, and it was reported in the newspapers. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, people knew that the Huiking Holding Company was the company in Jianhua village where the famous Xiaobai factory director was located last year. It turned out that this Xiaobai factory manager was a private enterprise and township enterprise, and he thought it was a state-owned factory. But anyway, the name Huiking Holding Company became popular all over the country in January 1986, before the Chinese New Year of the 12th lunar month, has left a deep impression in people's minds. It turns out that township and village enterprises have reached this point unknowingly. Wang Shi, who was a second trafficker in the south and later founded Vank, looked at the news in the newspaper in a daze. A year ago, he was a second-door dealer reselling corn, earned 3 million yuan, and established the Modern Science and Education Equipment Exhibition Center. In fact, I am also preparing to change careers, not to be a second-door dealer, but to do import and export trade. But I didn't expect someone to build an 18-story building on their own. Looking at the age reported in the newspaper, this man who has started his own business since he went to the countryside to jump in the line and has started his business for 8 years this year is only 25 years old this year. Think about myself again. I made millions in a year. Although I risked speculation, I was a little proud. Unexpectedly, people have already leveraged tens of millions, hundreds of millions of capital. At this moment, the name Jiang Xiaobai and the company Huiking Holding Company left a deep impression on Wang Shi. The capital of Zhongguancun, Liu Quanzai, who had just been scammed of money and still struggling to find a way out. For Lenovo, my country's largest computer brand, also read the newspaper. He likes to read newspapers the most. 8 years ago, when he was still working at the Computer Research Institute, he felt that the climate was about to change only after reading the news about pig raising in the newspaper. But now he came out of the Computer Research Institute, and his ancestor had also served as the Minister of Finance for a big warlord. He was going to do a big job, but he didn't expect to be cheated by a woman. Now the company's prospects are unclear, and it is struggling to find a way out. But the same private enterprise has to spend 100 million to build an 18-story building. Liu Quanzai rubbed his swollen eyebrows a little sadly, feeling quite like living on a dog at his own age. But think about it. Although Jiang Xiaobai in this newspaper is young, he has been in business for 8 years. Compared to myself, I am considered a senior here. And from another aspect, the domestic atmosphere is indeed getting better. Otherwise, private enterprises will not be allowed to engage in such a large project. I figured this out, and finally felt a little more comfortable in my heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 757 is it swaying at most. Chapter 757. Liu Yongyao, who is working on a quail feed factory in Sichuan province, was startled by the news in the newspaper. A few years ago, the 3 brothers resigned from public office under the weird and shocked eyes of neighbors, relatives and friends. Then he came out and started his own business. He has collected waste radios and raised quail. Now he opened a quail feed factory and earned hundreds of thousands, which is a smaller achievement. But this achievement seems to be far from the young man in the newspaper. Think about the scene when I saw Jiang Xiaobai last time. Although the man was young, his vision was very big. Now that he is going to build an 18-story tall building, He has already walked in front of many people. Huiking Holding Company Liu Yongyao circled these words in the newspaper. The last time I went by myself, Jianhua village was still a piece of sand, and each factory was in its own right. But now not only has it been integrated, but it should be clear that the equity is clear. Liu Yongyao grabbed the phone on the desk and called the office of the Educated Youth Cannery, but was told that Jiang Xiaobai was not there. Liu Yongyao feels a little regretful, but this is the case at this time, and it's normal that he can't get in touch. Mrs. Hong, who is also in Sichuan province, of course also saw the news in the newspaper, was also shocked. This little brother, he couldn't see through, but what he did was extremely successful. Later, I tried to get him into the group several times, but failed. But their relationship between the two people was not broken. When he was in prison last time, Jiang Xiaobai was the only one to see him. After he was released from prison, he also saw Jiang Xiaobai again, and he also knew that Jianhua village was very prosperous. Jiang Xiaobai also gave himself hundreds of thousands of venture capital, but in his opinion, although Jianhua village is very prosperous, they are all small troubles, meaningless. But now it seems that my own brother is going to do something big. It turned out to be an 18-story tallest building in the province. Ha ha, good, courageous. In the Nand Group office, Mrs. Hong laughed loudly, grabbed the phone on the desk, and called Jiang Xiaobai. The result was the same as Liu Yongyao. It was told that Jiang Xiaobai was not in Jianhua village and went to Longqing. Boom, boom. The office door was knocked, and the secretary walked in. Boss, I'm going to a field trip tomorrow. What time do you want to set out? And today there is a meeting about the establishment of a travel company. We won't have the meeting for now. Let's talk about the establishment of this tourism company. I booked today's ticket to visit Longqing in Shaanxi province. The company under investigation was Huiking Holdings. Mrs. Hong said, through the newspaper in his hand to the secretary, and said, pointing to the Huiking Holding Company above, Huiking Holdings, Longqing, all right. The secretary nodded and went out. Huiking Holding Company, a township enterprise and a private enterprise, had to spend 100 million to build the tallest building in the province, and it spread across the country at a very fast speed. This is definitely a major event in the history of domestic business, at the beginning of 1986. Since the Educated Youth Canned Food started in 1978, the Huiking Holding Company has actually grown for 8 years. No one asked in the cold window of 10 years, and became famous in one fell swoop. The current Huiking Holding Company has a bit of this meaning. Accumulated silently for 8 years. Once blooming, famous all over the world. Although this reputation has mixed reputations, most state-owned enterprises are not optimistic about it. A township enterprise, the younger brother of a private enterprise, is still eating their leftovers. Why do they dare to do so? Many state-owned enterprises do not dare to do so things. While most of the township and village enterprises, private enterprises are quite excited, although they are also skeptical. They hope that Huiking Holdings can build this building. This is also the first time their township and village enterprises have made a sound in China. Everyone was watching, and for a moment it seemed that the eyes of the whole country were focused on this young man who was less than 30 years old. Jiang Xiaobai drove home after watching Song Weiguo and others settled in the Bingzi Hotel. As soon as she reached the entrance of the alley, the aunt of the newsstand shouted, "Xiaobai is back! Xiaobai is back!" "Auntie, I heard that Xiaobai, you are going to spend 100 million to build this tall building in our province, with 18 floors. How come it will collapse if it is built so high?" "That's, Xiaobai, what should I do if such a high building collapses when it is windy? How crippled? How can I live?" "Xiaobai, how much is 100 million? Is there a full house?" The aunt in the alley, the uncle, heard Jiang Xiaobai coming back, and immediately surrounded him. Jiang Xiaobai is now a celebrity in the Hutong all day long, and he will also inquire about other Hutongs and friends. Of course, it is also their talk. Now everyone does not mention the things when Jiang Xiaobai was a child, and it has become a good thing to learn from an early age. Exciting, smart, sensible, and there are even several fables. I don't know who wrote it. Anyway, it's just a single word: good. This is also normal. There has never been that awesome person who has been a since he was a child. Even if he is a bastard, he will be a little bit naughty in the information of later generations and will take the opportunity to understand the truth. The crowd gathered around Jiang Xiaobai and asked some unintelligible words. Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to explain patiently. It is a reinforced concrete structure, designed by the Provincial Design Institute. It is windy, it is very strong. How can it collapse? I don't know how much a billion is, because I have never seen anyone who can take a billion out and stay on the body or hide it in a cabinet. There are too many to hide. That's just a number. Uncle Wang, Aunt 6, rest assured, when the building is completed, I invite you to see the scenery on the building as soon as possible. When Jiang Xiaobai returned home, his head was sweaty. Jiang's mother pulled Jiang Xiaobai, and said distressedly, "This group of people are asking me in a mess. Will the building collapse when it's windy? Do you know some common sense?" Mother Jiang despised her mouth while despising her. The neighbor poured a cup of hot water for Jiang Xiaobai and wiped the sweat from Jiang Xiaobai's forehead with a towel. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Still his mother was wise, and was about to compliment him. So he listened to Jiang's mother to continue. "The building my son built would shake at best when it was windy. How could it collapse? I don't expect my son to order it." The sip of water that Jiang Xiaobai had just drunk almost didn't come out. "Common sense with you is because your son built a tall building, so it will only shake and not collapse. If someone else builds it, it will collapse." End of this chapter. Chapter 758. Zhao Yonggang, the son of workers and peasants. Chapter 758. Zhao Yonggang, the son of workers and peasants. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Mi were talking at home, and Aunt Liu at the entrance of the hutong came over with something. Behind him was a young man in his 20s. The young man was wearing a pair of jeans in a fashionable way. Aunt Liu, Jiang Xiaobai thought he was coming to see Mother Jiang, said hello, and nodded to the young man, and was about to go out. "But I didn't expect it to be dragged by Aunt Liu." "Little Bai, my aunt is here to see you," Aunt Liu said with a smile. "Oh, aunt, what's the matter? Just talk about it, but you have to take it back later." Jiang Xiaobai sat down again and said, "Nothing, my aunt knows you don't lack anything, just a little bit of thought. This is not my fourth child, Liu Shun. You played together when you were young." Aunt Liu said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "I know, Shunzi, I will always sing with me." Zhao Yonggang, the son of workers and peasants. "Hee, you kids have been in love since childhood," Aunt Liu said cheerfully. Behind Liu Shun's face was flushed. When he was young, the children in the alley were divided into two groups. One faction island, of course, headed by Jiang Xiaobai, the son of the factory, and the other is headed by Liu Shun. The relationship between the two when they were young was not as good as Aunt Liu said. It was basically Liu fights every other day, and the group of Liu Shun habitually sang 2 lines of modern Peking opera before the fight. The son of workers and peasants Zhao Yonggang mentioned by Jiang Xiaobai just now is an excerpt from the Battle on the Plains. Of course, basically Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Shun are working together, and Jiang Xiaobai also wins more and loses less. But it was all when he was in elementary school, and Jiang Xiaobai did not stay in Dragon City for a short time after he was reborn. Even in Longqing, he never went out to mess around, so he and Liu Shun never met again. If I hadn't seen it today, Aunt Liu would mention it. Jiang Xiaobai would have almost forgotten the things hidden deep in his memory. It's such a little white. Shunzi doesn't have a serious job since she doesn't go to school, and she has nothing to do at home all day. You can see if you can give him a job now, and you can't be at home every day, idle. Aunt Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai hopefully and said, "Anywhere?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. In fact, Aunt Liu said just now that she was looking for herself, and she had a guess in her mind when she brought Liu Shun along. "Anywhere, anywhere. Just have a job." Aunt Liu nodded and said. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Shun again, thought for a while and said, "Well, I haven't heard of that worker and peasant's son, Zhao Yonggong, for a long time. I want to hear. Shunzi, since your third brother is willing to listen, you sing a few more words. Aunt Liu said with a smile, as if she didn't see the embarrassment on her son's face. In her opinion, awkward fart, such a thick thigh in front of her, just hug it. Yes, she also knew that when she was a child, the two waves of people often fought, but in her opinion, it was a fart. Maybe with this kind of affection, she could still follow Jiang Xiaobai quite well. So when she saw Jiang Xiaobai coming home, she followed closely and brought Liu Shun over. Liu Shun's face flushed and flushed. Jiang Xiaobai looked at it with a smile, but did not speak. Originally, 2 days before today, when his mother told him to come and see Jiang Xiaobai to find a job, he was unwilling. In his opinion, how can he bow his head like his enemy when he was a child? Starving to death is a trivial matter. But recently, he found a partner by himself. He was a girl he liked, but because he didn't have a job, he was afraid that the girl's family would disagree, and the two of them have been sneaking. After his mother raised this matter with him, although he refused in one fell swoop, when he was with the girl 2 days ago, he was completely blocked by his brother. Asked about his work, he just said casually, saying that he and Jiang Xiaobai are neighbors, and when Jiang Xiaobai comes back, he will work with Jiang Xiaobai. When people heard it, their cold face became very enthusiastic. The girl was also not happy, she was very excited, and asked him why he didn't say. He could only say that he wanted to surprise the girl. With this, his mother called him over today, and he decided to look back for love. However, he did not expect that Jiang Xiaobai would make such a request that insulted his personality. Let me sing Zhao Yonggong, the son of workers and peasants to him, although I did not sing it before him. But it was when I was young, before the two waves of people went to war, they sang on their own initiative in order to subdue each other. And now Jiang Xiaobai wants to hear it, so he sings himself. What's the result? By something to sing. Mother Jiang felt the atmosphere a little awkward, and said, forget it, why do you sing that? Aunt Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and smiled and said, it's okay, then forget it. Listen to the words. Aunt Liu certainly understood the meaning of Jiang Xiaobai's words. If you sing, you might end up at work. If you don't sing, then work is fine. Aunt Liu quickly said, how can I forget it? Turning her head to look at her son Liu Shun aside, Shunzi, did you sing often when you were young? Hurry up, sing one for your third brother. The third elder brother in Liu's mouth is naturally because Jiang Xiaobai is the third in the family, so let Liu Shun call it that. Be kinder. Liu Shun wanted to grab the teacup on the table and threw it on Jiang Xiaobai's smiling face. But after all, it's bigger. Not the same as when I was a kid. He wants to stand up and walk away, but he thinks of the girl he loves, and he doesn't want it to be difficult for the girl he loves. I felt happy when I left, but how can I explain to my beloved girl when I look back? The girl doesn't mind, she doesn't have a job, and how can she explain to her family? Adults are complicated because they think too much. And the reason why it's difficult for a person is because they bear responsibilities. Liu Shun held back for a long time, the tears in his eyes were spinning, but they did not flow down, and he raised his head and stood up. The relatives are suffering, and the anger is 3,000 feet. When Liu Shun spoke, Jiang Xiaobai was shocked. Jiang's mother and Aunt Liu also looked at Liu Shun in surprise. I sang so well, the slightly suppressed roaring voice, coupled with the humiliating look of Liu Shun now. Really, this may be the best time Liu Shun has ever played. The sincere and full feelings seem to have been wronged so much that Jiang Xiaobai feels like a bad person. Break into the enemy line to fight the demons, save the villagers and protect the public food, full of integrity, manage the thousands of grains, sweep away the rats and destroy the disaster. Liu Shun sang while watching Jiang Xiaobai, as if Jiang Xiaobai was the enemy who did not share the sky. There was a thunderbolt, and there was a thunder in the spring. Who did not know Zhao Yonggong, the son of a worker and peasant, on the plain, and the footprints of the battle were everywhere. Liu Shun sang and even felt like singing. Jiang Xiaobai said it was okay, so he didn't stop and had to finish singing. End of this chapter. Chapter 759 Purpose. Chapter 759 Purpose. Papa. Jiang Xiaobai applauded first, and Jiang's mother also clapped vigorously. Sing well. Jiang Xiaobai said. Where? He just sings blindly. If he sings well, he would have gone to the art troupe a long time ago. How can he be capable? Aunt Liu said with a smile, and looking at Jiang Xiaobai's expression, she estimated that it was done. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaobai immediately said, well, let him follow our Huiking Building Project Department in Bingzi Hotel, which is the project team that built that building for a while. Learning to drive or something. The salary will be temporarily set at 80 yuan a month, and then if it is done well, it will increase. After finishing speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned to look at Aunt Liu and asked, Aunt Liu, do you think this arrangement is okay? Aunt Liu burst into a smile on her face, and said, okay, too good. How can this kid heeder? You value him too much. At first, she thought that Jiang Xiaobai would let Liu Shun go to the factory in Jianhua village. How could she have imagined that Jiang Xiaobai would let him stay in Longqing? And you can learn how to drive. Anyone who wants to learn how to drive at this time has to spend money, find relationships, and know how to drive is an advanced craft. What's more, there is a salary of 80 yuan a month, which is much more than the money earned by many other high-level technicians in Longqing. Fourth. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and thank you third brother? Aunt Liu turned around and struck Liu Shun, who was still immersed in the worker and peasant's son Zhao Yonggang, and said, thanks. Thank you, brother. Liu Shun squeezed out a few words dryly. It's okay, you can call brother Xiaobai from now on, you don't need to call brother third. Come at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and I will take you there. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, okay, Xiaobai, don't worry, you will definitely not be late. Then Xiaobai, you just came back, we won't bother you, let's go back. Aunt Liu said with a smile. Okay, Aunt Liu, something. Jiang Xiaobai pointed to the snack on the table. No, a little bit of heart. A bit of heart. Aunt Liu pulled Liu Shun around and left after she said, not giving Jiang Xiaobai a chance at all. However, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Mu still got up and gave them away, watching Aunt Liu thankfully pulling Liu Shun away. Poor parents in the world, Jiang Xiaobai said with emotion. Jiang's mother turned white. Jiang Xiaobai said with a glance, since you know the pity of the world's parents, you still embarrass Liu Shun. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at his mother, and said with a wry smile, it's not that I'm small and want to vent, but you know who Liu Shun is. I don't know if he is the same now as he was when he was a child. If I still fight all day long, and am a fool, what do I want to do as a person? Then you can tell by singing. Mother Jiang glanced at her son and said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, of course. Liu Shun clearly felt it was humiliation, but he still sang it. That means this person understands things in his heart and has scruples. I know what to do. Mother Jiang listened. If you think about it carefully, this is really the case. Adults generally can tolerate some things. It is for the family, and they have responsibilities. But young people are young and vigorous because they have no worries and no responsibilities. There are so many eyes. What do you want to eat? Mum will cook it for you tonight, Mother Jiang said with a smile, and then asked, I'll take you to grocery shopping, and then take Xini off work. Jiang Xiaobai took his mother's arm and walked out of the small yard. On the other hand, Liu Shun and his mother returned home, and Aunt Liu had happily prepared Liu Shun's clothes for tomorrow. But a group of young people in their 20s, young people who are all playing with Liu Shun, have arrived. Whistled outside the door, Liu Shun found an excuse to say, Brother Shun, I heard that you sang Zhao Yonggang, the son of a worker and peasant, at Jiang Xiaobai's house. It's not like you. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is someone else, we can't afford to provoke him. How can we fight? A young man asked, and the others watched nervously. No. Liu Shun waved his hand. How could he have this ability now? Forget it. Go find a place to drink. It will be inconvenient to go to work in the future. I will treat you." A few people found a small restaurant to sit down. It's the 12th lunar month, and the business is relatively deserted. With so many people coming in, the boss is still very enthusiastic. A few people ordered a few dishes and asked for a bottle of Urga too. "Brother Shun, you said you were going to work, and your uncle and aunt are looking for a job for you. Where are you?" "Buddy, I have to go to work too. I can't always stay at home. My dad asked me to go to work at the Provincial Design Institute." The young man said. Liu Shun and the others were a little surprised, and said, "Okay, San Mao, you kid, but what will you design?" "What are you talking about? What is the way to look down on people?" "When I go to work at the Provincial Design Institute, I will talk to the leader about bringing back the design drawings for Jiang Xiaobai. We will not design for him, let him play." The young man known as San Mao smiled and said, and the others followed suit. "By the way, Brother Shun, where did you go to work?" I. Liu Shun opened his mouth, thinking that this matter could not be kept in the Hutong. Maybe everyone in the Hutong knew about the mouth of his mother. After thinking about it, he still said, "I followed Jiang Xiaobai to the Huiqing building project team." As soon as Liu Shun said this, the atmosphere on the table fell silent. Although they said that they had no antagonism with Jiang Xiaobai's gang, they couldn't deal with it when they were young. Now the boss of this group of people has turned against the enemy and rebelled. So many people can't accept it. "How can you be like this? Can't you find another job? How can you?" San Mao suddenly couldn't control his emotions, patted the table and stood up and shouted loudly, "San Mao!" Someone persuaded Liu Shun to say nothing, and got up to check out and left. But at the entrance of the alley home, I saw the beloved girl Xiao Fang waiting. "What did you do? Did you drink?" Xiao Fang asked. "Well, I have agreed with Jiang Xiaobai in the afternoon, and I will go to work tomorrow, at the Bingzi Hotel, Huiqing Building Project Team." Liu Shun bit the words of the Huiqing Building Project Team very seriously. This is what he finally wrote down. He thinks these words are very high-end. Speaking out as if you are also very unusual. It is the project team that is going to build an 18-story building. First, learn to follow and learn to drive. By the way, the salary is 80 yuan a month. Really? Great. When Xiao Fang heard it, she became excited, and ignoring the presence of other people around her, she threw herself into Liu Shun's arms. "After you go to work, I will take time to visit my house on weekends and meet my parents." Looking at the excited, relaxed, shy, satisfied, admired, and happy expressions on the face of the beloved girl, Liu Shun suddenly felt relieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 760. What are you thinking? Chapter 760. What do you think, Sister Xinyi? When will my brother-in-law be back? Liu Feng asked bitterly while looking at Zhao Xinyi in Zhao Xinyi's office. At first, the Pavlov's method of making sisters was implemented very smoothly, but at the end of the day, there was a problem. But I don't even know what the problem is. And that Yan Dan saw that he was the same as seeing his enemy. The look of eagerly swallowing oneself makes people scared to see it. I have been thinking and meditation for several days. But I am also puzzled. After thinking about it, I need to be the person who needs to untie the bell. I still have to ask Jiang Xiaobai for advice. Zhao Xinyi looked at Liu Feng and remembered that a few days ago, she was going to ask Liu Feng to help Yan Dan and ask what is going on with this Pavlov. But I didn't expect that when I went to the office, I saw the news in the newspaper that Xiaobai was going to build a building, so I forgot. Your brother-in-law is not in Longqing because of something. Why are you looking for him? By the way, you sit down and I will ask you something. Zhao Xinyi asked Liu Feng to sit down and was about to ask Yan Dan in detail when he heard the phone ringing on the table. Up. Zhao Xinyi showed an apologetic look and answered the phone. Then her face, which was already bright and moving, burst into bright light in an instant. You are back. You are already at the door of the factory. Okay, I will go out. After packing up, the beautiful face, coupled with the kind of happiness and smile from the heart, made Liu Feng hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at it. But in my heart, I felt that Jiang Xiaobai said on the balcony that Zhao Xinyi was chasing him. Such words are not very credible. How could it be possible? Hang up the phone. Zhao Xinyi didn't even bother to ask Liu Feng. My girlfriend, how can my girlfriend's affairs be more important than meeting my husband? But Zhao Xinyi rolled her eyes and smiled brighter. She said, your brother-in-law is back. Didn't you look for your brother-in-law? Let's go. He'll ask if something happens. Okay. Liu Feng nodded quickly. Xinyi. Jiang Xiaobai leaned on the car and looked at the factory workers entering and exiting. He felt that if there was a bottle of Red Bull in his car, would there be female workers in his car? I saw Zhao Xinyi walking over with Liu Feng. Xiaobai, you are back. Zhao Xinyi stepped forward and carried Jiang Xiaobai arm, although the two were already married. But at the door of the factory, in broad daylight, Zhao Xinyi's actions are still quite bold in this era. Well, Liu Feng, let's talk in the car, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. The three got into the car. Zhao Xinyi looked back at Liu Feng in the back seat and asked, didn't you ask Yu Xiaobai for something? Tell me, I have something to ask you when I'm finished. Liu Feng looked at Zhao Xinyi and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. It's not easy to let Zhao Xinyi talk about it in person. After the talk, Yan Dan doesn't have to know too. What's wrong? It's okay, let's go. Is it going well? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Feng's squeaky appearance, guessed the outline, and asked with a smile. Well, I said, Sister Xinyi, you help me keep it secret. Liu Feng said without a word. Zhao Xinyi was a little confused, but looked at Jiang Xiaobai and nodded. Then I heard Liu Feng say, brother-in-law, the Pavlov method you taught me was very useful at the beginning, and the implementation went smoothly. As soon as Liu Feng said this, he was interrupted by Zhao Xinyi. What is Pavlov's method of picking up sisters? Xiaobai, you taught him. What is going on? It's Pavlov's method of picking up sisters. Jiang Xiaobai explained it again with a smile. Zhao Xinyi was stunned when she heard it, and then filled up what happened between Liu Feng and Yan Dan without Liu Feng continuing to say, this is what I want to ask you. Why would I say, why would you use Yan Dan to do a conditioned reflex experiment? Is there something hidden in this? It turns out to be the case. Liu Feng had a bitter face. It turned out that he had missed his mouth. Zhao Xinyi explained to Yan Dan that Pavlov's method of picking up sisters was Pavlov's conditioned reflex. Xiaobai, I know that Pavlov has studied conditioned reflex. Has he also studied the pickup method? Zhao Xinyi turned to look at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, This is someone who quoted this experiment on the basis of conditioning. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, before waiting for Zhao Xinyi to ask, hurriedly said, let's not talk about this now. What is important now is Liu Feng and Yan Dan's affairs. Yes. What should I do now? Liu Feng, who was sitting in the back seat, was almost crying. This misunderstanding was aggravated, and now am I still asking whether this matter of picking up girls is meaningful? What is important now is how to explain clearly to Yan Dan. What should I do? Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, well, Xinyi, you call out Yan Dan. I gave this idea. I'll explain it to him. In misunderstanding, just make it clear. The important thing is that Xiao Liu's starting point is good. Zhao Xinyi glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, not knowing what to say, but the starting point is good. This is not a calculation. In the future, I will use snacks when chasing girls. Don't rectify these useless. Don't blindly learn with some people. Zhao Xinyi said that Jiang Xiaobai gave Jiang Xiaobai a glance, and then got off the car and went back to the factory to find Yan Dan. This little lady, dare to order me now. Jiang Xiaobai is a little speechless. Yes, Liu Feng nodded repeatedly, sweating his forehead. Soon Zhao Xinyi returned with Yan Dan. Seeing Liu Feng also in the car, Yan Dan's face changed suddenly. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't say anything. Jiang Xiaobai started the car, found a restaurant, and then sat down. Liu Feng was a little fidgety. Jiang Xiaobai spoke directly, telling the story again. Yandan was stunned after listening. She never thought that Jiang Xiaobai was involved. Sorry, me. Liu Feng kept apologizing from the sidelines. Jiang Xiaobai also smiled and said, I'm sorry, I was originally prepared for adult beauty, but I didn't expect this to happen. Okay. Yandan waved his hand and said to Jiang Xiaobai. Liu Feng on the side is still apologizing. Okay, let's talk to the two of you. I have something else with Xinyi, so we will leave first. Jiang Xiaobai got up and took Zhao Xinyi to check out and left. Is it appropriate for us to leave? Zhao Xinyi asked after getting in the car, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. Are we right here? Jiang Xiaobai asked rhetorically. Zhao Xinyi was still a little confused, but her face suddenly felt warm. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhao Xinyi's confused look, and couldn't help but kiss Zhao Xinyi on the cheek. Someone is there, Zhao Xinyi said in an annoying voice. Go home. Jiang Xiaobai felt hot. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai words, Zhao Xinyi's face immediately turned red. What do you think? I'm talking about going back to the alley, my mum's house. My mom went shopping. Jiang Xiaobai exaggerated. Zhao Xinyi's face became even more shy, and she said non-compliant, I hate it. I didn't think about it either. End of this chapter. Chapter 761 Guest. Chapter 761 Guest. Hey, forget it, Yandan said, looking at Liu Feng who was apologizing constantly. Are you not angry anymore? Liu Feng asked Yandan eagerly. At this time, the dishes also came. Yandan ate without saying a word, telling the truth. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yandan feels much better. It turns out that he feels embarrassed and angry. He treats others as boyfriends, and others use himself as a dog as an experiment. And now it is also clear, what Pavlov's method of picking up sisters is a means of chasing girls. It's just trying to catch it. It's nothing. If I knew it before, I would be very angry. But because of the worse things before, now that it's not so bad, I think it's actually okay, and quite good. After all, the starting point is good, because you like yourself. But this product really doesn't have any eyesight, and I keep asking myself whether I am angry or not. I'm willing to stay for dinner instead of going away. Isn't that an attitude? I have to force myself to say it. Of course, this also shows that Liu Feng really doesn't understand, unlike Jiang Xiaobai, who has so many flowers. But why is the name Jiang Xiaobai so familiar? Liu Feng, where have you heard the name Jiang Xiaobai? Yandan interrupted Liu Feng's chattering words, and then asked, I heard it somewhere. It's not from Sister Xinyi. Jiang Xiaobai, I remembered. Didn't I say that a township enterprise of Huiqing Holdings was going to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province 2 days ago? That factory is named Jiang Xiaobai, and the two of them have the same name, Liu Feng said with a smile. Yandan was taken aback, then looked up at Liu Feng not speaking. Liu Feng reacted slowly, and said incredulously, don't you mean ... impossible? Impossible? He is the director of the factory, and he also has to spend 1 billion repairs for the tallest building in the province. May. Don't look at everyone talking about what is going on with the township enterprise of Huiqing Holdings. It is impossible to build the tallest building or something like that. But Jiang Xiaobai is still in the legend. They can only see people in the newspaper. For them, it is impossible to see, not a person in the world. Impossible. The same name is Jiang Xiaobai, and he drove such a good car, spending money like water. And that day, Sister Xinyi was going to take me to ask you what happened. As a result, after arriving at the office, I heard talk about the construction of a building by Huiqing Holdings, so I immediately took the newspaper and left in a hurry. Yandan said. The more he felt that he might have guessed Jiang Xiaobai's true identity. Hey, what you said is true, and the age can be right. Liu Feng also remembered that Jiang Xiaobai age was mentioned in the newspaper. This is incredible. I have never heard Sister Xinyi say it, but how much money do you think Jiang Xiaobai has? I don't know. I guess there are tens of millions. How can you dare to repair a building with a budget of 100 million without tens of millions? Liu Feng said. Yan Dan looked up at Liu Feng, looked at others, and then at Liu Feng. It was really incomparable. People have set up such a big career at a young age, and the whole province knows them, and there are so many ways to chase girls. But Liu Feng, but Jiang Xiaobai also looks down on him. Sister Xini is so beautiful and has such a good family background. She was honest before Jiang Xiaobai. I also found someone like Liu Feng, at least to be honest. Don't talk nonsense when you go back, Yan Dan exhorted. I know, don't worry, my mouth is strict, Liu Feng promised, patting his chest. Yan Dan looked at Liu Feng contemptuously and said, your mouth is strict. Liu Feng knew what Yan Dan was talking about. If it hadn't been for Paplov's thing, if he hadn't said it himself, maybe the two of them would be targeted now. Liu Feng was about to apologize again, so he heard Yan Dan say, okay, let's pass the past, don't mention it again. On the other hand, after Jiang Xiaobai also had dinner at home, after talking to Jiang's father and Jiang's mother, he drove home. After sending Zhao Xini to work the next morning, she drove back to her parents' house. I didn't drive directly to Binzi Hotel because I had to pick up Liu Shun. Liu Shun was waiting early in the morning. At this time, Dragon City was the coldest time of the year. There are 9 cold days, but Liu Shun doesn't care. Thinking about the rewards given to him by the beloved girl last night, it feels so hot. In the past, Xiao Fang never allowed herself to cross the Thunder Pond. Wearing a straight Chinese tunic suit, this is the clothes worn by the eldest brother-in-law when they get married, and was picked up by my mother last night. Think about the way the eldest brother-in-law buckled and searched when borrowing clothes last night. I will work from now on. I can earn 80 yuan a month, and I still work in Huiking Holding Company and I have to learn to drive. In the future, you will wear your old clothes. When you want to lend me clothes to wear in the future, you will never have a chance to cheat me. My eyesight is short-sighted and it will not be a big deal. Thinking about Liu Shun, he tugged on his clothes again to make it look more straight. Deep toot. As soon as Liu Shun looked up, he saw the black car coming not far away, immediately applied for solemnity. When he usually saw this car at the entrance of the Hutong, he would always secretly take a mouthful and scold the last sentence of blindly show off. But today, he feels particularly nervous and solemn. Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of the alley, and Liu Shun quickly walked over. Brother Xiaobai, have you eaten here? No. Some disrespect. It should be Brother Xiaobai, you are here, have you finished eating? If you ask yourself when you were waiting here, you will say that you haven't waited a while, or that you haven't just boarded for a while. Liu Shun was typing in his heart, but he didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to get out of the car at all. Instead, he put down the car glass and spoke directly. Boarding. The simple 2 words made Liu Shun a little stunned. And then he quickly responded. Was about to pull the rear door to get into the car, and heard Jiang Xiaobai say, come forward. Hey. Liu Shun got into the car in a hurry, feeling that his heart was still beating, and he was nervous. Have you eaten your breakfast? Eat. Did you eat, Brother Xiaobai? The prepared belly draft finally came in handy. Although it was a bit late, it was not so good. After having eaten, I will first teach you the rules of riding a car. If you are a full-time driver, the leader will sit behind the co-pilot in the back seat. If you are not the driver, you usually take the co-pilot first, and the co-pilot is already occupied. Jiang Xiaobai said. Liu Shun nodded in his heart again and again. He didn't expect that a simple seat would have so many sayings and particularities. It is worthy of a car, which is incomparable to a bus. You can sit wherever you want. End of this chapter. Chapter 762. You will follow manager song from now on. Chapter 762. You will follow manager song from now on. After arriving at the Bingzi Hotel, Jiang Xiaobai took Liu Shun directly upstairs. Song Weigo and others have already had a meeting in the conference room to set up today's tasks. Jiang Xiaobai led Liu Shun into the room, and everyone in the conference room immediately looked over. Liu Shun has never been watched by so many people, and he is all in suits and leather shoes. He feels like he doesn't know how to take steps anymore, and he almost walks smoothly. You continue. Jiang Xiaobai nodded towards Song Weigo, and then sat in the last row. Liu Shun looked at the new eight-layer tunic suit on his body, and then looked at the straight suit of others in the conference room. It felt ashamed. I thought my clothes were good at first, but people are better than people, and they have to be thrown away. Today, I took someone to the Provincial Design Institute, and I combined with Dean Liang of the Provincial Design Institute and others, and then perfected the design drawings. Manager Zhang, you go to the bank and check with the bank to see when the funds will be available. In place. Director Xiaobai, Song Weigo finished the arrangement, and then looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Well, Jiang Xiaobai stood up, did not take the stage, but said directly from the original position, everyone has to start the preparatory work as soon as possible, and it has not been long before the end of the year. The 26th lunar month of this year will be a holiday, which is more than 10 days in calculation. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone looked back. Liu Shun knew that everyone was definitely not looking at him, but he still felt red on his face. Maybe someone is laughing at their old-fashioned Chinese tunic suit in their hearts. Design drawings, construction companies, and bank loans must be properly received. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. Everyone should work hard. After the holiday, I will give you red envelopes. There is nothing else to say. Let's work. The sound of pulling a stool, and then everyone walked out of the meeting room in an orderly manner. Song Weigo and Zhang Wei were the last to accompany Jiang Xiaobai. Liu Shun also followed closely behind Jiang Xiaobai. Come on, let me introduce you. Jiang Xiaobai pulled Liu Shun behind him as he walked. This is Liu Shun. Shunzi, this is Manager Song. This is Manager Zhang. Hello Manager Song, Manager Zhang. Liu Shun hurriedly said hello. He still knew this. Hello. Song Weigo and Zhang Wei nodded. Old Song, Liu Shun will follow you in the future, take him, and let him learn to drive by the way. Jiang Xiaobai said. Well, okay. Song Weigo nodded, not too concerned. Since Jiang Xiaobai didn't explain much, he doesn't need special care, just treat it normally. In that case, Manager Zhang and I will go to the bank, and we will leave first. After Jiang Xiaobai explained, and Zhang Wei left, Liu Shun became even more nervous behind Song Weigo. Let's go. Get in the car. The white van walked towards the Provincial Design Institute. Liu Shun wore a tunic suit and hung low around a group of people in suits and leather shoes. Little Liu, what did you graduate from? Song Weigo asked casually. I graduated from high school, Liu Shun answered honestly. Well, the academic qualifications are not low. You will follow me to learn more in the past 2 days and see what you can do. What do you want to do? Then I will arrange specific jobs for you. Song Weigo said, the high school diploma is not low at this time. Okay, thank you Manager Song. Song Weigo did not speak anymore after speaking, but looked at the scenery outside the window. The Provincial Design Institute received a call from Song Weigo yesterday and will come over today to study the drawings. The current working holding company is a complete partier for the Provincial Design Institute, and the Provincial Design Institute is counting on this building to be proud of it. Although it has decided to adopt the drawings, but working holding company is not happy, although it can still be replaced. Today, Partier's father is coming over. Although Dean Liang said that there is no clean water to break the streets and lowest roads, he also held a mobilization meeting early in the morning. As for how much attention Working Holdings needs to pay, I believe that I don't need to say. Everyone can understand that we must use the spirit and enthusiasm of 12 to do all the preparations and reception work. After the mobilization meeting, Dean Liang looked at the director of the office to explain alone. The lunch hall will arrange meals, and then send 2 people over to boil water and pour tea. Okay, don't worry. The office director nodded in response, and then said after thinking about it, Dean Liang, a temporary worker has been hired in the cafeteria today. Would you like to see me? What I told you before was the child of a distant relative. Although this Provincial Design Institute is a King Shui government, the two aspects of personnel and finance are still very tightly grasped. Even if the Design Institute is a temporary worker, the use of a penny requires the approval of Dean Liang. Okay, you can decide. I'm gone, tell him to work hard, do a good job, and you can get a regular job if you have the opportunity in the future. The reception work must be arranged. Dean Liang is no longer what he used to be. Now he has to do big things, and for the time being, I don't want to waste my energy on these trivial things. If things can be done this time, maybe you can move your nest too, and you can't retire in this kind of King Shui Yamen. Okay, don't worry, Director Wang responded, and Dean Liang had already walked far away. When I reached the top of the stairs, I found a middle-aged man and a young man standing at the top of the stairs. The young man should be the relative that Director Wang said when he wanted to come. But Dean Liang didn't care. See, the one who used to be Dean Liang just now is about to be called the leader. Director Wang's voice came. The young man nodded quickly, and Director Wang said to the middle-aged man on the side, Uncle San, then you go back. San Mao will arrange to work in the cafeteria for the time being, and he will become a regular employee after he has done well. When he goes to the office, San Mao has not touched anything, which is not very suitable. It should be. Thank you. San Mao works hard, I will go back. The middle-aged man left. The young man was a little nervous. Just now I heard that I was asked to go to the cafeteria, which was a little bit different from what I expected. However, what others said was justified, and I hadn't learned anything. It's definitely impossible to go to the office to do design as soon as I thought about it. But it doesn't matter, there is a chance to become a regular in the future. Well, it's just right for a big leader to come over today. Then you will go to the conference room to help serve the tea and do the service work. If you do well, maybe Dean Liang is happy, so you will be transferred to logistics and so on. The position. Director Wang drew another buy for the young man. When the young man heard it, his eyes lit up, and he thanked him again and again, and his heart became excited again. End of this chapter. Chapter 763 met Chapter 763. San Mao was busy in the meeting room of the Provincial Design Institute, changing the tablecloths, setting up the meeting room, and preparing tea. Being busy, I heard a faint noisy voice from downstairs. It should be the great leader that my distant relative, Director Wang, said. San Mao thought about putting down the thermos in his hand, came to the window, opened the window, and looked downstairs. Hey, that newcomer, what's the matter with you? Close the window. A thick voice came from behind, yelling. San Mao was taken aback, closed the window hurriedly, and almost didn't hit the kettle at hand. Someone is coming soon. You opened the window to let out the little heating accumulated in the meeting room. Are you here to work or to make trouble? A man said viciously. San Mao cursed inwardly, but on the surface he could only say with a smile, I just heard the voice and wanted to see if the leader arrived. The job was finally found by someone at home. If you talk back to it, you'll be happy, but maybe you'll be sent home. Okay, Xiao Wang, hurry up and work, a young girl said at this time, took the warmth from San Mao, and then looked at the fierce man and said, Jiang Tu, the newcomer is not sensible. Don't worry about him. The leaders will come up soon. The fierce man didn't know whether he was giving face to the girl or because the leader was about to arrive. He didn't say much. He turned around and got busy. Thank you, Sister Jiaqian, Wang San Mao said gratefully, looking at the girl. The first colleague he met after he came this morning. He heard people say that it seems to be the office logistics, and the person is young and beautiful, and the person is okay. It's okay, no thanks. Director Wang told me to take care of you. Jiang Tu is just like that. He has a bad temper, but he is a good person. Let's get to work, Jiaqian said and got busy. A good man. Wang San Mao cursed inwardly. That is, here, if he had been outside, he would have beaten the old boy. Sister Jiaqian, I will help you. Wang San Mao raised his head and hurried over to help Jiaqian who was moving the table, and the two smiled at each other. Wang Sanmao felt his heart beating fiercely and thumped. It's a pity that this kind of good times didn't last long. Soon the hateful Jiang head came back, and he shouted, "Hurry up, stand up, and the leaders will fall right away." Manager Song. Please, Dean Liang, it's not the first time we have met, so please don't be polite with me. You are an elder. Please ask first, Song Weigo said with a smile. A group of people walked into the meeting room. The bright meeting room was decorated in a different way, although the long meeting table could not be replaced. But it was covered with a dark green conference tablecloth, and there were 2 pots of green plants in the middle of the table. A white porcelain cup is placed in front of everyone's seat, and the tea leaves in the porcelain cup are tossing up and down in the hot water. Although these items don't cost much, but this arrangement is many times better than before. Also looks a lot of high-end atmosphere. Dean Liang, I've been working hard, Song Weigo said with a smile. Sensible. If the Provincial Design Institute is not sensible and thinks that the drawings have been designed, Huiking Holdings has also adopted it. If you can't, you will let the Provincial Design Institute look at what is called a strong party A, such as the current Provincial number 1 construction company and number 3 construction company. Such a large project in the province is still indifferent until now. No one has ever come to Huiking Holdings. In fact, Song Weigo also knew what the 2 construction companies thought about. He just felt that although Huiking Holding Company was Party A, it was a major customer. However, there are only 2 Party Bs in the entire Jin province, except for the 2 construction companies of Huiking Holding Company. No other construction companies have this ability. So I'm waiting for Huiking Holdings to take the initiative to come to the door. If it is a business person, it may really be the only way to do it. But they don't want to think that a man who can start such a big business from scratch would eat this set. Jiang Xiaobai has already explained that he wants to find a construction company from the south to build a building. If you want to be an uncle, you have to see if you are used to it. Honestly, being Party B, being a grandson, maybe it's okay, but Party B still wants to be a grandfather, maybe. Song Weigo praised him, and then he said, Dean Liang, the purpose of our visit this time was also communicated with you yesterday, mainly for the design drawings, to see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Now Huiking the holding company has established a project department to formally prepare for the Huiking building project. While talking, everyone began to take their seats. San Mao, who was standing in the corner waiting to add tea and water, kept his head up and watched the people secretly. One by one in suits and leather shoes. I don't know where the big leaders come from. They look extraordinary. Leaders such as Dean Liang are very polite in front of others. But how come there is a Chinese tunic suit? Hey, no, fucking. Wang Sanmao rubbed his eyes vigorously, and he felt that he was wrong. How could it be Brother Liu Shun? How could he be with this group of leaders? Didn't you say to go to Jiang Xiaobai yesterday? Liu Shun rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he had seen him wrong. But that's right. He and Shun have been playing since childhood. How could he admit his mistakes? Not to mention turning to ashes, but even if he changed occasions, he wouldn't admit his mistakes. What is happening? If it were not for the occasion, he would simply call Liu Shun's name. He winked at Liu Shun vigorously, but Liu Shun was sitting righteously, not looking in his direction at all. Jiang Tu saw the strange expression on Wang Sanmao's face and gave him a fierce look. Wang Sanmao secretly patted Jie Qian's arm, and then exited the office with a thermos. Jie Qian also followed out, looking at Wang Sanmao in confusion and asking, "What's the matter? Is something wrong? Where are the leaders?" Sister Jie Qian, where is the leader from the meeting room today? Wang Sanmao asked. Why are you asking about this? It should be from Huiking Holdings. Isn't our design institute the tallest building in the province designed for Huiking Holdings? Do you know this? I know. Wang Sanmao guessed it when he came out just now. He knew that Jiang Xiaobai Huiking Holding Company had a cooperation with the Provincial Design Institute. Before I came yesterday, I still brag about it. When I came, I had to talk to the leader and told the Provincial Design Institute not to design the building for Jiang Xiaobai. As a result, I didn't expect that. I met Huiking Holding Company on the first day I came to the Provincial Design Institute. End of this chapter. Chapter 764. He did not forget. Chapter 764. He didn't forget. Xiao Wang, what's the matter with you? Jie Qian shook her hand in front of Wang Sanmao's eyes. Wang Sanmao returned to his senses, and said bitterly, "It's okay. I can still remember what I said yesterday, that I am going to work in such a tall unit as the Provincial Design Institute." Knowing that Jiang Xiaobai, a person who is not dealing with, has cooperation with the Provincial Design Institute, and is also preparing to talk to the leader after work and disturb the cooperation this time. To repay the grudges that Jiang Xiaobai had bullied himself and others when he was a child, Jiang Xiaobai had to beg for himself. That was really energetic, lashing out at Fangku, pointing the country, thinking that from now on, he is no longer himself, and he is also the chief leader of the province. After hearing that Liu Shun was a traitor and went to find Jiang Xiaobai to arrange work, he patted the table and turned his face on the spot. He scolded Liu Shun as a traitor and was not a son of man. But today, I will teach myself a lesson in the blink of an eye. What is reality? The reality is that when you come to the Provincial Design Institute, you are a messenger of tea and water, and Huiking Holdings is a guest of the Provincial Design Institute. In order to welcome others, I will not say anything about preparing in advance. The eldest leader is polite to accompany him, not to mention being a son of others. He is also a low-handed attitude. In this way, I don't need to say to disturb the cooperation between Huangshan Design Institute and Huiking Holding Company. I dare to say that Huiking Holding Company is not. It is estimated that the leaders will have to let themselves go. No. There is no need for leadership at all. The dead fish eye can clean up himself. Jiang Xiaobai has led people to bully himself and others since he was young, not to mention when he grows up. He and he are not in the same world. I don't bother to bully myself anymore. I send my subordinates over and I have to serve them with tea and water. Bullying is a bullying, but the key person doesn't care at all, nor thinking about bullying you. This is the most embarrassed. Of course, all this is fine, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are many people who can't afford to provoke, no less than Jiang Xiaobai. But the point is that I was bragging about it yesterday, but I was slapped in the face today, saying that Liu Shun was a traitor. That's right. But when he finished cursing, in a blink of an eye he served the traitor with tea and water. This was the most embarrassing thing. Thinking of this, Liu Shun wanted to find an excuse to slip away. Before Liu Shun noticed him, he avoided him first, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Sister Jie Qian, Liu Shun Gang said, and the door of the meeting room was opened from inside. Is a fierce head, what are you two doing? Come in quickly to add water to the leader. Oh, the two of them replied, and quickly walked in, pouring water one by one. Thank you, thank you. After Wang Sanmao added water, the people of Huiking Holding Company would thank you with a smile on their faces. When Liu Shun was in front of him, Wang Sanmao hesitated a few times and wanted to pass, but looked at him and stared at him, for fear that something might happen to him. Wang Sanmao had no courage after all. I still pour water for Liu Shun's tea. In fact, in this atmosphere, Liu Shun was also quite nervous. The meeting format was so tall. As soon as he came up, he kept his head down, not daring to look up, writing and drawing in the notebook, recording what Song Weiguo and Dean Liang said. Although he didn't know the use of memorizing these things, he occasionally looked up at the front without squinting, and then quickly lowered his head to continue recording. Feeling that someone was adding water to herself, Liu Shun turned his head slightly, following the way of others, with a polite smile on his face. Thanks. Thanks. Liu Shun was slightly taken aback. But yesterday he knew that Fa Xiao Wang Sanmao was coming to work at the Provincial Design Institute. On the way came, he still wondered if he would throw it at Wang Sanmao, but he didn't expect that he would actually meet him, or on this occasion. In an instant, Wang Sanmao's face turned red, which is too shameful. On the other side, after Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei went to the bank, they waited for 2 hours. But they didn't even wait for the bank president. The staff kept saying that the president of the bank was not there. "Thank you for contacting me. We are from Huaking Holding Company, and if you have something to ask for President Han." Jiang Wei has not known how many times he has said this to the staff. "By the way, our leader is not here, we are not there, we can't get in touch, and I don't understand what it is." The bank staff's eyes are almost flying to the sky. Jiang Xiaobai got up and said, "Let's go." "Are you waiting?" Jiang Wei asked. "I won't wait. Come back this afternoon." Jiang Xiaobai said. "Let's go." Jiang Wei nodded, and the two walked out of the bank. As soon as the two of them left here, the staff member whose eyes were flying to the sky just now went to the lounge next to the president's office, knocked on the door and walked in. A wealthy middle-aged man is smoking a cigarette and watching TV. It is President Han that Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei are looking for. Seeing the staff come in, he asked casually, "Are those two gone?" "Well, let's go. Say come back in the afternoon." The staff member said, "It's still the same thing when you come over this afternoon. Let them dry for half a month before talking." President Han said, "Okay." At noon, in the dining hall of the Provincial Design Institute, Liu Shun found Wang Sanmao, who was busy and full of energy, in the back kitchen after finishing his meal. "Leader, what's the matter with you? Is it because the food is not right?" Jiang Tu was full of smiles, and he couldn't see the ferociousness at all, and he asked with a smile. "No, I'm looking for him." Liu Shun pointed to Wang Sanmao and said, "Hey, okay, Xiao Wang, don't be busy, the leader is looking for you. Hurry up with the leader. I will let others do the work for a while." Jiang Tu said with a smile. "It seems that this leader knows Wang Sanmao, and I will be more polite to him in the future." Wang Sanmao nodded and said nothing, followed behind Liu Shun, and the two came to the courtyard. "Smoke." Liu Shun gave Wang Sanmao a cigarette. Wang Sanmao did not refuse either, clicked, and started to smoke. Hey, Liu Shun didn't know how to say it. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. But Wang Sanmao said, "Brother Shun, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said that. I understand today. Actually, it's ridiculous to think about it. People and we are not in the same world at all. Maybe it's early. I forgot about that meeting. It is ridiculous that we are still watching the sky from the bottom of the hole, taking ourselves seriously, and remembering the things we hated when we were young." Hold tight for a whole morning, and the reality stunned Wang Sanmao. "I want to have trouble with Jiang Xiaobai. I don't have the qualifications at all. When my subordinates come over, they all need to serve tea and pour water to please. People don't even look at themselves at all. Not to mention Jiang Xiaobai. It's ridiculous to think about it." At this moment, I only heard Liu Shun Yu say, "He didn't forget that yesterday he asked me to sing the Son of Workers and Peasants Zhao Yonggan, which I sang before the fight when I was young." End of this chapter. Chapter 765 Moisturize Things Silently. Chapter 765 In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei waited at the bank for another afternoon. When the bank was off work, Jiang Xiaobai got up and left with Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's face was anxious, but Jiang Xiaobai's face looked like when he came, and his face looked like when he left. No hurry, no rush, calm, as if coming to the bank to work, not to the bank to do business. "Director Xiaobai, President Han doesn't want to see us." On the way back, Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, "Maybe someone really has something to do. The bank president is the god of wealth. It's normal to be busy with work and to have more entertainment. It's normal to come back tomorrow. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." "What are you in a hurry?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "No, I'm not in a hurry." "Hey, can I be in a hurry?" Jiang Wei sighed. "This is alone between us and others. It's normal for people to just check if there is nothing to do. Ask about where his home is, and we will come to visit another day." Jiang Xiaobai said, "It's not normal to pretend to be a grandson when borrowing money. Think about the future generations of Mr. Wang who said 100 million small goal at the beginning, for a loan of 20 million yuan. It was not that I also ran to the bank 55 times, waiting for the unit during the day, and waiting for the home at night. At this time, private enterprises are not taken seriously, and it is normal for the bank to be unwilling to give loans. Although they have the lead this time, the bank had to agree to it at that time. But it's normal to drag it with excuses. The next day, Jiang Xiaobai saw Mu Qizhong from afar. "Brother Mu, why are you here?" Jiang Xiaobai asked in surprise. "This is almost the new year. Why did Mu Qizhong suddenly come over?" "My brother is doing big moves. It is well known throughout the country. How could I not come to congratulate my brother?" Of course, having a good birth is also a study. Compared with the last time I met, Mu Qizhong is getting better. I can see that he came out of prison. Life is going well in the future. "Brother, this is a joke on me. Please come in quickly, so that I will catch the wind for my brother at noon, and then accompany my brother to stroll around in Jin province in the afternoon." Jiang Xiaobai greeted with a smile. As a result, the plan was good, but Mu Qizhong drank too much at noon, so the afternoon inspection could only be dismissed. I drove around in Longqing the next day, and went to several companies. Then Mu Qizhong didn't need Jiang Xiaobai to accompany him. He took his own people to investigate everywhere in Jin province. After 5 days, he returned to Longqing and found Jiang Xiaobai and asked directly, "Have you ever thought about opening a coal mine? Jin province has such rich coal resources. Let's integrate it." Mu Qizhong said eloquently. Jiang Xiaobai listened with a smile, unmoved, but Song Weiguo on the side listened thoughtfully. In fact, although the coal resources in Jin province are now making money, they can't make a lot of money. The price of coal is set by the government, and the price is very low. It is for the sake of getting rich first to drive wealth later, and to support the economic construction of the South. Some sacrifices must be made. This situation abounded at the time. In a game of chess across the country, all important means of production were priced by the state. Let these resource-based cities make sacrifices, but in turn, the commodities produced in the South will follow the market economy value. As for the quality of this matter, the resource-based cities must have made sacrifices at this time. Of course, private coal mines did make money at this time, but they were all small money, because it is basically impossible to integrate it. In addition, there are always accidents in the coal mines, and there are many ways to make money. Jiang Xiaobai is unwilling to stick to this kind of business. "I don't have this plan for the time being, and I can't be too busy." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head. Mu Qizhong nodded. He still knows Jiang Xiaobai character. In this way, he refused to open a coal mine with Jiang Xiaobai. Now that Jiang Xiaobai didn't have this idea, he was dead. He also had a business in Sichuan province. He didn't want to go to Jin province to dig coal by himself. "But I still think about setting up a coal company when I go back." Sent away Mu Qizhong, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei continued to wait at the bank every day, just like punching a card. They came over when the bank opened the door at get off work, and they both left when the door closed at noon. Except for asking if the leader is there when he came, he didn't say a word. "I also went to President Han's house some time ago, but I didn't see anyone." 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Except for Jiang Xiaobai when Mu Qizhong was there, he went to the bank and waited every day, but Jiang Xiaobai was not worried at all on his face, and the staff who received Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei were confused. This Jiang Xiaobai is really not in a hurry, or pretended to be. He should be like the Jiang Wei next to him. The worried look on his face is getting stronger day by day. The day before the Huiqing Holding Company's holiday, the provincial #1 construction company sent someone to ask Jiang Xiaobai to visit the provincial construction company to talk about Jian Huiqing building. Jiang Xiaobai almost lost his anger, so his party A and party B. Jiang Xiaobai did not respond. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the project department of Huiqing building was on holiday, and Jiang Wei and others drove back to Jianhua. As for Song Weiguo, he went back to Jianhua village to preside over the year and work 2 days ago. This year's Spring Festival, it looks no different from previous years. But walking on the street, It is obvious that people have changed a lot from their dressing style to their mental outlook. Streets and alleys, there are more and more beautiful colors, jeans and flared pants. I don't know when so many young people are already wearing them. There are 2 more clothing stores and restaurants on the street. After the state-run stores closed in the evening, private stores became active, and people found that they could buy daily necessities at night. And the boss's service attitude is much better. The 3 words 10,000 households have become people's envy. And more topics have something to do with money. Instead of the original advanced individual and model worker. People feel ashamed when they stop talking about money, and their values are changing little by little. News of the launch of the US spacecraft Challenger was published in the newspaper. There was a live TV broadcast at that time, but Jiang Xiaobai did not watch it. I only remembered this news from the newspaper. This should be the first live broadcast of the spacecraft in human history. It's not a pity that the Challenger exploded unexpectedly. Before the Spring Festival, the state announced that it would allow private ownership of cars, but it did not cause much disturbance, because there were few people who could afford cars in China this year. Moisturizing things are silent, and the spring breeze of reform is moisturizing the whole land bit by bit. End of this chapter. Chapter 766. You kind of say it again. Chapter 766. You have a kind to say it again. Happy New Year. I wish my parents good health and all the best. Cheers. In the small courtyard of the Jiang family, a cheerful and lively voice sounded, and a whole family of people gathered together to keep the year old. With the crackling firecrackers, the new year has arrived. At the beginning of the new year, after Jiang Xiaobai stepped onto the domestic stage as the first township entrepreneur, other township entrepreneurs have also begun to emerge in the country one after another. Of course, they have another name, peasant entrepreneurs, because they don't seem to have a lot of soil. The whole person seems to have just planted seedlings from the farmland. They don't wear any brand of suits, and they don't like to wear ties. My favorite brands of suits are Pierre Cardin and Jiang Xiaobai. They don't speak Mandarin well, and I also like to put my photos on the company brochures and advertisements. Germany's Der Spiegel said in this year's report, in the East, farmers are bold and reckless, which brings vitality to enterprises. The rise of township and village enterprises has become an indisputable fact in China. And Lu Guangqiu also appeared in the newspaper again, and the main content of the headline was similar to that of Jiang Xiaobai before. Entering the city became their only choice. At this time, domestic state-owned enterprises are in a downturn, and there are still many unemployed people. The rise of township and village enterprises at this time is undoubtedly a ray of light in the dark. And the first climax of domestic migrant workers entering the city to look for work has also appeared. Big cities such as Beijing and Moju are under pressure, and social order is in disorder. At this time, migrant workers who entered the city were also called blind streamers. And as a bold and reckless farmer entrepreneur, Jiang Xiaobai is also ready to do something reckless after the Chinese New Year. On the 26th of the 12th lunar month, the project department of Huiqing building was evacuated from Longqing for a holiday. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, they all returned to Longqing Bingzi Hotel. On the night of the 8th day of the first month, Jiang Xiaobai had a dinner with people from the project department at the Bingzi Hotel. First of all, I wish everyone a happy new year. I wish you all a happy new year and the spirit of the dragon horse. There will be a new atmosphere in the new year. In the new year, we must work hard and fast. Just when Jiang Xiaobai delivered a New Year speech at the Bingzi Hotel. In a room of Longqing Hotel, President Han is rubbing mahjong with several people. 3 cakes. 90,000. Ha, come and come. The smile on Governor Han's face suddenly bloomed. Okay, Lao Han, you are so lucky today, you can't accept it. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh smiled and asked, ha ha, so I'm lucky today. Han Xingchang's mouth opened with a big smile. Hey, by the way, old Han, you got stuck in the bank loan of that little boy. The middle-aged man with a face full of flesh seemed to think of something, and said. President Han smiled and said, don't worry, This kid went to my unit to block me every day before, and he blocked me at home several times, almost making me unable to get out. Haha. The others also laughed. This kid is just a stunned boy. I don't know what President Han does. He has a lot of experience in being blocked by people, and he can block him. President Han shook his head and said, "Hey, don't tell me, this kid really has the energy of working hard. If you have changed other people for so many days, you might have given up thinking of other ways." But he didn't. He took people there every day. It was personal. The character is just a young offspring who doesn't know the heights of the sky. I asked him to come over on the 25th of the 12th lunar month to discuss the construction of the building. By the way, he called him. How could I find President Han? But I didn't expect that this guy didn't know how to promote him, and he hasn't come over yet. He doesn't know the prestige of your manager. Bank Chang Han said with a smile. Lu manager is a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. His position is the general manager of the provincial #1 construction company. Brother Han is joking. What reputation do I have? It's not on everyone's help. You have to help my brother to resist this time, with 100 million yuan in funds. Road manager said. The saliva almost stayed. Then, without waiting for everyone to speak, he said, if this project gets into your hands this time, everyone will be covered in rain and dew. Don't worry, I'm not a person who eats alone. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and the voice of Walala rang again. On the 9th day of the first month, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei drove to the bank again. Hello, is President Han here? Jiang Xiaobai asked, squinting at the staff. No, I have said how many times I am no longer, and I will come to the door just after the new year, and there is still no end, just like beggars. The last few words of the staff were muttered, but Jiang Xiaobai was so close, he heard them clearly. Jiang Xiaobai didn't even think about it. Raising his hand was a big mouth. Pop. The clear and sweet applause remembered. 5 red fingerprints suddenly appeared on the staff's face. He covered his face with one hand and looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a dazed expression. He never thought that Jiang Xiaobai would dare to hit him, and never thought that Jiang Xiaobai would actually hit him. Since the 12th lunar month last year, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei have come here many times, but he has hosted them. These two people, especially Jiang Xiaobai, the young man, have always been smiling, speaking kindly, and at first glance they look like they are honest. So after such a long time, he also felt that Jiang Xiaobai was nothing but this, and he could bully him. So even though he said a little too much, how could Jiang Xiaobai do it? And how dare he? The bank staff was dumbfounded, and Jiang Wei behind Jiang Xiaobai was dumbfounded. This is the first time he has seen Jiang Xiaobai do something. Jiang Xiaobai has always spoken kindly in his heart. He has no arrogance, has not been angry yet, let alone beat people. Do you have something to say again? Jiang Xiaobai stared straight at the staff. End of this chapter. Chapter 767 Pig Teammate. Chapter 767 Pig Teammates. You dare to hit me, I did it with you. The staff rushed towards Jiang Xiaobai. Behind Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Wei was about to step forward when he saw Jiang Xiaobai kicking out. How fast the staff rushed over! So many pieces fell back. Director Xiaobai. Jiang Wei was in a daze, as if he didn't know Jiang Xiaobai. He thought that Jiang Xiaobai had always been gentle, but he didn't know that Jiang Xiaobai was able to go to this day. There are no gentle white-faced scholars who have risen in this era. As a group of rags, it's not who is born to be what it is, but the environment of this era is forcing people, and being able to rise in this environment is destined to be bad. It's just that the company has grown bigger in the past 2 years, and Jiang Xiaobai is not the same as before. When Jiang Wei came to Jianhua village, Jiang Xiaobai had already gone to school, and he didn't have much contact with Jiang Xiaobai, so I didn't know much about it. If Li Laosan, Song Weigo, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng are replaced, they will all know what kind of person Jiang Xiaobai is. Other staff also rushed over, as well as the bank security. But they didn't do anything. but stopped Jiang Xiaobai from letting Jiang Xiaobai do it again. There are precedents for the staff members who have been beaten, and they are not stupid. Jiang Xiaobai, anyway, is a celebrity from the provincial capital, who has been in the newspaper, took photos with the leaders of the province, and has people who have talked with. The entire bank has the ability to fight Jiang Xiaobai, that is, President Han, but they are still far behind. If you get beaten, you will get beaten for nothing. If you beat Jiang Xiaobai, it will be even more serious. Someone had already gone upstairs to call President Han, and just as the crowd was making noise, a majestic voice was heard. You are all around you. Who was beaten? Who did it? Dare to make trouble in the bank? Then everyone parted, and President Han walked down the stairs. I did it. Jiang Xiaobai stared at President Han without hesitation. Director Xiaobai, you have passed it a little. President Han frowned and spoke with dignity, with a sense of irritability and prestige in his voice. But Jiang Xiaobai was not used to him at all, so he directly cursed. Han, you have a pig nose with a green onion, and Lao Tzu gave you a face. From last year to this year, how many times have you come here? This loan was made by the leader, so you really pushed me back, and instructed your people to call us a beggar. Jiang Xiaobai, you are so unqualified. Who instigated? President Han was scolded by Jiang Xiaobai for a dog blood spray, and he couldn't say anything. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't give him a chance. He pointed to the staff member who had just got up from the ground after he was beaten and asked, you said it yourself, you didn't scold me for begging. The staff was completely stunned at this time. I thought that the president would be able to give himself a head. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaobai didn't even care about his president, and cursed the president directly at his nose. Now looking at her nose, she looked aggressively like Jiang Xiaobai with a big mouth again. He did not dare to lie, and nodded honestly. The bank leader Han was stunned, and he almost didn't vomit blood. Are you a pig brain? You can't admit it even if you scold it. Manager Jiang, let's go. Let's find the top leader to appraise. If we don't give a loan, it's fine. The big deal is that I won't build a Huaking building, but I call us a beggar. Go and contact those reporters. I just want to know how I, a model of common prosperity, became a beggar with President Han. Jiang Xiaobai shouted loudly, took Jiang Wei, who was also dumbfounded, and turned away. A group of bank staff and security guards gathered around. No one dared to stop them. Abruptly gave Jiang Xiaobai away. President Han listened to Jiang Xiaobai call to reporters, and he was the same one with two big heads, and he opened his mouth without saying anything. Director Xiaobai, this way. Will it? Jiang Wei, who was sitting in the co-pilot, looked at Jiang Xiaobai who was driving and asked worriedly, don't worry. It's okay. Just hit it. This is not a big deal. This grandson can drag us all the time. I want to see what is the reason. What is standing behind this grandson? Jiang Xiaobai said casually. He didn't care about what happened just now. Rather, he was thinking about other issues. Ordinarily, President Han's attitude towards him shouldn't be this way. In the previous generation, President Wang blocked the bank president for 2 months for a loan of 20 million yuan. That was because Wang was always a private enterprise. Although the procedures are complete, the banks are not optimistic about private enterprises at this time, and think that lending to private enterprises is a way to go back. But my loan this time is different. Although it is not the government endorsement, it shouldn't be so difficult if there is someone who has come forward. But it is so strange. So Jiang Xiaobai always feels that there is a reason behind this that he doesn't know. But now it's a cloud of fog. I can't see clearly. I can only make things worse. Let's see what's going on behind it. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai left here, President Han also returned to his office and called Lu Jingjai. Old road. What do you think of it now? I did this because of you. You have to be responsible for this. President Han almost roared into the microphone. After listening to the manager Lu, he was swearing in his heart, asking you to drag the bank loan and not to give it. But who asked you to instruct your subordinates to curse others? Scolded, You have to admit it in front of so many people. What is a pig teammate? This is a pig teammate. Sure enough, the scholar has failed to rebel for 10 years. If something happens, it will happen. I don't want to solve the problem quickly. Instead of threatening yourself with a scream, what is it for me? And you don't want to share your interests. Can you agree to this? When something goes wrong, Quanti pushes me on the head. What is it? Road manager cursed in his heart, but still resisted giving an idea and said, don't worry now, let's divide. Manager Lou was interrupted by President Han before he finished speaking. What's not in a hurry? How can you not be in a hurry? Listen to me. Now we are going in 2 steps. You should first file a complaint with the leader and say that Jiang Xiaobai hit someone. You didn't give you the loan, but you have no money for the time being. You are already trying your best to prepare. I went to Jiang Xiaobai to make peace and let him not find reporters. Road manager feels a little helpless, so he can yell at himself because of the crazily stuffed goods. Aren't you happy when you scold someone? End of this chapter. Chapter 768. Cheeky. Chapter 768. The Manager Xiaobai. Are we really looking for a reporter to come over? Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Xiaobai in different appearance, and felt relieved. Look for a fart reporter, don't you think the matter is not big enough? Jiang Xiaobai breathed out fragrance. Jiang Wei didn't dare to talk back. He lowered his head and felt a lot of speechlessness in his heart. Didn't you mean to find a reporter? How can I say that? I don't think it's a big deal. Wei, you are from the capital. After graduation, you entered the central ministries and commissions. I believe you in terms of academic qualifications and abilities, but you still have to learn more about some methods of handling things. Jiang Xiaobai said, I will give you a class today. I will call Gu Zhengwen when I find a phone booth and ask him to make an appointment with the team leader, although we can't find a reporter. But the complaint does not affect. You remember that some crying children have milk to eat. Jiang Xiaobai stopped the car as he said, and then walked to the newsstand on the side of the road. Jiang Wei was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Jiang Xiaobai, and so on. What's wrong? Jiang Wei was puzzled. Then I saw Jiang Xiaobai untie the broken shirt, pulled out the shirt inside, and then pulled the buttons off vigorously. Director Xiaobai. Jiang Wei looked dazed. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and mess up the clothes a little bit like me, and then say that the dog directed us to hit us. Jiang Xiaobai said while pulling on his clothes. Jiang Wei was stunned after listening. I have never done such a thing. Isn't this unreasonable and rascal? Hurry up. Can't you do it? You didn't let you hit yourself. Jiang Xiaobai said, grabbing Jiang Wei's shirt and pulling it hard. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai was going to pull 2 buttons off, but he didn't expect to hear a tear. The shirt had a big slit from the neckline. Jiang Wei really wanted to cry without tears. Fuck, yes, this will make the effect more perfect. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said with satisfaction, hey, by the way, where did you buy this shirt? The quality is not good. Pierre Cardin. Jiang Wei wanted to cry. A good shirt has been torn like this in a few years. You should know this a long time ago. You can do it yourself. If the button is dropped, you can sew it again. On the chest, sewing on is too unsightly. Pierre Cardin. Why don't you buy it in Jiang Xiaobai clothing store? Your clothes are not good. You deserve a traitor. Jiang Xiaobai was unwilling to curse directly. Jiang Wei felt that he might have gone out today without looking at the almanac. Everything went wrong. His clothes were torn apart, and he was scolded even as a traitor. Okay, quickly adjust your expression and get out of the car. Will you be wronged, sad, or angry? Jiang Xiaobai said, rubbing his face. When she raised her head again, her eyes were red. The expression on her face was a bit distorted, and her teeth were constantly trembling, but it gave people a feeling of great grievance. Jiang Wei also rubbed his face. The same expression is in place. He does not have Jiang Xiaobai acting skills, but he is an experientialist. Think about this morning. First he was scolded, his clothes torn apart, and then he became a traitor. The perfect fusion of mood. Let Jiang Wei's true character appear. Okay, good. But you have been staring at me to see what you are doing. Our enemy is Governor Han. Jiang Xiaobai scolded and got out of the car, leading Jiang Wei into the government compound. Gu Wenwin saw it from a distance and hurriedly greeted him. Xiaobai, what are you guys? What's wrong with you? Gu Zengwin asked in surprise when he looked at the appearance of Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei. Oh, this grandson from Korea celebrates that he is not a son of man. He is not a son of man, Jiang Xiaobai said angrily. What's wrong with Korea's celebration? I saw President Han also coming just now, and he is leading the office, Gu Zengwin said in a daze. He's coming, fast, fast, let's hurry up. This wicked person will see first. Jiang Xiaobai speeded up his feet. Jiang Wei followed. The wicked filed a complaint first. You are afraid that you are not talking about yourself. Is there anything wrong with being a son of man? Is it appropriate to say that? However, Jiang Wei did not have time to correct it at this time, and of course he did not dare to correct it. Jiang Xiaobai whispered as he walked, don't keep looking at Lao Tzu. You will watch Korean celebration for a while. Soon, Gu Zengwin brought Jiang Xiaobai to the leadership's office. As soon as he entered, Jiang Xiaobai yelled, Leader, leader, you have to be the master for us. I know that our township and village enterprises are looked down upon, but I did not expect that it would be difficult for you to come forward. We resolutely implemented the leadership's instructions. After signing the contract, we set up the project department, and then went to the bank to implement the loan. But for more than 10 days, I went to President Han's office during the day and waited at the president's house at night. Sometimes the first wait is 1 day. For one night, when it was cold at night, I squinted against the wall under the eaves of President Han's house. Jiang Xiaobai said, the Korean king face on the side was black. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai went, but he never said that he would wait for the night, let alone spend the night in front of his house. I think about Director Han. I was busy a year ago. After the Chinese New Year, I went to the bank this morning. Director Han even instructed people to say that we were begging for food, and also instructed the employees to beat us. Leader, look at my clothes. I run fast, maybe this time. Jiang Xiaobai was aggrieved, and the line of Han who was beside him began to tremble with anger. There is no such shameless person. It is too much. Confuses right and wrong, reverses black and white, swears by words, refers to the deer as a horse, and takes out of context. Korea King feels that when he applies all the derogatory words he knows to Jiang Xiaobai, they can't describe Jiang Xiaobai's hatefulness now, especially when the leader stopped to see her eyes getting colder and colder, and more indifferent. She even wanted to kill Jiang Xiaobai. Gu Zengwin on the side listened to Jiang Xiaobai's words, and looked at Hankin angrily, as if he was about to rush forward in the next second. Okay, Korean celebration. What do you say? The leader interrupted Jiang Xiaobai and turned to look at Korean celebration indifferently. Han Kai-yong wants to explain, but he doesn't know where to start, because there are too many places to explain, and because Jiang Xiaobai said incompletely. End of this chapter. Chapter 769 Death Gaze. Chapter 769 Death Gaze. Leader, it's not like this. Han Kai-yongzing was about to explain, but was interrupted by the team leader. You said that you have no money. Are you more or less a loan of 65 million? Have you put $1 million in money? Korea King wanted to cry without tears. He could say something he was going to give together, or he could say that the money was tight, but it was better not to say it. I really use the leadership as a bad pen. If you don't explain it now, you have made a mistake. If you explain it, it will be a mistake and deceive the leader, and the consequences will be even more serious. Okay, the leader said in a cold voice, I am not your direct leader, and I have no right to inquire about your bank. You go first. Korea Kyung looked at the leader's indifferent eyes. At this moment, if he knew Secretary Dakang, he would be able to know what is meant by death gaze. Korea King exited the office silently, and the manager of the other side also went to Binzi Hotel and rushed out. Korea Kyung left. The atmosphere in the office was a bit awkward. After a long while, the leader sighed. and said leisurely, "There is something that can't be said properly. It has to be done like this. Everyone's faces are not good." After listening to this, Jiang Wei on the side thought that Jiang Xiaobai would continue to sell badly. But he didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai didn't say a word, and also sorted out his clothes, so that he didn't look so embarrassed. Jiang Wei thought, when it was time for him to perform, Jiang Xiaobai stopped when he was about to say a few words with his red eyes. "Hey, that's all right. Let's go back first." The leader sighed and said, "Thank you for your leadership." After Jiang Xiaobai thanked him, he did not stop and pulled Jiang Wei out of the office. "Thank you, Uncle Gu. We will leave first." In the lobby of the office building, Jiang Xiaobai looked at Gu Zengwin and thanked him. "It's okay." Gu Zengwin waved his hand, and then asked, "What about the loan?" "It's okay. There must be a way from the car to the front of the mountain, and the boat is naturally straight to the bridge. There will always be a way," Jiang Xiaobai said indifferently. After getting in the car, Jiang Wei asked while feeling distressed on his shirt, "In the office just now, why didn't you let me say?" Jiang Xiaobai stared straight ahead of the road, and said without looking back, "What are you talking about? Is it necessary?" Jiang Wei's eyes lit up and he said, "Director Xiaobai, you mean to be forgiving and forgiving? Should we have a broader mind?" Jiang Xiaobai twitched the corner of his mouth and forcibly resisted the impulse of Jiang Wei's poor child's face, and then said, "Fart is to be forgiven and forgive. Do you know what it means to chase the poor, and not to be a famous academic overlord? Do you know what it means to cut weeds and roots?" Jiang Wei was a bit wronged by the scolding, but still couldn't help asking, "Then what's the matter with you?" Jiang Xiaobai sighed and said, "We are a township and village enterprise. If the state-owned enterprise is the older brother, then the township and village enterprise is the younger brother. No, the younger brother is not counted as an illegitimate child or a woman. If it weren't for the construction of the building this time, do you think our method of crying and hanging up is useful? You can't get to the leader at all, okay? But at most that's the case. What can you do? Reasoning is the ability of two balanced talents to be reasonable. Now one is the god of wealth in the province, and the other is a township and village enterprise like ours. What do we have? The weakest threat is that I won't build the building, but what can I do? The power is not balanced. What do you say? Reason. If the trouble continues, it can only embarrass oneself. Jiang Wei listened, a little bit angry. "So why don't you take the township and village enterprises to look at them?" "What about the loan, Director Xiaobai?" Jiang Wei asked. "Don't worry, with today's offer, I guess the loan is almost the same," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. He knows that today's things are completely beyond Jiang Wei's cognition, and it may be the first time that Jiang Wei knows that he still has this side of existence. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, "Do you feel that you know me for the first time? That I'm sloppy, rascal, and unreasonable?" No. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, still not daring to admit his thoughts. "If I can be polite and everyone sits down and solves it, do you think I want to do this? I don't want to, but I have no choice. I can only do this and behave myself, so that I can have such a minimal effect." But compared to betraying your trust, compared to the entire Huiking holding company, what is my personal gain or loss? Jiang Wei listened for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "Director Xiaobai, please don't say that. I really don't think so." Jiang Wei feels very guilty. Yes, he has known Jiang Xiaobai for a short time. When is Jiang Xiaobai not gentle and gentle? He looks like a gentleman. If it weren't for being forced, there would be no way. How could he resort to such a method? But he still did it for Huiking Holdings. He was already very uncomfortable in his heart. Not only did he not understand it at all, but he didn't like this method. "I am really not a person, actually, amused to it, and it doesn't matter. Originally, I didn't want to say this to you. I just felt that Huiking Building still needs us to work together. I don't want these misunderstandings to make you feel resistant to me." Jiang Xiaobai looked solemn, and said word by word, his voice a little low, said Jiang Wei. He was even more embarrassed. It turned out that the director of Xiaobai would rather endure his own misunderstanding without saying it, saying that it was also for Huiking Holdings and for everyone. But why can't I understand the good intentions of Director Xiaobai? Director Xiaobai, I was wrong. Don't do that. If I make mistakes again in the future, you will scold me and tear my shirt. Jiang Wei said anxiously, somewhat incoherent. But he didn't know. If Liu Jian was present, he would feel how similar this scene was to the night he was persuaded by Jiang Xiaobai to stay in Jianhua village. Hey, forget it. Let's go back and change clothes first. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. It's good to know that you are guilty. Before, I looked at myself with anger and hatred. What did I do? Isn't it just cursing you? Yeah, I don't have a brain, so I don't want to talk about it. I dignified the chairman of Huiking Holding Company and scolded you as a financial manager. You still feel wronged. I'm afraid it's not because I was too kind to you before, and you will have to get used to this kind of arduous life in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 770. How Blind. Chapter 770. In a room of Longqing Hotel, Manager Lu was comforting the desperate and frightened Korean celebration. Yes, when leaving the provincial government, the leader said that he is not the direct leader of the banking system, and he has no right to intervene. This is true, and it is true according to the regulations. But in China, the rules are made by people, and they reach the leadership level of the working group leader. If you want the president to change his personal choice, it is a matter of one sentence, and he will change himself. Without him, you can never be a castle in the air for a bank. You always have to open a place, you have to deal with the place, and you have to be subject to some local supervision and inspection. If you don't support your work locally, there is nothing to do. Brother Han, don't worry, you see, your heart is upset now. How can you deal with that? Jiang Xiaobai, Manager Lu said. I still deal with it. I am a mud bodhisattva crossing the river now, and I cannot protect myself, so I have to deal with others. Han King said angrily. Not that, even I did not expect that this Jiang Xiaobai should be so difficult to deal with. Didn't you say that you are a very honest person before? Road Manager asked suspiciously. Did someone teach Jiang Xiaobai something behind this? Honestly shit. Pretend. This little bastard, cruel, sinister, don't you know, we beat someone from our staff. I'm not going to say anything. I went to the leader. Actually said that I instigated someone to beat him. I have never seen such a shameless bastard. Korea Kyung graduated from university. He has always been very self-cultivating. He has always felt that people who are full of swear words are very unqualified. But today, he felt that only by centering his mouth could he vent the soaring resentment and anger in his heart. Okay, now the most important thing is to solve this matter. As long as this matter is solved, isn't it over? When we have a chance to clean him up in the future, is just a hairy boy, since he does not live or die, there will be opportunities to cheat him in the future. Road Manager's face was full of meat, shaking, and his face was full of fierceness. Korea Kyung was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, then how to solve this matter now? Look for him, and invite him to have a meal with him in the evening. It turns out that he didn't know the source of this matter, how to solve it, so he had to do so. Now we give him a chance. He must want to solve this problem more than we do. Road Manager said. Okay, South Korea celebrated. Just as Manager Lu said, no matter how much you hate Jiang Xiaobai, the top priority now is to solve the problem. As for revenge, there will be opportunities in the future. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei returned to the Bingzi Hotel. Someone reported that the road manager of the provincial No. 1 construction company had come to him. The road manager of the provincial No. 1 construction company is here. Is it such a coincidence? Jiang Xiaobai muttered and nodded and said, okay, I see. Go out to buy 2 clothes, one for me and one for Manager Jiang. Director Xiaobai, are you and Manager Jiang going to war? Fuck off. Jiang Xiaobai scolded with a smile. This staff member is also an old man in Jianhua village. He knows that the more factory manager Xiaobai scolds you, the closer he gets to you. But it didn't take long for Jiang Xiaobai to return to the room before he received the call again. I am Jiang Xiaobai, Director Xiaobai. I am an old road built by the provincial #1 building. I visited you in the morning. If you were not there, I would like to treat you to a meal in the evening. Do you have time? At night. Yes. Jiang Xiaobai hesitated and agreed. It's only the 8th day of the first lunar month. On the first day of work, even many units have not yet started work, and it will be after the 15th day of the first lunar month. However, I saved the urgency of a construction company in front of me. I just want to cooperate and just sent someone to come over and say it. Now it's just the 8th day of the year. I want to see myself once in the morning and once in the evening. People have to wonder if there is anything here thing. Okay, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Longqing Hotel. I am looking forward to your drive. Road manager heard Jiang Xiaobai's promise and he was relieved. He was afraid that this kind of stunned hare was stunned, and it would be difficult for him to learn Korean celebration without seeing himself. Lao Jiang, you accompany me tonight. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaobai looked up at Jiang Wei and said, at 5:50 in the afternoon, the South Korean managers of King Road were already waiting at the gate of Longqing Hotel. According to Han Khan's saying, just wait in the private room, but manager Lu insisted that he was sincere. If he is a man, Mr. Lu is much better than Korean King, and when he is ruthless, he is also ruthless. At the end of last year, he felt that he could hold Jiang Xiaobai in a pinch. Directly send someone to notify Jiang Xiaobai to save a construction company. But now things need to be resolved, and the posture of Manager Road can be very low. It has been arranged at 6 o'clock. I guess he will be the two now, Manager Lu said, looking at the watch on his arm. The two waited at the door a little anxiously. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Xiaobai hadn't set off yet. At 6 o'clock. It's not too late to depart from the Bingzi Hotel at 6 o'clock. Party A, it just has to be a little bit like Party A. A little bit of time passed. At the entrance of Longqing Hotel, Han Guoking's face was already pale, and Mr. Lu's face was not good. Old Road, this little boy will come. South Korea King asked. This. Manager Lu didn't know what to say. This was really inaccurate. But at this moment a black crown sedan drove from afar. Hey, look, is it Jiang Xiaobai car? He is coming. After talking, Manager Lu realized that there was some joy in his tone, which was really dumb. Jiang Xiaobai has been late for a long time. Now that he is here, he is still a little happy. When did he become so cheap? Jiang Xiaobai saw Korea Kyung as soon as he got out of the car, and then looked at the man greeted by Han Kyung. It seemed that he was right. This is the director of Xiaobai. Please look up for a long time. Manager Lu smiled. His face trembled, and he didn't look like a good person. Ha ha, good Manager Lu. Jiang Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and looked provocatively at Han King on the side, with a nonchalant look. Brother, please come in, Manager Lu said with a smile, and took a look at Han Kyung. This was the first time he saw Jiang Xiaobai. But it was Jiang Xiaobai who was wearing a suit. He really didn't know how blind Korea Kyung was, so he said that Jiang Xiaobai was an honest child, which is not good for being honest. Jiang Xiaobai walked into the hotel in a stride, and didn't mean to pay attention to the Korean celebration at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 771. I don't remember this part. Chapter 771. In the box of Longqing Hotel, Director Xiaobai. This is the case. I heard that there was some discomfort between you and Brother Han, and there was a little conflict. Today I sit in the East, everyone has something to say. It's fine. All of them bowed their heads in Longqing without looking up. See, there is nothing that cannot be untied, road manager said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, I and Governor Han are not unhappy, and there are no small conflicts. Lu manager listened, with a smile on his face. Jiang Xiaobai is still quite witty. Yes, no unpleasantness, no small contradictions. I said the wrong thing. I punish myself for a cup. Road manager laughed loudly, and took a drink with his glass. Then I heard Jiang Xiaobai say, "There is no unhappiness or contradiction between us. There is an enmity between us." Then he looked at a man sitting on the side of the table. 5 fingerprints could be vaguely seen on the man's face. It was the staff who received Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei at the bank in the morning and said beggars and was beaten by Jiang Xiaobai. The smile on Manager Lu's face stopped abruptly, and he was suddenly sluggish. "What is it? I drank a glass of wine for nothing. Who is mocking the smile on your face? Why, I am too happy, right?" However, Manager Ode's city house is much deeper than Korea's Kingshan. He adjusted his emotions in just a few breaths, and a smile reappeared on his face. "In this way, your subordinate, Han, is indeed too much, and you have spoken outrageously to Director Xiaobai. And this subordinate has always been doing things from it. He has been watching to prevent you from seeing President Han. In fact, the loan has been prepared long ago. Han, you let him apologize to Director Xiaobai." Road manager said calmly. He pushed everything to the staff on the side, although Jiang Xiaobai must know this. But as long as there is a step down. Road manager said this, the face of the worker on the side became pale, and he looked at Korea's celebration with an incredible face. Korea Ching called him to come over. "I saw Jiang Xiaobai just now." He thought he was calling him because Jiang Xiaobai wanted to apologize to him. Although he was beaten up because of this, the leader still thought of himself, that he was a small employee, and the leader could ask Jiang Xiaobai to apologize to himself. "But what I didn't expect was that I even made myself apologize." "Xiaozu, apologize," Han King said. Although his face was terribly dark, the matter still needs to be resolved. Xiaozu's face was pale, and he looked at Korea Kyung with an incredible face. "I'm doing things for you, but I've spoken too much. Isn't it also for your Korean celebration? And you were beaten in the end. You just won't let me call back, and you can't make people apologize. Even if it's a beating for nothing, it's okay. But how can you end the beating and apologize for the beating? What is that? Can a person be bullied like this?" At this moment, Xiaozu did not hate Jiang Xiaobai, and instead stared at Han King. Xiaozu stood up suddenly, turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaobai and said, "Director Xiaobai, I am wrong when I scold someone. You beat me too. I apologize to you again. I hope you will forgive you if you don't remember the villain. But I can't agree with other things that Manager Lu said." Korea King, Manager Lu, including Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei, the other 4 people in the private room at this moment all focused their attention on Xiaozu, the most inconspicuous person in this private room, and the person with the relatively lowest identity. "I'm cursing. But it's not that I stopped Director Xiaobai from seeing Director Han, but Director Han ordered me to look at Director Xiaobai. I'm a small employee, I have such a big deal. Do you dare to look at the Director of Xiaobai?" "So I don't agree with what you said, Manager Lu. I can't recite this pot, nor can I recite it." At this moment, Xiaozu said categorically, without reservation, "You have a lot of courage now." Manager Lu looked at Xiaozu, gritted his teeth and said, "What happened to each one of them today?" Jiang Xiaobai is arrogant. At least it is a personal thing, but a bank clerk even dared to violate the meaning of himself and Korean celebration. As for being aggrieved, Manager Ode would never think about it. If it is wronged, it will be aggrieved. What a big deal. Whoever is not aggrieved all the way. Korea King's face was flushed and he couldn't say a word. He never thought that his subordinates would dare to speak like this. "My courage has nothing to do with your road manager," said that, and Xiaozu didn't care anymore, turning his head and pointed the gun directly at the road manager. "You are not my leader. What qualifications do you have to say about me?" "Needless to say, you, President Han, is also my leader. The wages I earn are given to me by the state, not for your personal money. The bank is also national, not President Han's personal, and it's not surnamed Han. Don't hold a little bit of power to show off. I really think that the bank is opened by an individual. Whatever you want. If you have the ability to fire me, it'll be your best. Pop, papa." "Okay, well said, I forgive you, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile while applauding. Mr. Oden Korea King's faces were already dark, and Jiang Xiaobai's face was not swept away, but a bank clerk was swept away in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Thank you. Goodbye. Xiaozi got up, turned and left, without a trace of muddy water. Not only will he welcome his violent storm tomorrow, but also the leader's shoes. At least he is very happy at this moment. Jiang Xiaobai with a smile on his face, drinking slowly, not to mention the cooking skills of the Longqing Hotel are quite good. These sweet and sour are really delicious. For a long while, the Korean manager King Ilyu glanced at each other, took 2 deep breaths, and finally suppressed the hatred of Xiaozu. It is still important to solve the problem, and then turned to look at Jiang Xiaobai. Manager Lu spoke slowly and said, Director Xiaobai, we don't mention the past. We still have to look forward. Since all 3 of us are here today, we might as well discuss the matter as soon as possible. Huiking building will be built. Our 3? Which 3? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile, and he felt very interesting today. Yes, there are 3 of us. You can see that the director of Han will lend you the loan, and we will build a building for you in the province, plus you Huiking Holdings. Isn't this the 3 of us? The 3 of us must work together to build the Huiking building, the tallest building in the province, as soon as possible. Manager Lu said that he was selfless, thinking about Jiang Xiaobai and looking good for Huiking Holding Company, and almost didn't make Jiang Xiaobai happy. End of this chapter. Chapter 772 Its Heart is Punishable. Chapter 772 Well, I see, it turns out that I haven't been able to see President Han because I couldn't find the temple gate with the pig's head. I should have looked for the road manager long ago, Jiang Xiaobai said, looking at the road manager with a smile. He also figured it out now. It is estimated that this Korean king has been stuck with his loan, and the key person is the road manager. No wonder Mr. Road was so arrogant before that he sent someone to let him go to the province to talk about building a building. It turned out to be the manager of the road. It means that if you don't ask the province to build a building for yourself, you won't be able to get a loan. Only looking for a province to build a building, President Han will give himself a loan. Hey, Director Xiaobai, let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about specific cooperation. Manager Lu waved his hand and said. Jiang Xiaobai asked with great interest, there is no problem with cooperation, but we at Huiking Holdings have to get a bank loan first. If we don't have money, how can we talk about cooperation with your provincial construction company, Live? Then I, Jiang Xiaobai, would like to thank Manager Lu. First get the money and then talk about it. When the money is in your hands, then it's up to you who you cooperate with. Haha, Xiaobai, the director of the factory, was joking. How can this be done? We don't have this strength in the first construction of the province, Manager Lu said a little embarrassingly, and then continued to raise money for a while. That's what I think. Let's build the province. We will contract all the construction projects of the Huiking building and make a budget. If the director of Xiaobai thinks it's okay, the bank will lend us a loan, and we will build it as soon as possible. Start work. I expect that if it is fast, it will definitely be completed before the end of next year. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned after hearing this, and then asked, Manager Road Manager, you mean, your provincial #1 construction loan to undertake the project of Huiking building? The manager of Lu said that the provincial #1 construction company made the budget. Huiking Holding Company agreed, and the bank issued a loan to the provincial #1 construction company. This was originally not enough money to build the building. If the province can take a little financial pressure and lend itself to the Huiking Holding Company's Huiking building, Jiang Xiaobai will really seriously consider this matter. After all, this is a good thing delivered to your door. How can you disagree? But I didn't expect that. Manager Lu shook his head and said, Director Xiaobai, you didn't understand what I meant. I mean, the bank loan is still your Huiking Holding Company. It's just because the loan was allocated to you Huiking Holding Company, your Huiking Holding Company still has to allocate funds to the provincial #1 construction project. So we simply save this step. The bank directly transfers the loan from the Huiking Holding Company to our provincial number 1 construction account. Of course, the remaining shortcomings still need to be called from Huiking Holdings, Lu manager said seriously, but Jiang Xiaobai laughed loudly. Mr. Lu is joking with me, right? Jiang Xiaobai said, and Mr. Lu's words were okay. If the provincial number 1 construction company gives Huiking Holdings Company Jian Huiking Building, the bank loan is allocated to Huiking Holdings Company, and Huiking Holdings Company also needs to pay the provincial number 1 construction company. The bank directly allocates the loan to the provincial number 1 construction company. He bank transfers the money to Huiking Holding Company, and then Huiking Holding Company pays it to provincial number 1 construction. At first glance, there seems to be no difference. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that there is a big difference here. Why is Party A and why Party A is so arrogant? Because Party A is the investor. I won't pay you if Party B is not obedient. If you don't do well, I will deduct your money. Because the funds are in the hands of Party A, only Party A can be so good. If the bank gave the loan to Huiking Holding Company, just as Jiang Xiaobai thought, I don't want to use you to save a company to build a company when the money is in hand. I can kick the provincial number 1 construction company with one kick, that is, use the provincial number 1 construction company. If you don't please me, I will default on your funds. If you do not do well, I will deduct the money. Anytime, anywhere, there are 100 ways to toss the provincial number 1 construction company. I am the father of the provincial number 1 construction company. But what if the bank directly allocates the loan from Huiking Holding Company to provincial number 1 construction? The money is in the hands of the provincial number 1 construction company. If I want to delay the construction period, I will delay the construction period. If I want to cut corners, I will cut corners. If I want to increase the budget, I will increase the budget. Huiking Holding Company has no right to supervise the province once it is established. If you really agree to the conditions of Manager Lu, then the provincial number 1 construction company can easily play Huiking Holding Company to death. It's heartbreaking. No, Director Xiaobai, I am also thinking about your Huiking Holding Company. When you think about bank loans, you don't need to rush around and urge you, and save a lot of trouble. Anyway, the result is the same, and everyone's goal is to build the Huiking building. Mr. Lu said that it was both soft and hard, with threats. The phrase going to the bank to ask for loans one after another made it clear that it was a threat. If you disagree, the loan is still impossible. President Han, is it true that if our Huiking Holding Company does not agree to managerless terms, you will not give a loan? Jiang Xiaobai didn't want to talk to Manager Lu. This person is insulting his IQ and treating himself as a fool. This condition was agreed. Since then, Huiking Holdings has lost its sovereignty. Since then, it has really let others know how to die. It is this kind of dawn that no one can agree to, and this product can still be proposed. This is not too much, it is not a bad thing, this is to pitch yourself to death. That's your business. I don't care about it. Just take care of the loan. It's just a loan of 65 million. The bank can't get it all at once. It still takes some time. President Han is now learning fine, and he does not express his position directly, but speaks ambiguously. Of course, this has something to do with the crit he was hit by Jiang Xiaobai and Xiaozi today. He didn't want to leave Jiang Xiaobai words, otherwise Jiang Xiaobai would definitely be reluctant, and then he would go to the province to sue himself, and the gain would not be worth the loss. Then how much loan can I get now? Jiang Xiaobai did not give South Korea a chance to breathe, and continued to ask. The temporary funds are 5 million. 1 month later, I will give you another 5 million. I will prepare the remaining money. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and got up to leave. Director Xiaobai, haven't you said yes or no? The manager's voice came from behind. You will know later. End of this chapter. Chapter 773. See clearly Chapter 773. Director Xiaobai, I must not be able to promise him. Zhang Wei chattered in the car after going out. Although his ability to behave in the world is a bit weak, he can still understand these things at a glance. I know who is stupid to agree to this kind of treaty that defies power and insults the country. They don't know if it is a daydream or if we are really stupid. Jiang Xiaobai muttered. Let's call Gu Zhengwen and ask him to ask the leader whether he should change these two embarrassed goods. If we don't care, we will think of other ways. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, after I go back, I will communicate with Gu Zhengwen and see what the leaders say. Jiang Wei said. Here, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei are gone. In the box of Longqing Hotel, Manager Lu and Korea King are still discussing. Old Road, can you say that Jiang Xiaobai can agree? Han King asked. Road Manager coldly hummed and said, if you don't agree, you can't help but he doesn't agree. He doesn't have money in his hands. How to build a building? I really feel that he can build the tallest building in the province by relying on him as a township enterprise without bank loans. In my opinion, even if he gave him the 65 million bank loan, he might not be able to build it. Yes, Han Kai-yong nodded, and then said, in this case, will the leader be there? No, you didn't keep giving him the loan. You just procrastinated. It's not normal. Can you really mobilize a provincial governor for a township enterprise? That's not a joke. Road Manager comforted. Han Kan nodded, thinking that what he said also made sense. The next day, Jiang Xiaobai, Gu Zhengwen and Jiang Wei met the team leader again. Jiang Xiaobai repeated exactly what Manager Lu said yesterday. The leader thought for a while and said, isn't this good? I omitted the steps. Yes, Xiaobai, the qualified ones in our province are the first construction of the province and the third construction of the province. The second construction of the province has been abolished. Now that the first construction of the province is willing, let them take it. And this way, it also saves you from having trouble with the bank. Gu Zhengwen on the side also spoke. No, Manager Jiang, please explain to the two leaders. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. This is the case. If the bank loan is directly transferred to the account of the provincial Yijian, then our Huiqing Holding Company will completely lose the supervision power of the provincial Yijian. If the construction period of the province is to be delayed, we have nothing to do. We can only be subject to the construction of the province. Jiang Wei explained to the two. Gu Zhengwen nodded thoughtfully. Just when he wanted to speak, he heard a leader of the working group laugh. Director Xiaobai, Manager Jiang, you both think too much. The provincial first construction is also a key enterprise in the province. I don't know how many large-scale buildings have been built. This time, the province attaches so much importance to the project. I believe they will not. If you have something in your heart, you will understand what the overall situation is. Shenzhen Yijian, if you dare to delay the construction period, you ask Xiaogu to come to me directly, I forgive him for not having the guts. No, leadership, this is not in compliance with the regulations. Bank loans are not allocated to lending companies but directly to third-party companies. Moreover, as Party A, the investor, we have supervision over Party B's original construction of the province. Rights and obligations. If we do this now, we will still be the investor. Jiang Wei still tried to explain, wondering if what he said was not clear enough, was interrupted by the team leader with a smile. Comrade Jiang Wei, I understand. In the end, I am still worried that the provincial construction company will not be able to complete the contract in accordance with the regulations. The provincial construction company is a provincial state-owned enterprise. I think they still have this overall view. I think this is a good thing. I just want to say it, and it saves you from dealing with the bank. My face is not so good at the bank. After all, he is not a system. And it is said that all budgets must be approved by you. Jiang Wei wanted to talk again, but was stopped by Jiang Xiaobai. Leader, let's think about it again. What you said makes sense, Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Wei gave Jiang Xiaobai a frantic wink and motioned him to explain again. But Jiang Xiaobai asked himself, Leader, I have a question. Does Huiqing Holding Company have full control over this Huiqing building project? Have the leadership? This was originally your project. It has nothing to do with the province. The province only provides some necessary help, and the others will not interfere. The team leader said with a smile. Okay, thank you leader. Don't bother. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Xiaogu, send me the director Xiaobai for me, and come to me whenever you have to. The leader of the working group nodded. Jiang Xiaobai and the three people exited the office. As soon as they left the office building, Jiang Wei couldn't help it, and said, Director Xiaobai. Okay, let's talk in the car. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, then looked at Gu Wenwin and said, Uncle Gu, then we'll leave. Xiaobai, this matter. Gu Zengwin said embarrassedly, half talking, and looking back at the office building, but did not say the second half. Uncle Gu, it's okay, the wedding date of my second brother and sister-in-law is also coming. If you are busy these 2 days, don't worry about my affairs and leave first. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand with a smile and said indifferently, Getting into the car and closing the door, Jiang Xiaobai's face became gloomy. Although Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Xiaobai's face not good, he still asked, Director Xiaobai, why didn't you explain it just now? Jiang Xiaobai drove the car and said gloomily, explain what? Do you think he doesn't understand? Don't you understand? If he doesn't even have this brain, he can walk to that position. Gu did not understand the text the first time, but he understood it the second time. But do you know why he didn't speak? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Before Jiang Wei could speak, he said, we are a township and village enterprise, a private enterprise, and people can't believe it. If we can pay for such a large project, if we can pay for it and let the provincial #1 construction project take the lead, he is too happy. How can you speak for us? Gu Zengwin is precisely because the second time he understood it. The attitude of the leader did not speak. It's not that people didn't understand it, it's that you didn't understand it, and you alone in the entire office didn't understand what was going on. End of this chapter. Chapter 774 Phased Deployment Meeting Part 1. Chapter 774 Phased Deployment Meeting Part 1. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words, Jiang Wei finally understood, also figured out what was going on. No wonder, when I was in the office just now, I felt the atmosphere was weird. When Jiang Xiaobai was about to leave, he asked the leader of the working group that this project was not owned by Huiking Holdings. It turned out that this was the reason. The truth of the matter is often more cruel than you think. Jiang Wei thought that he did not explain it clearly, and that the leader of the working group did not understand it. In fact, it is because this phenomenon is originally such a big project that people are willing to see. It is better to have a state-owned enterprise to supervise, and it is much better than the township and village enterprises themselves. After knowing the truth, Jiang Wei fell silent. It took a long time to ask, then Director Xiaobai, what shall we do now? What should we do? We do it ourselves. Wouldn't it be possible to eat pigs with fur without Jiang Butcher? Jiang Xiaobai said casually. After you go back, you will contact various newspapers, and I will give you 200,000 for the advertising fee. If you publish the news in the newspapers of the major provinces across the country, it will say that our Huiking Holding Company is launching tenders across the country. As long as it is a powerful company, whether it is a township enterprise or a state-owned enterprise, it is possible to bid. If there is no independent contractor, we will adopt a bidding method to divide the overall project into development bids. Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Wei's eyes slowly lit up. This method is good. The car quickly drove to the Bingzi Hotel. Hello, Beijing Daily. I am Huiking Holding Company, an enterprise in Shaanxi Province. This is the case. I am going to publish an advertisement. It takes half a month. The best layout, right? The most conspicuous position. Money is not a problem. Good, thank you. Moja Daily. I'm from Huiking Holding Company. Yes, that's the one to build the tallest building in Jin Province. This is the case. Our company has an advertisement that I want to use for half a month. There is no problem with the price. Just write the content like this. The Huiking building project of Huiking Holding Company is officially tendered. Construction companies are welcome. For an entire afternoon, Jiang Wei was dry on the phone in the room. A total of 12 newspapers were contacted, including newspapers in the capital city and newspapers in various southern provinces. basically covering all parts of the country. The major newspapers all agreed to the requirements of Huiking Holding Company in the first time, promised to publish this advertisement in the next edition of the newspaper. The reason why the time was set in half a month, because of the inconvenience of traffic and communication at this time, Jiang Xiaobai must ensure the full spread of the news, and ensure that the people who received the news can reach it. Director Xiaobai, I have done everything according to your requirements. I contacted 12 newspapers and made clear the specific requirements. I will go to the bank to make payments to the newspapers early tomorrow morning, and the next edition of the newspaper will be arrangement. Jiang Wei and Jiang Xiaobai have reported that the sky outside has become dark, but Jiang Xiaobai has not yet returned home and is still waiting. Well, then, let's see if everyone else has come back. After they come back, we will ask everyone to come to the conference room for a phased deployment meeting. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, Okay, I'll go to notify. Jiang Wei responded, and then went out and knocked on the door to notify everyone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the meeting room on the floor contracted by Huiking Holding Company of Binzi Hotel was brightly lit. Okay, the meeting will begin now. Jiang Xiaobai strode into the meeting room, sat in the middle and said, Let me tell you about the latest progress of the Huiking Building project. This time, for the Huiking Building construction project, we are ready to carry out bidding activities across the country, so that all powerful companies across the country will bid, and it is now nationwide. There was an advertisement in the newspaper inside. Jiang Xiaobai did not explain the specific reason, but only announced the incident. Then turned his head to look at Jiang Wei and said, Manager Jiang, you will be responsible for this matter. After the meeting is over, I will call the educated youth cannery and inform Wang Meng to come over and be your deputy. I know the director of Xiaobai. Jiang Wei has no doubts, although he is the financial manager of Huiking Holding Company. Ordinarily, you only need to take care of the money. But Huiking Holding Co., Limited now has so few people, who always need you to do what you do. And now, what the Huiking Building project of Huiking Holding Company looks like. He has been running outside with Jiang Xiaobai for the past 2 days. If you want bank loans, you must follow the idea of saving one construction in the future. The above also supports it. In this way, it can be said that even if the bank loan is yellow, Jiang Wei knows Jiang Xiaobai and also understands the current situation of Huiking Holding Company. Originally, Huiking Holding Company took a big risk to launch this project. If this risk were put on the provincial building and expecting the provincial building to build this person who had been embarrassed with the factory director Han for a long time, it would be better to just be scammed, is it? So now Huiking Holdings can only do it by itself. 10 million funds, to start a 100 million project. Jiang Wei thinks that this kind of pressure is on him. Maybe he collapsed long ago. So now Jiang Xiaobai is under such great pressure. If he dared to bargain, was picky and unwilling to do it, Jiang Xiaobai would kick himself lightly if it didn't meet the regulations. Jiang Xiaobai continued, You have to do a few things. I said you remember, the first is the reception work after each construction company comes. Rent a bus and send 2 people to stand at the gate of the train station and hang up banners. When someone arrives, they will receive the Bingzi Hotel. The second is to take the time to verify the company's qualifications, whether it is capable of undertaking the entire building, whether it is a fraudulent company, or a leather bag company. Be careful. Jiang Wei scribbled on the paper. Everyone will be arranged to the Bingzi Hotel. If this floor is not enough, then another floor will be contracted. As for the bidding plan, you should also come up with one at a time. Let's revise it together. There are too many things. Jiang Xiaobai said that in the end, there was no reason, he just said whatever he thought of. It's the first time for everyone to do such a big project. No one has experience. They can only check the missing parts and try their best to do it. Song Wei Guo's expression on the side remained unchanged, but his heart was full of doubts. The most important thing in the whole project is bidding and construction. Now Jiang Xiaobai has almost all the work assigned to Jiang Wei, so what is he doing? In fact, not only Song Wei Guo, but also Jiang Wei, who is recording, had some doubts in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 775 Phased Deployment Meeting below. Chapter 775 Phased Deployment Meeting Part 2. The other is the financial aspect. If you go to the bank loan that we have been running through the bank, 10 to 20 million is not too little, and 3 to 5 is not too much. If you don't have a penny, just withdraw the money in exchange for the bank. Jiang Xiaobai said, Huiqing Holding Company's funds are now about 10 million yuan. Even if it is placed in the bank of later generations, it is also a big customer. Is even more pitiful this time. I see. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Xiaobai turned to look at Song Weigo, and said, Manager Song, on your side, transfer Shi Sheng to Longqing as your deputy. The main task of the two of you with people is to convert the design drawings of the Provincial Design Institute into renderings, and then started renting and selling. Song Weigo listened for a moment, and asked, it hasn't been completed yet, can we buy it with the renderings? At this moment, not only Song Weigo, but other people in the office were also staring at Jiang Xiaobai, full of doubts. In fact, from the beginning of the meeting today, Jiang Xiaobai did not follow the routine. Nationwide bidding, subcontracting projects, these operations, needless to say, they have heard of them, they have never seen them. At this time, we usually talk to a construction company. If we can negotiate well, we will sign the contract. If it's hard to talk about it, then find the next one. This is also the mode of doing business at this time. But like Jiang Xiaobai, so many companies are arranged together, and everyone bids like an auction. This kind of thing has never happened before. However, although this kind of thing sets a precedent, at least it is a real and operable thing. After all, the project is here, and the family talks are also talked about, and everyone talks about it together. As for subcontracting, everyone can barely understand. A construction company can't afford such a large project, but only if you can afford it, and the range of choices is small. The interests of party of the company will be impaired, just like the province's first construction. Don't you think that Huiqing Holdings has no choice? So I dare to open my mouth and make such excessive demands. If you change your future generations, you will have something to do. It's great to take on such a project. How dare you bully party to death so unruly? But what is Jiang Xiaobai going to do now? Holding a rendering of a building that does not exist at all and has not yet been built. I will buy a house and sell it. Is this a joke? How do you buy something that you don't have at all? What does it mean to work? It definitely works. With the renderings, we sign the contract with the client. How long will it take for the house to be delivered? This is called the offer plan housing. Jiang Xiaobai said, if possible, he doesn't want to release this empty glove white wolf real estate model at this time. It is conceivable that as long as this method is used by itself, countless people will use it behind. Empty glove white wolf took the money of the homeowner to build a house, and then made the money of the homeowner. This is the status quo of most real estate companies in later generations. It is common for the company's own capital to reach less than 10%, and the company's own capital can reach 20%, which is already a powerful real estate company. Now the Huiqing building project, I have insufficient funds, and there is no way to catch the ducks on the shelves, and now the bank loans are pulling again. Can only make this kind of loss move, but from another aspect, this mode of operation is that you don't use it yourself. Some people will think of it after 2 years, and it will become popular. Take the renderings, talk to the customer, sign the contract, and deliver the house after 2 years. If it is different from the renderings, our company will bear the responsibility. In fact, it is just pre-sale, and the customer gives us the money in advance. Jiang Xiaobai explained that. Everyone understood, but it still felt unreliable for this kind of operation. The renderings are more beautiful. The location of Huiqing building is the commercial center of Longqing. I won't say much about the surrounding traffic. And Huiqing building is committed to building a central building integrating leisure, entertainment, shopping and office. I believe that discerning investors can definitely see the future prospects of Huiqing building. When the bidding conference is over, We will set up a sales center first, and then the renderings will be released on TV or in the newspaper. The most important thing now is to conduct research with the Provincial Design Institute. The renderings must not only conform to the positioning of a working building, but also be designed to be fashionable, generous and artistic, and at the same time pay attention to cost control. Jiang Xiaobai put forward a series of requirements. It was Song Wei-gyo's turn to work hard. Blame me, I just thought I had nothing to do. Jiang Xiaobai arranged one by one, and the meeting was held until more than 10 o'clock in the evening before Jiang Xiaobai announced the adjournment. Dragging his tired body, leaning on the back seat and closing his eyes, but did not rest, but was thinking about what is not in place for the things scheduled for today. Driving Li Longquan thought Jiang Xiaobai was asleep, and slowed down as much as possible to make Jiang Xiaobai sleep more comfortable. As soon as the meeting was over, the phone of the Jianhua Village Educated Youth Cannery rang continuously. At the office of the Educated Youth Cannery at 10 o'clock in the evening, only one person on duty has fallen asleep. Generally speaking, the cannery does not have any urgent matters at night, and leaving a staff on duty is also to prevent emergencies. However, the Educated Youth Cannery is not a police station, a hospital, or a firefighting station. From the beginning of the shift, the phone on the desk did not ring a few times. So the staff on duty also slept soundly, but suddenly the ear-piercing phone rang. The staff on duty got aroused, sat up from the bed, turned on the light for a few seconds before reacting, got out of bed 3 steps and took 2 steps to answer the phone. Hello, this is the office of the Educated Youth Cannery. This is Zhang Wei. Please go to your factory director Wang Meng and supervisor Wang Zhao now. Zhang Wei said. Zhang Wei, the duty officer murmured, and he understood who Zhang Wei was. Although Zhang Wei has never held any position in an Educated Youth Cannery, there are only a few high-level officials in Jianhua Village. The college students from Beijing are quite famous. They have all heard of it, and they know it right away. Are you now? The staff on duty looked at the clock on the side. It was early to rest in the countryside, and by this time they were already asleep. Yes, now, when the two of them come, call me back. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he added another sentence. The director of Xiaobai has work arrangements. Mainly because it is so late, I suddenly called them, for fear that they would think again. Okay, I know Manager Zhang, I will go now. At the same time, the same scene happened in the office of Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory. After answering the phone, the staff also went to call Shi Sheng. End of this chapter. Chapter 776 Love to the Bone. Chapter 776 Love is in the Bones. Soon, Wang Meng and Wang Zhao came to the office in a hurry. Manager Zhang, Wang Meng called. Director Wang Meng, Director Xiaobai just held a phased deployment meeting for the Huiqing Building project, asking you and Supervisor Wang Zhao to rush to Longqing as soon as possible and take charge of a job with me. As for the Educated Youth Cannery, Li the third factory manager takes charge. Zhang Wei said. I and Super Z are both going? Wang Meng asked. Yes, both of you are here. Recently, the Huiqing Building project has encountered some difficulties. The meeting this afternoon has been held until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. The director of Xiaobai just left. I am afraid that both of you will come over at the meeting, including the historical factory of the garment factory. Along will come. Zhang Wei explained it again. Wang Meng didn't ask any more. He said, okay, Manager Zhang, I see, I will arrange work with Super Z and try to get to Longqing tomorrow afternoon. Okay, meet and talk. Goodbye. Zhang Wei finished speaking and hung up. What's the matter? Wang Zhao asked. Brother Xiaobai, let us go to Longqing to help. Li Laosan is in charge of the Educated Youth Cannery. It seems to be about the Huiqing building. Wang Meng said. Well, let's sort out the handover work tonight, and then after the handover is finished tomorrow morning, we will go to Longqing. Okay. The two nodded, and did not go back to rest, and got busy in the office. When Jiang Xiaobai returned home, he thought that Zhao Xini had rested, but he did not expect that the light in the living room was still on. Quietly inside the room, Jiangxiabai had taken light steps and didn't want to affect Zhao Xini's rest, but he didn't expect to see Zhao Xini curled up on the sofa at a glance. The sofa at this time is not as spacious and comfortable as later generations. Under the sofa is a sponge cushion and a few hard springs. Zhao Xini slept uncomfortably, with her long legs curled up, her hands tightly holding her. Due to her uncomfortable sleeping, she still had a gleam of crystal clear saliva on her mouth. Jiangxiabai walked over quickly, stretched out his hand to hug Zhao Xini back to the bedroom, but Zhao Xini woke up as soon as he moved. "Xiabai, you are back." Zhao Xini rubbed her eyes, watching Jiangxiabai eyes full of joy. "What are you waiting for in the living room? I will be late in the future. You can go back to the bedroom to rest." Jiangxiabai said distressedly. "It's okay, I just wanted to wait for you, and fell asleep without expecting it." "Oops, no, the food is cold, you wait for me to heat the food for you," Zhao Xini said. She will get off the sofa. But suddenly he stiffened, clutching his neck and couldn't move. "Is it cramping? Come and I will rub it for you," Jiangxiabai said, covering Zhao Xini's white and slender neck with a pair of big hands, gently rubbing Zhao Xini. While rubbing gently, while complaining and distressed in his mouth, he said, "You said you are not stupid, you just don't go back to the bedroom to sleep, don't face the door, face the sofa, can't it be more comfortable to sleep?" Zhao Xini moved her slightly stiff neck gently, and said aggrievedly, "I didn't think I could see you as soon as you walked in. I didn't want to fall asleep, but," Zhao Xini said. Jiangxiabai was taken aback, and the movements of her hands paused, and she looked at Zhao Xini carefully. Then he got up and said, "You rest, I'll go to heat the meal." Jiangxiabai opened the dishes on the table one by one, and found that the dishes on the plate had not moved. It turned out that Zhao Xini was not only waiting for her to go home, but also waiting for her to eat. Jiangxiabai was moved by looking at the untouched food on the table. In fact, women are more likely to be surprised and moved by romance, but men are different. Men have to be more rational in their feelings. Of course, some licking dogs can't be counted. So men will be moved by some details in life. Jiangxiabai lived in an era of endless fires in his previous life. He had never expected such a luxurious thing as love. It's also suitable to have a few girlfriends together. If it's not suitable, they will be different. Each is happy and thought about getting married. Maybe when he is old, he will marry a woman, but if he says that he likes someone to death, Jiangxiabai feels that he does not have that kind of affection, including being with Li Xian after rebirth. Li Xian is beautiful and has a good personality, so the two are together. When he went abroad, he didn't want to go. Later, Li Xian forced him to break up. He decided to go, and then went to study abroad at Li Xian, who was in a blunder, but he didn't. Before Li Xian went abroad, he wanted to break up. Jiangxiabai also agreed. It was fine if he felt uncomfortable, and the past was over. It's not his style to die as soon as he breaks up. He didn't have such deep feelings either. There was gzfangling in the middle. There were several times, but both of them knew it was impossible. Jiangxiabai also understands that his feelings for gzfangling are pure needs, not feelings. After stepping down as the director of Dark Singlass Factory, the two never met again. Next is Zhao Xini, how she feels towards Zhao Xini, a beautiful, outrageous and gentle girl. No one will dislike it. If the girl likes herself again, there will be no obstacle between the two. It was a matter of course that they were together, falling in love, getting married, and living apart for several years. Zhao Xini waited silently for herself again and again. How could she not be moved? But never before has Jiangxiabai moved so much as today. "I have finished my meal and have been waiting for my return. I lighted myself a lamp in the cold winter night. In order to see myself at the first sight when I came back, I would rather curl up on the sofa uncomfortably than wait in the bedroom, not even willing to change a position." At this moment, Jiangxiabai knew that there was such a girl in this world who loved herself to the bone. "This is who I am closest to in this world." Jiangxiabai took a few deep breaths, and then heated up the food. Took Zhao Xini to sit down at the table, and then looked at Zhao Xinyi gently and said, "Tomorrow, I will find someone to install the phone at home. No matter what happens in the future, I will call home to tell you that I will not come back to eat. Don't be foolish to wait. I feel distressed." "Well, I see." Zhao Xinyi couldn't stand the sudden gentle Jiang Xiaobai. After the two of them had eaten, Jiang Xiaobai stopped Zhao Xinyi, who was about to clean up the pots and bowls, and asked Zhao Xinyi to Washington. He rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up, lying on the bed at night. After turning off the light, Jiang Xiaobai whispered in Zhao Xinyi's ear, "Let's have a baby." Zhao Xinyi responded softly in the dark night. End of this chapter. Chapter 777 Scolded. Chapter 777. In the early morning of the next day, Li Laosan, in the office of Wang Meng, an educated youth cannery in Jianhua village, was smoking a cigarette. Hearing Wang Meng and Wang Zhao confessing the things in the factory, his mood was obviously depressed. In fact, Laosan Li is no stranger to the educated youth cannery. At the beginning, when there was only one educated youth canned food in the village, Jiang Xiaobai was the director of the factory, and he was the executive deputy director of the educated youth cannery. Later the pig farm was established, and he became the director of the pig farm. So he is very familiar with this stall of the educated youth cannery. The educated youth cannery that has been in charge for a period of time is a bit tiring for him. But it is not a difficult task. This is not the reason for Li Laosan's low mood. The reason for his low mood is because of the backbone of the entire Jianhua village. Song Weigo is gone, Zhang Wei is gone. The Huiqing building project originally required people to be responsible, and it was normal. The directors of the other factories did not move. But now, Wang Meng and Wang Zhao of the educated youth cannery were dropped to Longqing to take charge of new projects. I heard that the historical students of the clothing factory will also be transferred to Longqing. Then who are the backbones of several factory directors in the Jianhua village of Novosibirsk University? They are Li Laosan and Liu Jian. His Laosan Li was originally the top general under Jiang Xiaobai in Jianhua village, but now he has transferred Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, and Shisheng to Longqing, and he is not transferred. Just let him stay in Jianhua village to look after the house. Li Laosan thought it was not a good feeling in his heart. Brother Li, it is probably these things. You know the cannery better than both of us, and I have nothing else to explain. If you have something, you can just call it the shots. Wang Meng finished the explanation, and said with a smile, although he could see that Li Laosan was not very emotional. But he did not understand why Li Laosan was not emotional. Could it be that he quarreled with his wife last night? Okay, you two are leaving now. Li Laosan nodded and asked when he looked at the parked Citroen car downstairs. Well, let's go, but I will leave this car to Brother Li. After the handover between Shisheng and Director Liu Jian, he will drive over in the crown sedan of the feed factory. Wang Meng said while looking at Li Laosan. Explained to Li San. Jiang Xiaobai's car is in Longqing, and the pig farm's van is also in Longqing. There are many people who can pull the van when it goes out. Now it is used as a commercial vehicle. Now the three of them go to Longqing, and then take a crown car. Longqing's car is enough. There is only one car left in Jianhua village, and that is the French Citroen CX-20. Li Laosan wanted to make a strong smile, but couldn't laugh at all. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Wang Meng stepped forward to pick it up. Director Xiaobai, we have already handed over with Brother Li, and we will set off after Shisheng arrives in a while. Don't worry, we will be careful on the way. It is estimated that we will be there after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Meng said excitedly. Wang Zhao was also very excited. The only person in the office who couldn't smile on his face was Li San. Everyone else is gone, only myself and Liu Jian are left. At this moment, I heard Wang Meng say to the phone, Brother Li, yes, right next to me, let him answer the phone. Okay. Brother Li, Director Xiaobai. Wang Meng turned his head and looked at Laosan Li, who walked over quickly. The mood changes a little bit. Laosan. Jiang Xiaobai familiar voice sounded on the phone, and Li Laosan almost didn't cry. Early in the morning, I received a project that others would go to Longqing for hundreds of millions of dollars, and I stayed behind in Jianhua village. People in several factories know that the most important thing for Huiking Holdings is the Huiking building project. Not to mention him, how can he not understand? But he is not used for such an important project. How can he be happy? It didn't matter before. This project was initiated by Jiang Xiaobai, and none of the factories were touching. But now he and Liu Jian are the only ones left. The workers in the factory can't ask questions after they have built it. Director Li, everyone else is going to work on a big project in Longqing. Why didn't Director Li go? How to answer by oneself at that time? Do you have any prestige in the future? And how to be the director of the factory? Director Xiaobai, Li Laosan said with endless grievances. Wang Meng and Wang Zhao on the side heard it, and they passed the exam for Li San in surprise. This old man Li is a big man, and he is still a middle-aged man. How to say this is like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. Do you feel wronged in your heart? Why not let you come to Dragon City? No, I don't have a fart. Listening to your voice is like being abandoned. Jiang Xiaobai directly cursed on the phone. Li Laosan felt very kind. Although our current campaigner's key project is Huiking building, which is very important, the several factory directors in Jianhua village are equally important. They are our rear area. Can you say that I can rest assured Jianhua village if you are not there? The third child. You are from Jianhua village and you have prestige in the village. I believe that as long as you are there, Jianhua village will be in chaos. As long as there is no fire in the backyard, I can do it with peace of mind. I don't understand. Jiang Xiaobai was talking and cursing, but Li Laosan's expression slowly brightened. Director Xiaobai, I see, don't worry. Li Laosan promised, patted his chest. Okay, I'm busy here, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I just asked to show me some factory directors in Jianhua village. If there are problems with some factories in Jianhua village, I will give you a discount. Jiang Xiaobai hung up after speaking, but Li Laosan's face was full of smiles. It was comfortable. Although Jiang Xiaobai was scolded, he was comfortable. The director of Xiaobai was right. If the director of Jianhua village was not there, it's me who can hold down the scene. Wang Meng, Wang Zhao, and other young people, who can do it. Director Xiaobai still values himself so much, that's why he left himself to see the house, guarding the large rear, and Director Xiaobai leading people to fight in the front. Now if someone asks himself why Director Li didn't go to Longqing, he would have said something too. The director of Xiaobai is not in Jianhua village. If Lao Tzu also leaves and the factory turns yellow, you have to go home and go farming. What's wrong, Brother Li? Wang Meng asked suspiciously. It was obvious that the director Xiaobai had cursed on the phone. Of course, it was normal for the director Xiaobai to scold someone, but the director Xiaobai would not curse for no reason. How come the three of them are in Jianhua village, and they can still be scolded by the director of Longqing Xiaobai? And how does it feel like after being scolded? Li Laosan, who was originally depressed, immediately laughed. It's okay, it's okay. Li Laosan smiled and waved his hand. I can't say this. End of this chapter. Chapter 778 Vague News. Chapter 778 Vague News. Li Laosan and Liu Jian were at the gate of the Educated Youth Cannery, watching the crown cart go away. Looking back, they still felt empty and chattering. On the other hand, the news that the Huiking building project of Huiking Holdings is going to be tendered nationwide once it was published in newspapers, which caused a big wave of exaggeration in the construction industry across the country. The Beijing Morning Post is on the third page, which is used to publish the news on most of the page. Madu Metropolis Daily is more open than Beijing Morning Post, and the news was published in the second edition. Budget a project of 100 million yuan to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province. Although itself is a small stunt, but when the project is to be tendered nationwide. The storm was like a violent wind, which set off a storm in the construction industry almost instantly. Because this kind of operation has never been done before, we invite tenders nationwide. Construction companies across the country can participate. The reason why this matter can arouse so much attention is mainly because this is the first time a nationwide tender has been issued. This is tantamount to giving construction companies across the country an opportunity. If you can do it well, you will be able to leave the province and go to the whole country in an instant. Is no longer the past, confined to one city and one province. The second is because this project is big enough to arouse people's interest. If it is only a project of several million, although it is the first time, at most everyone will find it new, and feel that it has created a new tender method. Not necessarily that new things will be welcomed by people. On the contrary, when new things first come out, they are in a wait-and-see state because they are unknown, and often have little effect. A new thing has a slow process from being born to growth. Like Taobao in later generations, it was not cared about at the beginning, and then it grew with the development of the network and express delivery industry. If it is only $1 million project, construction companies in other provinces may not be tempted, and may not be willing to take the risk of cross-provincial bidding. After all, I have familiar contacts and resources in the local area. If I go to other provinces, my eyes will be smeared. Maybe I will encounter what kind of situation, and there are still risks. However, the Huaking building project is different. A budget of 100 million yuan is sufficient in itself. It is worthwhile for many powerful construction companies to take some risks to compete, have enough benefits, and once it succeeds, it will become famous in China and become a well-known construction company in China in one fell swoop. Driven by these two temptations, the Huaking building project of Huaking Holding Company, once published in the newspaper, aroused the attention of many people. Jiang Wei talked about a total of 12 newspapers, none of which published half of them, and none of them had 6. As a result, the news has spread in the construction industry at a rapid rate. The Huaking building project of Huaking Holding Company has a budget of about 100 million yuan. It has been announced recently that any company that meets the construction qualifications can participate in the bidding. The method of bidding is tentatively decided. The project can be issued as a whole or subcontracted. The bidding place, Bingzi Hotel, Jin Province. Bidding time was March 25, 1986. Huaking Holding Company welcomes and looks forward to the arrival of major construction companies. The news in several newspapers is basically the same. This is not a standardized bidding document. It does not specify the construction project and does not specify what is meant by conformity to construction qualifications. The payment method and bidding requirements were not stated, and even the area, height, and construction period requirements of the construction project were not clearly stated. Just wrote the budget of a construction project and the date of the bidding. If this is put in the future generations, it will be laughed at, but this is the way to do business at this time. Everyone is confused, no one knows too much. Is such vague news that spread quickly throughout the construction industry. At 5 p.m. on March 16, 1986, Wang Meng, Wang Zhao, and Xi Sheng arrived at the Longqing Bingzi Hotel. Song Weiguo and Jiang Wei both went out to work. Jiang Xiaobai waited for the three of them to settle down, and then took them to the cafeteria for a meal. This meal is considered to be a reception banquet, but we will not drink any more. It is estimated that Manager Jiang and Manager Song will be back soon. Work will be arranged for you soon. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. You must be mentally prepared. Jiang Xiaobai said, "We are prepared. If we are not busy, we can't let us come." Xi Sheng said, "It's okay, Xiaobai, the director. Is it Xianjianhua village?" Wang Zhao smiled happily. Wang Meng said less as always. "Okay. Eat." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said nothing more. After dinner, Jiang Xiaobai asked someone to take him home. His crown car was driven away by Jiang Wei. If Wang Meng and the others had brought a car, he would have to walk or take a bus home today. But back halfway, Jiang Xiaobai asked the driver to take a detour to the vegetable market and got off at the door of the vegetable market. "Director Xiaobai, I am waiting for you." The driver said, "No need. Go back, this is close to my home. I wandered back after buying vegetables." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and refused. In fact, Since the development of Huiking Holding Company up to now, once Jiang Xiaobai is not required to do everything personally, as long as it is to control the general direction. Others are naturally done by people, so you only need to make sure that this big ship is going on its own scheduled route. Recently, the Huiking Holding Company, who lived in the hotel, suddenly seemed to be busy with work. The solemn and hurried look on the staff's face from entering and exiting can also be seen by the manager of the state hotel. But none of this has anything to do with me. I am just a hotel experience, and Huiking Holdings is just staying here. But I did not expect that Manager Jiang would find himself before leaving get off work tonight. Manager Jiang is called Jiang Wei. He is a young man. I heard that he graduated from a famous university. These messages were learned by the waiter while chatting with Jiang Wei when he was cleaning up the room. But he estimated that the information was inseparable, because when the manager Jiang spoke, he could still hear the Beijing film. And he knew it was a cultural person when he spoke and acted. But he couldn't understand how such a person would go to a small village in Jianhua village. I heard that there is no target yet. Recently, several beautiful waiters in the restaurant always hang around in front of him from time to time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he found a hotel room that he had to contract another floor for a month today, and requested that every room be equipped with a phone that can make outgoing calls. End of this chapter. Chapter 779 Phone. Chapter 779 Install the phone in every room. There are more than 30 rooms on the first floor, that is, more than 30 phones. Although Jiang Wei said, Huiking Holdings can subsidize 30% of the funds. But that is also a large amount of expenses, so he disagrees. But Jiang Wei said, if they disagree, they will check out and move to Longqing Hotel. This makes him feel embarrassed, because he is a little bit reluctant to move Huiking Holding Company now. Now Huiking Holdings has contracted a whole floor of rooms, which is equivalent to that this floor is full of customers every day. This is not a small amount of income. With more funds, it's good to get some benefits for employees yourself, and it can also enhance your authority in the hotel. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Anyway, Huiking Holdings has moved away and is also making money. The key is a piece of news that Jiang Wei said that Huiking Holdings will invite tenders nationwide, which is equivalent to a nationwide construction industry conference. If it is held in Bingzi Hotel, it is equivalent to invisibly expanding the influence of Bingzi Hotel. Not to mention that the Longqing Hotel can be suppressed in one fell swoop. After all, the Longqing Hotel is also the #1 hotel in the province, and it is not a national one like Beijing. In the country, it will not be ranked at all. When it is reported in the newspaper, who is not talking about Bingzi Hotel? People from other provinces have recognized it, so people in the province will also think that Bingzi Hotel is more upscale than Longqing Hotel. What is this? This is a proper political achievement, so he agreed after hesitating for 10 minutes. But if you agree, it will be agreed. The specific operation still requires effort. After all, with so many telephones, it is not necessary to communicate with the superiors, but also to coordinate the relationship between post and telecommunications. But compared to the worries of the manager of the Bingzi Hotel, a meeting in the government compound on the other side caused a headache for the working group leader. It was originally a very ordinary meeting, but at the end of the meeting, the leader asked, is Huiking Holdings Huiking Building not planning to use a construction company in the province? Do you know what the reason is? He hesitated and didn't say it. Let him know about it. Although the leader did not get angry, he knew that the leader had an opinion. After returning to the office, he asked the secretary to send the newspapers collected today. After looking at the news in the Beijing Daily and the Metropolis Daily, he finally understood what was going on. What are these two people doing? The leader of the working group mumbled, then looked at the secretary and said, go and bring a message to President Han, and let him read today's newspaper. Okay. The secretary nodded, returned to his office and dialed out the phone number of the president of Korea's office in his memory. The first thing every secretary needs to write down is the leader's number and the telephone number that the leader can use from time to time. This is the first lesson of being a secretary. The phone was picked up after 3 beeps. "Hey, this is Korea Kyung, President Han. I am Xiao Liu." "Hello, Secretary Liu. Do you have any instructions from the leader?" Han Kyung asked with a spirited spirit and respectfully asked. Even if there is no one else in the office and the leader of the working group is not there, he still got up from his chair. The sound of the chair being pushed aside on the phone rang, and a smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Liu's mouth. He had done this kind of thing, and naturally knew what was happening. That's it. After the leaders came back from the meeting today, they were in a bad mood. I saw that there was a newspaper on the leader's desk. The newspaper contained news about Huaking Holdings. "So I will tell Governor Han." "Newspaper, the news of Huaking Holdings Company? Good, good. I got it. Thank you, Secretary Liu. Thank you, Secretary Liu. Someday I will come out for a meal, brother. I have a better report," Korea said gratefully. In fact, he guessed it. Maybe the leader of the working group asked the secretary to convey this matter. "It's just that, Secretary Liu, I want to have personal affection with myself. If the leader is really a little bit turbulent, the secretary will leak out." The secretary didn't know which corner he was sweeping the street at this time. But if you know that you know, you still have to accept the love of your family, because they are the secretary of the leader. After hanging up the phone, President Han found all the newspapers in the province in the last 2 days. Going through it all over, there is no news about Huaking Holdings. After thinking about it for a long time, suddenly remembering something, the newspaper was taken away from the capital. Sure enough, I saw the news of the national bidding for the Huaking building project of Huaking Holding Company. Then he asked people to collect all the newspapers from other provinces could collect, and found that the 3 newspapers from other provinces had news about the bidding of Huaking building. President Han grabbed the phone on the desk and called Manager Lu. At the same time, Jiang Xiaobai also received a call from reporter Qian. "Director Xiaobai, it's not interesting enough. Why didn't you publish such a big news in the newspapers of the province? It was all sent to other provinces." "Oh, brother Qian, I didn't think about it. 2 construction companies in the province have construction qualifications. Can they not know the news when they are in Longqing?" "They also used my advertisement to tell them, if we don't want money for advertising, then I will board," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "That's true, but Director Xiaobai is big enough to take this step, so I'm not afraid of any future troubles." Reporter Qian said this is a bit of a heartbreak, and most people don't talk about it. "The situation is compelling. I won't talk about the actual situation anymore. You don't dare to write about it, but I can say in other aspects. For example, it will help promote the development of the construction industry and get out of local imitations." Jiang Xiaobai babbled on the phone, and reporter Qian on the other side was already taking notes. He can be regarded as a caring person. The national bidding for Huaking building has now been advertised in various newspapers, which has caused a shock in the construction industry. I'm still advertising now. Maybe I'll discuss the significance of this matter in a while. Now I can post an article like this first to lead the topic. As for the real reason, just like Jiang Xiaobai said, he dared to write even if he said that, even if he wrote it, he couldn't send it out. Hang up the call of reporter Qian. Jiang Xiaobai stretched. It seems that things are already fermenting, but I don't know how many construction industries will be available at that time. By the way, I don't know if the road manager knows the news now, and what will happen to the full face after knowing it. Jiang Xiaobai put a smile on his lips, and the manager on the other side didn't say a word for a long time after receiving a call from Korea King. End of this chapter. Chapter 780 The Wolf is Coming. Chapter 780 The Wolf is Coming. South Korea's Kanhwa road manager got together again, but this time it was not at the Dragon City Hotel, nor was it the unit of the 2, but at the road manager's house. What's the reaction from the leaders above? You can't just leave it to the kid. Manager Rhodes said with a cigarette between his fingertips and patted the table. What did the above say? What can the above say? This project is Huaking Holdings' own project, and how they want to do it is other people's business. And he didn't discuss it with him, so he published the news directly in the newspaper, which caused a lot of repercussions in the construction industry. Could it be compulsory to stop it at this time? What is the reason? There is no such reason. I guess the top is very angry at this time, but what can I do if I am angry? The most powerful construction companies in major provinces are all gearing up this time. I heard that both China State Construction and China Railway are interested. Of course, this news may not be accurate. Korea Kyung also reluctantly said that Jiangxia by play was indeed beyond their expectations. In their thinking, Jiangxia by couldn't get around the construction company in the province, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't play with you at all. There is no such news in the newspapers in the province, which means that people don't want to take you to play. China Construction, China Railway Construction. How is this possible? Manager Lu Huoran got up, surprised. China Construction and China Railway Construction are one of the most famous large companies in the construction company industry. Jin Province #1 construction workers are like younger brothers compared to others, and they are not even a little bit worse in strength. If people want to participate, they can still play a part. Who knows? I called before I came, and my friend said it, but the specifics may not be accurate. It is a company that is so big, said Han King. At this time, all the large construction companies in various provinces, and all of them are state-owned enterprises. Although it is in Shaanxi province, as long as the project is undertaken, anyone who dares to embarrass next year must at least follow the rules, not like bullying a private enterprise, without skin and face, using administrative means if it is impossible. The means of competition are restricted to certain conditions. Road manager exploded, and then said, he has no money. Can someone else build a building for him in vain? In the end, this is a joke. Korea King nodded and said, that's true, but I'm a little worried now. If this kid doesn't play cards according to the rules, will he get money elsewhere? Korea celebrated by Jiangxia by some cups of bows and snake shadows. From the beginning, this kid didn't play cards according to the routine, so it's not easy to deal with. It's tens of millions. How can it be so easy? Manager Lu said, that is tens of millions, not hundreds of thousands, millions. In fact, it is hundreds of thousands, and millions of them are not so easy. You said this kid didn't know where he came out. Why is it so difficult? Manager Lu also had a headache. Hey, old Han, ask your friend to ask again to see if China State Construction and China Railway Construction are willing to participate. Okay, I know, I will pay attention, but we should pay attention recently. If Jiangxia by thing is really done, I won't care about it. White irritates the upper leader for a while, but you can't participate in the projects in the province. It is estimated that the upper leader will not be so easy to talk. Korea Kyung doesn't know what kind of mentality he holds. It may be the sad look on the face of the current manager Lu, recalling that 2 days ago, when I was anxious after being criticized by the leader, Manager Ode was not anxious, and now it's finally my turn to watch the jokes. Initially, the road manager got angry. But now I listen to this kind of cool rhetoric from Korea Kyung, and I suddenly become unhappy. Turning around, I want to get angry with Korea Kyung, but it makes sense to think about what Han Kan said. If this thing goes wrong, I really touched my brows. It really has nothing to do with Kan Kan. Of course, it's mainly because we still need the help of Han King. Otherwise, Han King will take the pick and give the loan to Jiangxia by regardless. Jiangxia by his money, so he has nothing to do with him. I know, please also ask Brother Han to help me. Manager Lu said. Korea King's mouth raised slightly, and he nodded lightly and said, I will, but you still need to pay more attention to this matter. Thank you, Brother Han. This time, I must have a good report. Manager Lu said. Just when South Korea was so proud, Jiang Wei temporarily asked Wang Zhao and Wang Meng to prepare for reception. He took 2 people and drove the Crown sedan from Dragon City and ran directly to Shangdong City. At this critical time, Jiang Wei's trip this time is of course not for fun, but about going to talk about loans with the bank where the Huiking Holding Company's account is located. As 12 newspapers successively published the news of the Huiking building bidding, the news that the Huiking building project of Huiking Holding Company will be tendered nationwide has spread in the construction industry across the country. If this move is successful, then the construction industry will no longer be indifferent to the world, or it will be able to shrink and dominate in its own small circle. Instead, national competition will begin, and local protection policies will become invalid. This is equivalent to kicking off the prelude to competition in the construction industry. Larger construction companies are eager to try. The smaller construction companies are screaming, "What kind of thing is this? I used to be very comfortable in various places. It now seems that if there is the first case, there will be a second time. In the future, major construction companies will come across provinces one after another. Then they are small construction companies. How can they survive?" Jin Province Evening News published a news headline: "The impact on the entire construction industry from the national bidding of the Huiking building project." And other newspapers also published similar articles. The headline of the Longqing Morning Post is "The Polarization of Construction Companies. The wolf of small construction companies is coming, and the big construction companies are eager." The headline of the Mordu Metropolis newspaper is "The National Tendering Initiative may open the prelude to the national competition in the construction industry." Some newspapers even published the first edition of Hua's report on the impact of national tenders on the construction industry. And the second edition is the previous advertisement of Huiking Holding Company. Huiking Holdings once again appeared in national newspapers and once again became popular all over the country. The bidding meeting for the Huiking building project that has not yet opened is also attracting attention. Many newspapers are already planning to arrange for interviews. At this time, Jiang Wei also rushed back from Shangdong City to Longqing. Although Jiang Wei's face was exhausted, his eyes flashed with inexplicable brilliance. End of this chapter. Chapter 781 Poor, Rich. Chapter 781 Poor, Rich. Bingzi Hotel. Jiang Xiaobai's room has been set up as a temporary office. Jiang Wei sat on the sofa with a tired face. Jiang Xiaobai was making tea for Jiang Wei. "How is it? Did things go well?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "Things are going well, and they promised to give us a loan of 40 million yuan. Jiang Wei said. "Although it is 25 million less than the 65 million promised by South Korea, it is quite a surprise when compared to not having a penny. It's just that the required procedures are more troublesome. We need to put the entire Huiking Holding Company as a mortgage. It may take 1 month to 2 months to complete this set." "Okay. There is no problem with time. We are not in a hurry." Jiang Xiaobai was excited as he listened. With a loan of 40 million yuan, plus Huiking Holding Company's own funds of 10 million, this is enough to make up half of it. Funds. If you drag the rest of the construction company's funds, you will have no problem selling off upland properties. You have a good rest today, and then arrange for someone to handle the loan. You will be responsible for preparing the bidding conference. Jiang Xiaobai said. "Well, I know that the preparatory work has been done almost, that is, the bidding plan, and now I'm still a little bit uncertain." Jiang Wei said that he was also engaged in the bidding plan for the first time. Designed to hundreds of millions of funds, he was cautious. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry, take a good rest first, and I will help you fix it tomorrow." Chatted with Jiang Wei for a while, and asked about the details of the talk with the bank. Jiang Xiaobai got up and left. "First go home to pick up Zhao Xinyi, and then drive towards Jiang's small courtyard." Mother Jiang came yesterday and said that she would go over for dinner in the evening. "Xiaobai is back. Xinyi is beautiful again." Xiaobai. Many people in the Hutong mouth greeted Jiang Xiaobai. "Parents, we are back," Jiang Xiaobai shouted as soon as he entered the yard. Mother Jiang walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Let them rest, and they would have a meal in a while. However, Jiang Xiaobai followed Jiang's mother into the kitchen. "Mom, is it something to tell me to come back?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. Mother Jiang nodded and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Recently, neighbors have been coming over and I want to ask you to find a job. This is not the Liu Shun who works with you. How are you doing now?" There are not many children in the neighbors, except for those who take over from their parents and enter the factory. There are always one or two of the other families who don't work outside. You said that they are all more than 10 years old. Neighborhood. I am too embarrassed to refuse this, but I promised and I am afraid of causing you trouble. I really did not expect. Mother Jiang was a little embarrassed, but Jiang Xiaobai smiled and comforted. "It's okay. I can handle it. One person can ascend to heaven. This is the normal state in China. Some people say that poor people stand on the cross street and play 18 steel hooks without the flesh and blood of their loved ones. The rich danced with knives, guns and clubs in the mountains and old forests, and they could not leave unjust friends and friends. Now these neighbors in the alley are also developed, so it is normal for someone to find him. This is human nature. In fact, it's Liu Shun's mother. You said she was always outside and told you how good Liu Shun was doing at your place. That's why the neighbors came to the door." Mother Jiang said complainingly. "It's okay, Mom, he'll deal with them when they come." Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, "And the neighbors are okay. In fact, this is also because Jiang Tishan and Jiang Mu have no relatives or friends. Otherwise it would be the most difficult for relatives to visit." "Okay, then you will talk to them in a while. Try not to offend," Jiang Mu said after a pause. "If it doesn't work, you will be offended." Mother Jiang said. Before Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he heard someone coming in the yard. "Is her aunt at home?" Mother Jiang and Jiang Xiaobai looked at each other. Their eyes were full of worries. Jiang Xiaobai gave his mother a relieved look and walked out of the kitchen. "Aunt Wang, my mother is here." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and took care of him. Aunt Wang followed a young man behind him. Jiang Xiaobai didn't have any impression of this young man, he just felt familiar. "His auntie, come in and sit in the house quickly," Mother Jiang greeted. Just as a few people were about to enter the house, another voice came from the door of the yard. An old man also led a young girl in. Is also an old man in the alley. Jiang Mu also greeted him. Then there came people again, and in just such a short while, the news of Jiang Xiaobai's return went through the alley. A full 6 families came, all of whom had a good relationship with the Jiang family. Some came with their children, and some came with their children. Some took 1, and some took 2 children. Totally add up, there is a small 20-person, swarming into the main living room of the Jiang family. Originally, the living room of Jiang's family was quite spacious, but when so many people came in, it suddenly seemed very crowded. Zhao Xinyi was sitting in the living room and chatting with Jiang Xiaomai. So many people swarmed in all at once, and Zhao Xinyi was shocked, not knowing what was going on. As soon as everyone was seated, Jiang's mother hadn't made tea for everyone, so people came again. This time it was not a neighbor, but the eldest sister Jiang Hongmai and brother-in-law Li Donghai came over with the children. When they entered the house, the couple were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that there were so many people in the house. Jiang Hongmai enters the house and helps Jiang mother to greet the guests. "Old sister-in-law, you are really blessed. You are the first family in our alley. Most of the children have jobs. Even those who don't have jobs make a lot of money. You also have 2 college students. The 3rd child is even more remarkable. Not only a college student, but also a factory manager. If I were half of your blessing, I would be able to laugh out loud in my dreams." An old man smiled and said, "Well, who would say no? This youngest is not only the director, but also very filial." When I came just now, the youngest came out of the kitchen with his aunt. It's really amazing that such a big leader can help the family cook when he comes back. How can he be like this kid in my family? How can he stand it? Stay at home all day and don't want to help me do some work. Aunt Wang answered and said, "Xiaobai, I have always felt that this child is promising, clever since I was young. I often tell my 3 children, let them learn more Xiaobai, and learn more Xiaobai. if they can have Xiaobai im so smart, im relieved. Yeah, yeah, others also said one after another, not saying that Mother Jiang is blessed, has good life, and can educate her children. Is to praise Jiang Xiaobai for being smart when he was a child, and he is a child prodigy, otherwise he is more amazing now. End of this chapter. Chapter 782 Reduce the sense of expectation. Chapter 782 Everyone in the living room of Jiang's house said noisily. This atmosphere completely reached its climax after Jiang Tishan returned. A variety of tricks, various languages, Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Tishan and Jiang Mu, and even Jiang Hongmai on the side received a few compliments. Jiang Xiaobai listened carefully, boasting that it had been almost 20 minutes, but there was no repetition. Just say that you are not that good. Jiang Xiaobai knows that there are so many people here, and many of them may not have slapped a horse in their entire life in the unit. But today, for the sake of the child, I don't know how much I said against my heart. Though Jiang Xiaobai hadn't experienced anything when he was a child, there was an impression in the host's mind. Hudong Xiaobai Wang is basically a dislike of people, and dogs are disgusted by dogs. Why is there no chicken? Because chickens have become roasted chickens in their stomachs. I don't know how many people keep their children from playing with Jiang Xiaobai because they are afraid of ruining their children. Jiang Xiaobai still remembers the first time he came back from Jianhua village after he crossed. The whole alley was hopping around. But now in the eyes of everyone, that is a completely different Jiang Xiaobai. In this way, ladies and gentlemen, uncles and aunts, listen to me, Jiang Xiaobai said, and the living room quieted down slowly. Jiang Xiaobai said, I also know what everyone means today. It is to find a job for my child, right? Everyone was silent, no one was embarrassed to admit, but some people nodded in agreement. Ordinarily, we are all old neighbors for many years. I, Jiang Xiaobai, are also aunts, uncles and aunts who have grown up, and now I have achieved a little bit. Everyone has come to the door, and I can't refuse to agree. When Jiang Xiaobai said this, many expressions changed color. Listen to the words. Jiang Xiaobai's words were obviously intended to be suppressed first, and they sounded nicely, but they were paving the way for the refusal behind. In fact, when so many people came together, everyone felt a little bad in their hearts, and there were too many others. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaobai continued, but now there are too many people. Everyone is a neighbor in the neighborhood. Whoever I reject or agree to, it's not good. And after Liu Shun went to the Huiqing Building Project Department some time ago, there were not enough people at that time. I also transferred a group of people from Jianhua village. So now there are enough people in Huiqing Building. If you come 2 days earlier, I'm sure I can guarantee that we will all go to the project. But now, Jiang Xiaobai said, although everyone was skeptical, they could only accept this fact. Came happily, and left with nothing. Many people have heard Jiang Xiaobai say that they already have this mental preparation. But I heard Jiang Xiaobai say, but although the Longqing project department is not needed for the time being, we still need people in the factory in Jianhua village. Everyone is a neighbor in the neighborhood, and I have no reason to refuse. As long as they are willing to let their children go, I will charge one of them, and the salary is the same as that of other people in our factory. As long as they work hard, they will not be less than 60 yuan a month. Peaks and turns, absolute peaks and turns. Originally everyone thought that this matter was completely hopeless. But I didn't expect to go to the factory in Jianhua village. In fact, when everyone came, they were planning to stay in Longqing like Liu Shun. But after coming, Jiang Xiaobai directly shattered their hope. When everyone thought it was hopeless. Turn around again, you can go to Jianhua village, and without knowing it, 6 lowered everyone's expectations. If Jiang Xiaobai came up and said that everyone can't stay in Longqing and can only go to Jianhua village, surely many people are not happy. It's too young to have to talk for a while. Why is Liu Shun okay, but not in my house. But when everyone feels that there is no hope, they can go to Jianhua village. They suddenly feel that it is actually a good choice to go to Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai feels interesting enough to take care of neighbors in the neighborhood. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai had read a story. The boss summoned 3 factory directors and said, "This year's loss, the bonus will not be paid." The director of A returned to the factory and said, "This year's loss, the bonus will not be issued." All employees scolded from behind. The director of B returned to the factory and said, "This year's loss, the bonus will not be paid." And he also said that he would lay off employees. I strive. People will not be laid off. All employees are thankful and grateful. The director of C returned to the factory and said, "This year's loss, the bonus will not be paid." And he also said that he would lay off employees. Just leave. In the evening, all the employees went to Factory C's house to give red envelopes. This is the wisdom of being a person and doing things, especially in the domestic human relationship society. Brute force is not enough. If Jiang Xiaobai refused tonight, these old neighbors will inevitably say something behind their backs when they return. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't hear him. Now some small construction companies across the country are shouting that the wolf is coming, saying that they are fooling around and cursing themselves. Do you still care about being scolded from behind? But parents are different. Parents have lived in this place all their lives, and they will continue to live here in the future. It's not that I can't buy them a house and stay in another place, but that they have changed places. They live in a strange place. They have lived in this place for a lifetime, and they are used to it. Of course, this matter is not in a hurry. Everyone go back to discuss it. Come over and tell me 3 days later. I will arrange for everyone to go. If you don't want to go, I'll wait later. If there is a suitable opportunity, I will definitely arrange for everyone as soon as possible. Do you think these are okay? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Okay, Xiaobai, I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassing you. Yeah, Xiaobai, thank you so much for this. Whether we go or not, thank you. Everyone said one after another. One who didn't want the children to go also said, actually, if the children go, you don't need to give $60, just give $30 or $40. As soon as these words came out, some thoughtful parents breathed tightly with a smile on their faces, but they cursed secretly in their hearts. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand immediately and said, "It's not a problem. I'll pay this salary. If I don't have the ability to let everyone stay in Dragon City, I'm not the one. There is no reason to earn less money." Everyone praised Jiang Xiaobai for his loyalty. Noisy for a while, and then everyone dispersed. Xiaobai, arrange so many people to Jianhua village all at once. Jiang Mu said with some worry. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and waved his hand, and said indifferently, "It's okay, they are all neighbors in the neighborhood. Anyway, Jianhua village is also planning to recruit workers. Sending a group of people over will not interfere." After finishing speaking, Jiang Xiaobai looked at her elder sister Jiang Hongmai again and asked, "Elder sister, why are you and brother-in-law here today?" End of this chapter. Chapter 783 Guarantee. Chapter 783 Guarantee. We have nothing to do. Just come and see my parents, Li Donghai said before Jiang Hongmai could speak. Jiang Xiaobai responded, and the food was also served. After eating, Li Donghai found the opportunity to stay alone with Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaobai, in fact, come today. I want to find you for something, Li Donghai said with some twist. Jiang Xiaobai smiled dumbly and said, "What's the matter? Just say it directly. We are all a family. You are welcome." Yes, hey, let me just say it. I don't want to do it with Liu. I want to see and follow you, Li Donghai said. Follow me. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Okay, that way. You will come to the Bingzi Hotel to find me tomorrow. But, before Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Li Donghai hurriedly said, "I understand the rules. If I don't do it well, I will go by myself. I will definitely not embarrass you." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "That's not necessary. it just won't give you too high a position at the beginning, because after all, our Huiking Holding Company is different from your agent's side. I understand. Li Donghai nodded repeatedly. Jiang Xiaobai saw that it was getting late and didn't wait much. After talking with Li Donghai, he went home with Zhao Xinyi. When Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the Bingzi Hotel early the next morning, Li Donghai had already arrived. Brother-in-law, go in. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Li Donghai in a suit and leather shoes, nodded and said with a smile. Jiang Wei took a rest for one night and was in very good condition. Is chatting with the manager of Binzi Hotel about telephone charges. Our phone is installed, and I will give you money with the receipt. This thing can sign a contract. Let's write it clearly in black and white. I am such a large company as Huiking Holdings, it will not be too bad for you, but there is no reason to say that the phone is not installed now, and we will pay 30% of the money in advance. Jiang Wei looked at the manager of Bingzi Hotel and said with full accent, especially when he said I am such a big company as Huiking Holdings, he was so proud. Before working in the central ministries and commissions, the price was high enough, and I also went to the lower central enterprises to investigate. The funds, strength, and technology are very strong. But all that is not my own after all, and it is different now. Huiking Holding Company now has more than 10 million circulating funds, and the total amount of other things is almost 5 million. This more than 15 million yuan is certainly not comparable to those large state-owned enterprises, but this Huiking Holding Company has his shares in it. He has a copy here, so he is particularly proud of speaking, and he is very confident. Yes, Manager Jiang, I know there is no such rule, but the funds are not in place now. If you wait for the funds above to dial and install the phone, then the daylily will probably be cold. Manager Jiang said with a wry smile. Jiang Xiaobai saw that there was something on Jiang Wei's side, but did not enter the house, glanced at the house, and said, come to my office later. Okay, Director Xiaobai. Jiang Wei responded and continued to chat with the manager of the Bingzi Hotel. Li Donghai walked behind Jiang Xiaobai towards Jiang Xiaobai's office. Vaguely, he could still hear the manager of the Bingzi Hotel bending over and discussing money with Jiang Wei. This is the manager of Bingzi Hotel, Li Donghai knows. Of course people may not know him. Li Donghai. It was one time before that he followed Liuf to the Bingzi Hotel for a treat. He still remembers Liuf's telling the manager beforehand that he looked arrogant when he wanted to book a table in advance. I didn't see Liuf in his eyes at all. After all the good things were said, the people reluctantly agreed. But now, such an arrogant manager bowed his head in front of a subordinate Jiang Xiaobai, just like Liuf before. Of course, I didn't bow my head and bow at the time, because I was a follower of Liuf, so bowing was useless. Sit down, brother-in-law, wait a while. Jiang Xiaobai opened the door of his office and let Li Donghai sit down. Because the office is a hotel room renovation, the space is not large, but there are a lot of sofas and so on. Jiang Xiaobai made 2 cups of tea. Before drinking, Jiang Wei came over, glanced at Li Donghai, then called out, Director Xiaobai. He said nothing. This is my eldest brother-in-law Li Donghai. It turned out to be a temporary worker in a factory. He used to work as an accountant. Later, he worked with our educated youth canned Dragon City agent. Now if you want to come over and do something, you take him. Jiang Xiaobai finished, and said to Li Donghai, brother-in-law, this is Manager Jiang, a high-achieving student who graduated from Capital University. He used to work in the central ministries and central enterprises. Now he is the financial manager of Huiking Holdings. You will learn from Manager Jiang for the time being. Hello, Manager Jiang. Hello. The two shook hands. Then Jiang Wei sat down. Xiaobai, if you have anything to discuss, I will go out first. Li Donghai said winkingly. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and when Li Donghai went out, He spoke to Jiang Wei. I went home last night and all the neighbors in the Hutong came and asked me to arrange work for them. They are all old neighborhoods for more than 10 years. There is no way to tell them to go to the factory in Jianhua village. Arrange all of them. But this brother-in-law really has no choice. I can't kick him to Jianhua village. If that's the case, my sister has to come to me every day, Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Of course. He also explained to Jiang Wei. Some time ago, he stuffed Liu Shun to Song Weigo. Now we will send another person to Jiang Wei. Today we will have a haircut, and tomorrow will be a relative. Jiang Wei will inevitably think too much. After all, although the Huiking Holding Company says that it is a major shareholder, it can have the final say, but Jiang Wei and others are also shareholders. You can bring it normally and do what you can. If you can't do it, I will think of a solution. Our Huiking Holding Company is a joint stock company, not a family business. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Jiang Wei and said seriously, this is also a guarantee. Hearing what Jiang Xiaobai said, Jiang Wei was really relieved. Actually, Jiang Xiaobai sent in a sender, and sent her cordially in. Needless to say, there was no position arranged. Even if the position was arranged, Jiang Wei would not care. The key is to fear that this kind of thing will become the norm. Jiang Xiaobai's 7 aunts and 8 aunts will all come in, and Huiking Holdings will eventually become a family business. End of this chapter. Chapter 784 Eye-Opener. Chapter 784 Eye-Opening. The shortcomings of the family business. Jiang Wei can say more than a dozen casually. He is still very optimistic about Huiking Holding Company, which is why he resigned and came to Jianhua village. After so many years of hard work, Huiking Holdings has finally shown a take-off posture. It doesn't matter if he is tired at all, but he cannot let this situation develop. Now that Jiang Xiaobai can say this, it shows that Jiang Xiaobai understands the shortcomings of the family business. And he is relieved. He was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai would go his own way, and no one could stop it. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's study the tendering matter. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said, this is a rough bidding plan I wrote. Take a look. Jiang Wei nodded and said, because I am not sure which company will bid for the time, I have made 2 sets of plans. One set of plans is to issue bids for the overall project, and the other set of plans is to divide the overall project into 4 parts for bidding. Jiang Wei is still very stocked, and this plan is also very hard. But there are still a few important points. Jiang Wei is not sure, but this is because of the knowledge of the times. What about the deposit? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Margin? Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Yes, for such a large project, we are not allowed to pay us a deposit. To ensure that we are qualified, to guarantee, Jiang Xiaobai said. Moreover, there is another problem, and that is the project fund. We can't allocate so much at once. After 3 months of construction, we will allocate 30% of the project fund. The remaining 70% of the project funds will pass the acceptance after the completion of the main project, and then the remaining funds will be allocated. Jiang Xiaobai talked about the normal state of engineering for future generations, but at this time, the conditions for being a tenderer were quite harsh. Can this work? Isn't it too much? Can someone agree to this condition? Jiang Wei said hesitantly. What can't you agree to? This is an interprovincial undertaking to build the highest building in the province. Is this reputation not enough to make them a little bit backward in other aspects? I think the companies that are able to participate in the bidding are all ambitious, ideas, and uneasy. They can see the impression brought about by this incident, instead of worrying about making more money and making less money. And we are not giving up, just change the settlement method. Jiang Xiaobai said frankly. Jiang Wei is a bit speechless. Is this called a different settlement method? Of course, in the strict sense, this can be regarded as a different settlement method. But with this settlement method, most of the project funds need to be advanced by the construction company. However, if we followed Jiang Xiaobai's payment method, we would have a bank loan of 40 million and Huiking Holdings' own capital of 10 million, and this number is still increasing. There are already 50 million in funds, which is almost half of the project funds. Huaking building project. Even if Jiang Xiaobai arranged Song Weiguo's pre-sale plan for the offer plan housing, but failed to reach, the Huaking building project can be successfully completed. Okay, then I will take it back and change it, Jiang Wei said. Okay, let's go. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. When Jiang Wei left the office, he realized that Li Donghai was still waiting for him, and brought Li Donghai back to the office. Jiang Wei had planned to call Wang Meng over, and brought Li Donghai to the reception first. Suddenly remembered the phone call that I had discussed with the manager of Binzi Hotel. Made a cup of tea for Li Donghai, sat down and said, "Brother Li, you can call me Lao Li." Li Donghai said quickly. He came here this time, of course, to hold Jiang Xiaobai's thigh, but he didn't want to embarrass Jiang Xiaobai. "It's okay, Brother Li, you are a few years older than me. I should call you brother." Jiang Wei shook his head and did not agree. Although what he said is a lie, what older is his brother? With so many people in Huaking Holding Company, he is also a few years older than Jiang Xiaobai and others. Are everyone else called brother? How to manage it? There is no way to manage it. The reason for calling Li Donghai is because Li Donghai is Jiang Xiaobai's brother-in-law. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaobai's brother-in-law's brother-in-law, and other people's old Li and Lao Lis. It's strange that Jiang Xiaobai can be happy in his heart. That's it. Now I am in charge of the bidding meeting of Huaking building. We have contracted the entire floor below to receive customers. In order to make the customers comfortable and contact their company, we negotiated with the Binzi Hotel. Binzi Hotel promised to install telephones in all rooms on the whole floor. Jiang Wei said. Li Donghai was secretly speechless. He contracted an entire floor for reception, and installed a telephone in every room in order to let everyone contact him. Jiang Wei's words seemed to open a door in Li Donghai's heart. At the time, he thought Liu was rich, and rode a slick motorcycle all day long. I wear a black sunglasses and a bag under my arm. Smoking never smokes dry cigarettes. But the kind of cigarettes. Inviting people to dinner is never at home. Instead, you have to go to the restaurant, order a few dishes, and then bait the black bag under your arm on the table and say, "I'll treat you today." Of course, I knew that Jiang Xiaobai was rich, but Jiang Xiaobai was usually low at home. Apart from the clothes that looked better, no one else had any idea of how rich Jiang Xiaobai was. But after following Jiang Xiaobai to the Huaking Building Project Department today, Li Donghai really opened his eyes. One package takes a whole floor of the room. For the convenience of contact, each room is equipped with a telephone. The manager of such a big hotel is very polite. This feeling and Liu's feeling of a rich person can be felt once. And I originally thought that Liu's style is rich and domineering. But this is low and luxurious. If you have money, you don't need to show off or say it. You can experience it yourself. The two sides are not at the same level at all. But thinking about it carefully, this situation seems to be inevitable. After all, Liu is an agent of the Educated Youth Cannery, and the Educated Youth Cannery has more than 10 agents, and Liu is just one of them. The Educated Youth Cannery is just a factory under Huaking Holding Company, which has 4 factories under it. Hey, what does Brother Li think? Jiang Wei swayed before Li Donghai's eyes and asked. I didn't think about anything. I'm sorry, Manager Jiang, I just lost my mind and didn't listen clearly to what you said. Li Donghai returned to his senses. It's okay, I mean, I promised him to give the money first. But the money needs someone to supervise him, so I want you to go. No problem. Jiang Wei asked. No. Li Donghai agreed. End of this chapter. Chapter 785 Powerless. Chapter 785. What? China Railway Construction held a special meeting to study it, and decided to send someone over. It's impossible. In managerless office, Manager Lu roared to the phone. My classmates can lie to me. Believe it or not, the voice of Korean King came on the phone, and he almost dropped the phone on the spot without letting the road manager angry. Do you believe it or not? I feel incredible about this. So you still pick my fault. Road manager took a few deep breaths. Just when he wanted to settle down for the Korean celebration, he heard the busy tone of toot toot on the phone. The grandson of Korea King actually hung up the phone directly. Bang! Manager Lu finally couldn't help it, and almost dropped the phone to the ground, and yelled, "Isn't it special when you beg me? What did you do with such an awesome pen, bastard? I will get you a piece one day." "It's cleaned up," road manager posted in the office, and the staff who passed by his office relaxed. During this time, Manager Lu's temper was not very good, and he would curse at every turn. It turned out that although he didn't look like a good person, Manager Lu was very kind. Is now completely consistent in temper and appearance. It is true that the road manager has had a difficult time recently. First, he was named and criticized by the responsible leader in a provincial building system conference room. The leader said that if a big project in his province is robbed by others, he is not the superior leader in charge of the design institute, and he can swallow his breath. The managers of several construction companies just rolled up their bedding and went home to hug their children. As soon as the leader said this, I didn't expect that the manager of Sanjian would quit, saying that this matter was made by the road manager of Yijian. That's why Jiang Xiaobai was looking for a construction company in other provinces. I didn't talk about cooperation with Jiang Xiaobai because the manager of Yijian Lu told me that he especially wanted to take on this project. He took care of his brother's love and didn't want to compete for Huiking Holdings to make money in the middle. It was given to the province to build. But I didn't expect things to be messed up by the province. The brother unit made a cut, and the blood dripped from Manager Road. Finally, he had no choice but to issue a military order. If he could not win the Huiking building project, he would take the blame and resign. If he didn't succeed, he would be benevolent. This is considered to have escaped the disaster, but the one who escaped the disaster, before inquiring about it, China State Construction held a special meeting to discuss the project of Huiking building and attached great importance to it. It is estimated that at that time, we will come over to bid, and then China Railway Construction will also make a bid for this Korean celebration. These are two giants. Now they are coming across the border. What strong dragon does not crush the snake? It is because it is not a dragon. When people come, the two tigers are fighting each other, so there is nothing to save and build. That's all right. Now the Korean King is also jumping around, and it's impossible to talk to himself. It seems that someday there may be some external pressure, and the Korean King will surrender to Jiang Xiaobai. At that time, I can just then, the phone on the desk rang again. Hey, in Korean celebration. There was a voice on the phone. And Manager Lu suppressed his anger. That's why Korean King apologized to himself. Old Han, Manager Lu also wanted to ease the relationship with Korea King. Korea King understands that he is still a grasshopper on the same line. I listened to South Korea's gloating saying on the phone, "Old Road, let me tell you another piece of news. Yesterday, a bank in Shandong City received a news that it was going to lend Huiking Holdings a 40 million yuan loan. Now Huiking Holdings is processing it. What about loans?" Manager Lu's blood pressure rose quickly. His head congested. "Can you?" "I can't." Needless to say, we are not a bank. We are a bank. I can't control them. They are Shandong City branch. Also, Huiking Holding Company is listed in the Dang City. I heard that Jiang Xiaobai has a deep background in the Dang City. Now the boss of the Shandong City was originally the leader of Jiangxuan County, and his relationship with Jiang Xiaobai was unusual. I advise you not to make any crooked ideas. It is basically impossible to stir up in Shandong City. Korea Kyung said so much before stopping, breathing a little. The road manager on the phone can't speak with his mouth open. I didn't even ask for it and you refused. And listen, what is this guy saying? You have a bad idea. It seems you don't have a bad idea. But before the manager of Lu could speak, he heard Han Kai-yong say on the phone, "This matter, so far, I will not participate in the life. I hope you will do it well." Korea Ching finished speaking, and hung up the phone. Manager Lu dropped the phone directly to the ground, and the phone became torn apart. But this time he didn't even have the strength to curse. Manager Lu sat down on the luxurious leather seat that he bought from Hong Kong Island at this time. He felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. I'm really scared. This leather seat is good, but I really don't seem to be able to sit for many days. I don't know who this leather seat will be cheaper in the future. Road Jing was ideal, suddenly remembered something, and murmured, "No, I haven't lost yet. I can't give up until the dust settles. Is 40 million and 100 million, and there are still 60 million. I don't believe that Jiang Xiaobai can also get this money." Mr. Lu got up and opened the cabinet behind him. "Take out 2 good tea leaves from the middle, take out 2 good cigarettes, and put them in a bag," then went out to the Bingzi Hotel, still muttering, "It's better to resolve it peacefully." Bingzi Hotel, Jiang Xiaobai's office. Jiang Xiaobai looked up at Jiang Wei in surprise. "You said that Manager Lu is here and wants to see me," still holding cigarettes and alcohol in his hand? "Yes." His attitude is very low. Although he did not apologize, he also said that he had some misunderstandings before. Jiang Wei said, "Misunderstanding? I don't see you. Just say that I'm not here." Please take a look at what he said, and then send him away. Jiang Xiaobai said, "Okay, I'll go now." Jiang Wei nodded and turned around and went out. The corner of Jiang Xiaobai's mouth rose slightly. This special province Yijian finally looked a bit like Party B, and no longer thought of usurping the throne as Party A. But it's too late. If it were the beginning, Manager Ode would be like this. As long as the provincial #1 construction project can be qualified to build it, maybe Jiang Xiaobai will agree. After all, local construction companies have great advantages over construction companies from other provinces, both in terms of employment and coordination. For example, to deal with inspections by the supervision department, such as building fire protection acceptance, etc. They are not comparable to construction companies from other provinces. However, at the beginning, the attitude of Lu Manager and Sheng Yijian was too arrogant, so that things have come to today step by step. End of this chapter. Chapter 786 Reception. Chapter 786 Reception. Jiang Xiaobai did not see Manager Lu, and asked Jiang Wei to see him. Jiang Wei also had a lot of work in his hands. He didn't have much time to meet. After going there for a while, he returned. "Sent away?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "Sent away." This guy hasn't understood the situation. Although he has come to the door, he is still holding him, and he feels like a donkey. If he is not speculative, I will let him go without saying a word. Jiang Wei can be regarded as exhilarating today. People are striving to breathe the Buddha and ascent. Seeing Manager Less slightly curved back today, his heart is extremely happy. "Okay, how many construction companies have you contacted now?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. Jiang Wei opened the book in his hand and looked at it and said, "There are 167 construction companies that have been contacted, and 8 of them have clearly stated that they want to participate, including construction companies like China Construction, China Railway Construction, and some large construction companies in southern provinces. I have no specific statistics on the companies I consulted, but there are probably more than 30 companies." As Jiang Wei reported, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. This is what he expected. For the first time in China, many construction companies will be eager to move. After all, if the company can be made bigger and the strongest in the province, the person in charge will not be a fool. Like Manager Ode, he is also a smart person, but he is smart instead of being smart. A few companies that I have contacted said that they will be there in the next 2 days. Wang Zhao already took people to the train station to pick them up early this morning. If they come, would you like to meet? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "I'm gone. You'll just be there to entertain you at that time. When it's almost there, I'll meet again." Here, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei are discussing it. On the other side, the road manager who was sent away by Jiang Wei received several violent attacks in one day, and the whole person felt bad. I already put the bottom down, thinking about reconciling with Jiang Xiaobai. I wouldn't be embarrassed by him, but I didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai would not even see him, and only sent a manager to see him. Forget it, bear it, but I didn't expect that the manager would still speak hard, as if he didn't want to take care of himself. Wait, no money, I see what you do. The day you come to beg me. Manager Road let go and left bitterly. Longqing railway station on the other side. A few men in Chinese tunic suits and southern accents got off the train. Is it Huiking Holding Company? I don't know where the Binzi Hotel is. Some people came to the square of the train station as they talked, and looked at the square inches front of the train station curiously. The reforms in the south have been carried out for many years, and the cities along the coast have undergone changes after just a few years of development. As a city in an inland province, the gap between Longqing and coastal cities in the south has been revealed. A few people looked at it and saw a banner hung on a bus on the side of the square. Warmly welcome to the major construction companies of the Huiking Building Project Bidding Conference. There are also a few people in suits and leather shoes next to the car, which is in sharp contrast with the other people in grey tunic suits around, making people look at them. A few people looked at each other and then walked over. Hello, I am from Southern First Construction Company, may I ask you are Huiking Holdings? The middle-aged man-headed asked. Hello, I am Wang Zhao from Huiking Holdings, and I welcome you all here. Wang Zhao said with a smile. After a few people introduced each other, they took a rest at the tea place that was transformed on the bus. We have already booked a place to live. Several people have come from afar, or else go to the hotel to take a rest, and then prepare a banquet for everyone at noon. Wang Zhao said with a smile. Then it will be troublesome. Several people followed Wang Zhao and got out of the car. Behind the bus, they saw the Crown car with black light. Crown cars are also high-end cars in the south, let alone in Longqing. After arriving at the Bingzi Hotel to arrange a few people to stay, Wang Zhao left and returned to the train station. However, a few people from the South First Construction Group gathered together. Is the rest from getting off the bus to the hotel, which already gave them a general understanding of Huiking Holdings. First of all, there is strength. A bus was changed to a resting place instead of a means of transportation. A Crown sedan was used for reception. The hotel was also one person and one room instead of a double-person one. Each person's room is also equipped with a telephone. This reception standard is far beyond their level. Then there is the spirit of the employees. At this time, some people in the south wear suits, and most of them are loose when they wear them. But Huiking Holdings is different. All employees wear well-fitting suits. The self-confident spirit emanating from the whole body makes people feel energetic when they look at it. Nanfang Yijin was the first one to come. Zhang Wei personally received them at noon, and the reception banquet was also more grand. However, the director Xiaobai they wanted to see never showed up. As the half-month period is approaching, major construction companies such as China State Construction and China Railway Construction have also arrived one after another. Some small companies did not pull down either. 7 or 8 people came in more, 2 or 3 people came in less, and even one person came. A total of 20 companies have come. The first floor contracted to receive the construction company cannot live, but there are rooms on the floor contracted by Huiking Holding Company. It's just that there is no phone in the room. More than 20 companies, some came with the inevitable purpose, and some came purely to make soy sauce. Hold on the idea of participating or seeing the world. It is worth mentioning that the provincial construction of the first and second construction of the province, and the third construction of the province sent people. Although this time things are a bit embarrassing in the industry, it would be even more embarrassing if you were to watch and not participate. Road manager sent the deputy manager over, and he himself did not show up. The arrival of more than 20 construction companies can almost open a conference in the construction industry. These more than 20 construction companies represent not only the top 5 construction companies in China, but also some construction companies that are small, but uneasy to sit in the corner. The gathering of many construction industry companies, although it was for the Huiking building project, unconsciously began to exchange industry experience. Jiang Xiaobai asked Jiang Wei to open the contracted Tostri conference room, allowing people in need to communicate in it, and let Bingzi Hotel serve tea and provide good service. This is also the first informal construction industry conference in China. End of this chapter. Chapter 787 Excited. Chapter 787 Huiking Holding Company's reception work is very satisfactory to everyone, and they value the Huiking building project even more. Jiang Wei, Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weigo and others are already busy flying, checking the qualifications of the bidding company. Every day, people set off from Dragon City to various places, and there are countless calls from Dragon City. On the morning before the start of the bidding conference, Jiang Wei led a person to distribute a bidding document to each company. Seeing that the person in charge of each company accepted the bidding documents with smiles, Jiang Wei felt a little bit in his heart. I was afraid that they would yell at themselves as soon as they read the tender. The smile on Jiang Wei's face was a little unnatural, and he hurried away after giving the tender. Is quite a bit of a runaway meaning. Sure enough, Jiang Wei was blocked before he could leave after sending the tender documents. Manager Jiang, is this tender document of your company serious? You still need to pay a deposit, and only pay 30% of the project cost 3 months after the start of construction, and the remaining 70% will be paid after the main project is completed and passed the acceptance. It's Manager Jiang. Our big guys came here very sincerely and participated in your Huiking Holding Company's bidding meeting, but you can't play with us like that. Just a deposit of 200,000 yuan will not be mentioned, but this method of fund settlement is also too domineering. By the time our building is finished for you, you will not pay for it. Where can we go to ask for the money? Besides, you are still a township enterprise. Manager Jiang, you have to give an explanation about this. This tender document is a joke. The crowd was excited, mixed with the accent of the world, and the 4 people in the hotel of the Bingzi Hotel had become a mess of porridge. Li Donghai and Li Xiliu, who were following Jiang Wei, secretly swallowed and spit. The group of people surrounded the 3 of them, as if they could do anything if they didn't agree with them. The anger written on his face can be seen as long as he is not blind. Just don't do it. 1 spit is enough for the 3 of them. Both faces are a little nervous, and Li Xiliu is a little better. After all, he has seen big scenes. But Li Donghai is different. It was the first time for him to be surrounded by so many people, and his legs trembled a little. It turned out that he had heard a sentence called thousands of people refer to, die without illness. It turned out that he still didn't understand this sentence. But at this time, there are all these words in my mind. The scene where so many people gathered around, pointed fingers at each other, and spit, made him feel as if he had done something heinous. Looking at Li Xiliu next to him again, this kid actually clenched his fists tightly, as if he would rush up the crowd against the current in the next second. At the side of Jiang Wei, although his face is not good, there is not much fear and tension between his eyebrows. It seems more helpless and worried. Everyone, listen to me, Jiang Wei shouted loudly. But everyone still didn't listen, complaining and complaining constantly. Jiang Wei yelled for a long time, and his voice became hoarse, and the crowd finally quieted down. Slowly, we want to see the director of Xiaobai, and ask him what he means. The person in charge of China State Construction Engineering said. Jiang Wei nodded, and then said, yes. There is no problem, but please go back to your room and read our bidding document carefully. At noon, the director Xiaobai will have a banquet in the restaurant, and formally meet with everyone and discuss with everyone. If there are any problems, everyone can talk to the director Xiaobai. Is it good for you? There are still people who want to continue making noise, but after the words Xiaobai director came out, they suddenly lost their voice. Fuck, Nima, bullying Lozi, isn't it? Isn't you're very noisy, isn't it making trouble? Why suddenly calm down? This age is a good thing, but it is too bullying. Okay, you'll see what Jiang Xiaobai said then. Someone put a word down, turned round and entered the room. If there is the first one, there will be a second, and soon there will be a few people around. Everyone, go back and read the bidding document carefully. At noon, Directrix Bai will meet with you, and you can ask Directrix Bai if you have any questions." Jiang Wei gave another word of persuasion, and the last few people also dispersed. From beginning to end, Jiang Wei's mind is very clear, and the words used are only for discussion, meet, and ask questions. Instead of using the word explanation. Looking at everyone leaving, Li Donghai behind Jiang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. But soon I became worried about Jiang Xiaobai again. This kind of scene, can Jiang Xiaobai be able to cope by noon? Manager Jiang, these people are so emotional. Xiaobai is at noon? Li Donghai asked worriedly. Looking at everyone just now, I can't wait to eat Jiang Wei. The reception banquet in the restaurant at that time will not turn into a melee. When the time comes, I have to protect Jiang Xiaobai. Otherwise, there is no way to explain to his wife when I go back, I am here, and Jiang Xiaobai is injured. At that time, I have to find a guy who takes advantage of it in advance. Before Jiang Wei spoke, Li Xiliu on the side snorted coldly and said, "For Brother Xiaobai, these are all small scenes." Jiang Wei nodded, and then said, Let's go down to the third floor." Speaking, Jiang Wei took the lead and walked ahead. Li Xiliu and Li Donghai quickly followed. Li Donghai relaxed, and said casually, "Yes, go back and rest quickly." "Go back and rest?" Jiang Wei asked rhetorically. "Yeah. Don't you go down to the third floor? Didn't you go back to the office and take a break?" Li Donghai wondered. The office of Huiking Holdings is on the third floor. The construction company that lives on the third floor hasn't issued a bidding document yet. How can I go back? Jiang Wei said, and no longer ignored Li Donghai and walked towards the construction company room on the third floor. Then directly knocked on the door of Li Donghai's dull gaze. "This is the bidding document for our Huiking project. Take a look. It contains the specific bidding process and bidding method for our Huiking project." The smile on Jiang Wei's face is still very bright, just like the first time he sent the tender on the fourth floor. As if being surrounded by people on the fourth floor just now, the person who was almost beaten was not him. Li Xiliu walked quickly behind Jiang Wei, but Li Donghai wanted to move back to the office. The scene surrounded by people spitting. Qian Fu pointed out that he really didn't want to experience it again, but hesitated. Still gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and went behind Jiang Wei. "If you die, die." He can't shame Jiang Xiaobai at this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 788. As expected. Chapter 788. The same thing happened again on the third floor, but this time because Huiking Holdings was also on the third floor, many people came out. Soon people from various companies were persuaded to go back. Before noon, the company, after reading the bidding document, has already communicated with the construction company that has been getting along well in the past 2 days. This method of bidding is too excessive. I won't mention the deposit. It's only 200,000 yuan. We have come so far, and the deposit will be paid. However, there is no such payment method for the project payment. 30% of the project payment is paid 3 months after the start of construction. The main project needs to pass the inspection and acceptance before paying the remaining 70%. Our construction companies come from afar, and the original cost will increase some. If we follow this plan, we have to pay him all the money in. Everyone was talking, and some even ran into the conference room. I thought they were sincere, but I didn't expect to have dug such a big hole. If this condition is agreed, it will be a loss of power and insult to the country. The content of the bidding document quickly spread out. Road manager heard the content of the bidding document, and when Jiang Wei was surrounded by responsibilities, he almost didn't laugh out loud. Hang Haiyong, who was invited by manager Ode to play Mahjong, also laughed. Jiang Xiaobai, he is self-destructing the Great Wall. No construction company will agree to this condition. Jiang Xiaobai did not expect you to have this day. Road manager hung up the phone and laughed loudly. In his opinion, Jiang Xiaobai is digging his own grave. Maybe you don't have to wait until tomorrow's bidding meeting. People will be gone tonight. To be honest, the road manager has been restless these days, watching the construction companies staying at the Bingzi Hotel. The family is bigger and famous than the other, and they are all satisfied with Huiking Holdings, which makes him feel like sitting on pins and needles. Regret. His intestines are blue when he regrets it. I knew it was like this a long time ago, but I wasn't like that in the first place. However, he did not expect that Jiang Xiaobai would dig his own grave now. Of course, he probably knows how much money Jiang Xiaobai has in his hands. In the past 2 days, he also asked Korea King to inquire about it. Although Korea King could not stop the loan from Huiking Holdings in Shandong City. However, it is not a problem to inquire about the capital situation of Huiking Holding Company. More than 10 million. To be honest, when they got this number, the two of them were still a little surprised. Even more so that even if they are opponents, they have to admire a bull. More than 10 million, plus the 40 million of bank loans, it is more than 50 million, which is more than half the budget. Looking at it this way, Jiang Xiaobai used this method to drag it, as if it had become a matter of course. He doesn't do this. Can he have money to pay the construction company? Han Kai-yong also said with a smile, ha ha, let's not talk about it. Come and play mahjong. When the bidding meeting tomorrow, we will go to the scene to see Jiang Xiaobai and see what he will be like at that time. Road manager was completely relieved and laughed. Hey, who are you looking for? Aunt Liu from Jiangxia Hutong answered the phone and said casually, recently, her life has been very comfortable. The only son who has no job has followed Jiang Xiaobai. He speaks differently in suits and shoes all day long. Lao Wang's family spent so much energy asking people to send the children to the Provincial Design Institute. At that time, the cow broke down, and he was bragging with others all day. Talk about how good the unit is and how promising it is after going. At that time, he was the first master of praise of his son in the Hutong, but the result turned out to be serving people with tea and water. It's his son who went, and he had to pour sweet tea. A salary of 80 yuan a month, decent dress, no hard work, high social status. In order to follow Jiang Xiaobai to work hard, Huiking Holding Company has developed well, and he has a bright future. She also suppressed Lao Wang's house and became an office in the alley for a few days. Everyone would tell her how her son was. Of course, now, she won't say anything, because Jiang's mother mentioned it vaguely. Thanks to her showing off, she went to Jiang's house in the entire alley a few days ago and asked Jiang Xiaobai to arrange work. As a result, the family was filled with suitable people, and they could only go to Jianhua village. Later, only a few people went to Jianhua village. Anyone who doesn't envy themselves right now has the foresight, and found Jiang Xiaobai early, otherwise he would have to go to Jianhua village. Aunt Liu continued to call, while looking in the direction of Jiang's family. After answering the call, she had to close the door. Close the door early today and go to Jiang's family to help. Jiang Zijian, the second child of the Jiang family, gets married today. Hello, call me Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, well, wait a minute. Aunt Liu's tone became extremely gentle and amiable in an instant. Then turned his head and shouted, old Jiang too. Jiang Xiaobai didn't dare to delay his phone call. He wanted the old Jiang, who was playing chess all day long in the Hutong, to help look at the stall. It turned out that something happened to Jiang's family today, and the old Jiang's chess stopped playing. So I went to Jiang's family to help early in the morning. Up. What can you do to help? It's a mess. Aunt Liu mumbled, ignoring someone to see that the stall was gone, closed the door and ran towards Jiang's house. Can Jiang Xiaobai's affairs be delayed? Hey, his Aunt Liu is here too. His Aunt Liu is very early today. In the past, everybody has to wait until lunch for dinner before closing the stalls. Don't make money. Someone watched Aunt Liu jokingly and said that they were all neighbors in the neighborhood, just chatting. But at this time Aunt Liu didn't have the mind to chat with them. Directly asked, who sees Xiaobai? There is a call from him. Listening to Aunt Liu's words, the others also sternly said, It seems to be in the accountant. You go and have a look. Nonsense. I saw that I went to meet up together, but I haven't come back yet. Everyone was chattering. It was better not to say it, and it was even more messy. Soon, until you found Jiang Xiaobai in a room. Xiaobai, I have your call. Until you said out of breath. There are too many people, and she is anxious, so she knows how to work hard. It's just a sweat. Okay, I see, this is the way to go. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and squeezed into the crowd in the yard. Hey, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai answered the phone. Director Xiaobai, the bidding documents have been sent out. After reading the bidding documents, all construction companies had great opinions. But I heard that you stopped temporarily after meeting them at noon. Zhang Wei said on the phone. What is expected? I will talk about it at noon. Jiang Xiaobai said and hung up the phone. End of this chapter. Chapter 789 Sao Operation. Chapter 789. Jiang Zijian came back soon after he went to meet his relatives, and he came back less than noon. A group of people were talking about the bride and groom in the alley. Jiang Xiaobai watched that it was almost time and changed his clothes. Then walked out of the Jiang's courtyard and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Go 1 step, turn 3 circles. Hey, I can't leave. Come back. The alley was noisy. Jiang Xiaobai walked over and shouted, second brother, second brother. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, the lively scene suddenly stopped. The noisy people are Jiang Zijian's classmates who played from childhood to adulthood, buddies, supposedly a few years older than Jiang Xiaobai, and it doesn't matter if it is such a lively occasion. But Jiang Xiaobai identity is different after all. They dare not ignore it. Some of the people who played with them have gone to the factory in Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai felt that they were not the same generation, but the elders. And this elder is still a big leader. Needless to say, Jiang Xiaobai had already spoken. Even when Jiang Xiaobai was standing next to him, they would be a little unwilling to let go. This is why Jiang Xiaobai did not go to meet his relatives. Jiang Xiaobai beckoned to Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian, who was exhausted by the crowd, finally found the reason, put the bride down, and walked towards Jiang Xiaobai, wiped the sweat on his head and asked breathlessly, what's the matter with the old man? Let's talk more about conversation. You can help me to hold it for a while. I can't hold it anymore. I'm exhausted. Jiang Zijian is tired, but smiles all over his face. It is not unreasonable to describe marriage as a small deng in ancient times. This is one of the 4 great joys of life. I'm afraid this won't work. I have something to go to Binzi Hotel. I won't eat at home at noon, and I'll be back in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai said apologetically. His second brother was married, and his own brother was not at home, so he still felt a little sad. Jiang Zijian was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, it's okay, busy and go. I heard her father say that you have been busy lately, so hurry up. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, okay, I'm leaving, but I can give you a trick to let you go home directly. Jiang Zijian's eyes brightened. Xiang is Xiang, but it's also really tired. Usually this short Hutong is only a minute journey, but this caused the little friends to make trouble. It was almost 20 minutes and they hadn't walked an third of the distance. Say quickly, talk quickly, Jiang Zijian said anxiously. You will be like this for a while. When I left, you ran home from a place with few people here at a speed of 100 meters, but you don't need to walk this part of the way. And you don't even need to find flowers when you enter the door. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Yes, then your sister-in-law can't reply. Jiang Zijian said hesitantly while looking at Gali, who was surrounded by everyone. Sister-in-law, can this group embarrass a bride even after you run away? Jiang Xiaobai asked rhetorically. Jiang Zijian, it really makes sense to make trouble with the bride and groom. After all, it is not to harm the bride and groom. How can they make trouble after they ran away? But, in this case, others will talk about it later. The bridegroom left the bride and ran away on the first day of the wedding. Isn't that pretty good? Jiang Zijian was a little moved, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Want Jiang Xiaobai to comfort him a few more words, and then he strengthened his confidence, threw down the bride, and ran home directly. Jiang Xiaobai saw through at a glance, and said, "Then I can't control it. I'll think about it for you. It's up to you to use it or not. You can figure it out by yourself." And him leaving. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he walked towards the car parked at the entrance of the alley without any muddle. Jiang Zijian gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, looking at the little friend who was already calling him not far away, and ran toward the house like a wind. "Fuck, is this something at home or is it?" Jiang Zijian's friends were shocked. People in this era have never seen this kind of show operation. One by one, I wonder if Jiang Zijian is in a hurry. But when I watched Jiang Zijian chatting with Jiang Xiaobai, the expressions on his faces were not the same. A group of people didn't react at all, and some even gave way, for fear of delaying Jiang Zijian's urgent matter. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zijian ran to the gate in one breath, whether he had forgotten his new wife. Turned around and shouted, "Daughter-in-law, come here soon." Fucking. Jiang Zijian's little friends and other people watching the show reacted at this time, dumbfounded. Incredible, who has seen this kind of show operation? This is probably the first groom in marriage history who left the bride to escape on the day of the wedding. The bride, Gili, was also stunned. Her face was blue and red, looking at Jiang Zijian who was standing at the gate and calling herself over. The bride has to carry the bridegroom back into the door of the house. There is no reason why the bride will go back and then the bride walks over. Strictly speaking, from the time the bride gets down from her natal bed to the bridegroom's house, the bride must not touch the ground in this process. Because of Jiang Xiaobai problem, it doesn't matter if Jiang Zijian puts down the bride first, and also puts it down. What is the bridegroom running back alone? Standing in a daze, Gili was almost crying, and neither would he leave, nor would he not leave. At the gate, Jiang Zijian was still anxiously shouting loudly to let Gili hurried over. Jiang Zijian has stepped into the threshold with one foot, calling out anxiously while paying attention to other people's actions at any time, as if he would immediately run into the yard as long as other people were making trouble. Also at the door, with a smile on his face looking at the excitement, after so long, the marriage of the two sons was finally resolved, and the smile on Jiang Tishan's face suddenly solidified after solving a major heart disease. Then, looking at the two sons in front of him, his face was so pale that he almost died of anger. If it wasn't for today to be a happy day, he would look for a training stick that he hadn't used for many years. This rebellious son, on the day of his wedding, in front of so many people, he lost all the face of Lao Jiang's family. "Go back." Jiang Tishan gritted his teeth and kicked him from behind Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian was unprepared and almost didn't fall a big somersault. As soon as he turned his head, he saw his father's dark face. Father Jiang is the image of Father Yan. From childhood to adulthood, although Jiang Xiaobai, the most mischievous third child, was beaten the most, he was also scared every time Jiang Xiaobai was beaten. The limited number of beatings also left a deep impression on him. At this time, the old man was frustrated, he didn't dare to say more, gritted his teeth and walked towards Gili again. The crowd watching the excitement all around laughed. "It's the first time I have watched the fun of getting married for so many years." End of this chapter. Chapter 790 Speech Part 1. Chapter 790 Speech Part 1. Jiang Xiaobai, who was sitting in the car and walking towards the Bingzi Hotel, naturally did not know the farce that happened at the gate of Jiang's small courtyard. Rather, it is conceiving how to appease the numerous construction companies and make the construction companies accept the unequal treaties of Huiking Holdings. This is not Jiang Zijian's farce when he got married. It broke down, everyone laughed, and just started again. Involves tens of millions of billions of profits. Once the talks fall apart, there is no chance of redemption. If the talk collapses, and no construction company will participate in the bidding meeting tomorrow, then Huiking Holdings will once again become famous throughout the country. And it will become a joke for everyone, This joke is different from the joke Jiang Zijian made at the gate. Everyone laughed, but it was related to the life and death of Huiking Holding Company, and Huiking Holding Company involved thousands of workers. There are thousands of families behind and there will be tens of thousands of people affected. So Jiang Xiaobai had to be cautious. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Bingzi Hotel. Jiang Wei and others waiting in the lobby of the Bingzi Hotel saw Jiang Xiaobai's car arriving, and immediately stood up to welcome the guests. Jiang Wei and others have anxious expressions on their faces. Are they all here? Jiang Xiaobai didn't stop, and walked directly towards the cafeteria. Jiang Wei and others followed closely behind him. Jiang Wei hurriedly returned, "We have all gone to the cafeteria, and I still seem to be very excited. There are even a few construction companies clamoring to leave." And finally calmed down. "Okay, I see." Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Li Xiliu helped open the door of the restaurant, and the noisy noises in the restaurant suddenly came. As the restaurant door was pushed open, many people looked over. A young man stood at the forefront, followed by Jiang Wei, who had been receiving them. Needless to say, the identity of the young man can be guessed by everyone. Is Jiang Xiaobai, who has been seen many times in the newspapers, but has never been masked. Xiaobai director. Young. This was the first impression of everyone. Jiang Xiaobai didn't stay at all, and walked towards the front with everyone holding their heads upright. His eyes did not stay too much on everyone in the restaurant. Jiang Wei followed Jiang Xiaobai, and suddenly he felt that he had a backbone. Even though the opponent had a great army, I didn't move. As Jiang Xiaobai led Jiang Wei and others across the restaurant, the noisy voices in the restaurant slowly quieted down. When Jiang Xiaobai took everyone to the stage, everyone in the restaurant focused on Jiang Xiaobai's body. Looking at the young man at the helm of the company, watching the founder of this infinitely dynamic team. Good and bad, but there are also benefits. If you fail, it's okay. The country will be responsible. It has nothing to do with you. But private enterprises are not the same. Large companies have grown out of nothing. From small to large, founders need to make key decisions. Achievement will shine, and failure will lead to an abyss. Success is full of flowers, and there is thunderous applause. No one will pay for you if you fail, and you cannot turn over. This environment tends to create the indomitable and confident temperament of the founders of private enterprises, and the courage to fight back. Jiang Wei had prepared the microphone in the restaurant beforehand and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai did not speak in a hurry. Instead, holding the microphone, his eyes slowly swept across everyone. To tell the truth, the current scale of Huiking Holdings is needless to say compared with the current giants of construction companies. 10 million capital, it is slightly better than some medium-sized construction companies. But at this moment, Jiang Xiaobai swept across everyone, but the momentum made many people secretly startled. If you meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Perhaps the scale of Huiking Holding Company is not large, but Huiking Holding Company is not afraid. Sometimes a look can make others trust, sometimes a look can make others fear, and sometimes a look can make people admire. But Jiang Xiaobai gaze swept away, but everyone could feel the fearless spirit of the brave in Jiang Xiaobai gaze. Behind Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Wei and others looked at Jiang Xiaobai in a daze. This is their director Xiaobai. As long as Xiaobai is there, they have the backbone and courage. Jiang Xiaobai held a microphone and spoke softly. Jiang Xiaobai said slowly and said, "The wheels of history are rolling forward, from planned economy, to multeconomy, to the dual price system, and to today, from the despised individual industrial and commercial households to today's tide. History is in constantly moving forward. The new darling of the times is constantly appearing, standing on the cusp of the times and making waves, leaving his own mark in each era." Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone was also a little excited. Now 8 years later, our Huiking Holding Company has 4 factories under it, employing thousands of workers, and the entire Jianhua village has undergone earth-shaking changes. The history is created by all of us, and the history of the construction industry is created by us. You guys created it. I believe that from the beginning of our Waking Building project, the construction industry will usher in drastic changes in the future. Cross-regional and cross-provincial competition will become the norm and will become more intense. Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats Xiaomi. The construction industry in the future will eliminate some construction companies that don't think about making progress, and the small rich are safe, holding and living a life. Jiang Xiaobai words were so categorical that everyone was shocked when they heard it. End of this chapter. Chapter 791 Speech below. Chapter 791 Speech Part 2. The construction companies that come to participate in the bidding project of Waking Building are all companies that can see the situation clearly. They are all people who know that the rules of the entire construction industry will change after this tender. So they all agree with what Jiang Xiaobai said, so they came today. Some small construction companies with ambitions and ideas also came with the idea of inspection. Then the times are changing. How can we stand on the trend of the times, when the most dazzling waver? There is no doubt that the Waking Building project of Waking Holding Company is an excellent opportunity. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone in the restaurant nodded involuntarily. Since Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he has not been interrupted once. Everyone involuntarily followed Jiang Xiaobai words. Today, our manager Jiang gave everyone the bidding documents. Some people said that Waking Holdings is a king clause. Some people said that the bidding documents for the Waking project are a trifle. Others said that Waking Holdings does not have that much money. Jiang Xiaobai opened up and said, without any scruples, but I can tell you from the person in charge that Waking Holding Company is not without money. Our Waking Holding Company alone has a bank loan of 40 million yuan, and our Waking Holding Company is working to achieve results after the completion of Waking Building. The picture shows that the pre-sale will begin after the Waking Building project starts. We have money, but we cannot spend it on the payment of the project. We have to use money to expand production. We have to seize the day and we have to move forward courageously. The Waking Building project is only a subsidiary of our Waking Holding Company. Just one project. Jiang Xiaobai speaks a lot. If there is no foreshadowing in front, everyone will think Jiang Xiaobai is bragging. But because of the previous words, everyone felt that what Jiang Xiaobai said was a fact. This is also in line with Jiang Xiaobai's personality and the theme of Jiang Xiaobai's previous topic. You talk about the overlord clause. I admit, because I want to use money to allow Waking Holdings to develop rapidly. I don't want to waste time. There is a saying in Yangqing that time is money. Waking Holdings' time becomes money. If Jiang Xiaobai tells everyone, I have money, but this is a rule that is not for you, and many people do not believe it. But when Jiang Xiaobai said this, everyone believed it very much. Similarly, the Waking Building project is also an important opportunity for companies in your construction industry. If you seize the opportunity, small companies can also take off. If you can't seize the opportunity, large companies will be half a step slower than others. Maybe this half step is to straddle a distance that will never be surpassed between you. Jiang Xiaobai said, not giving everyone a chance to bargain. Continue to say, today is my second brother's wedding day. I heard from the wedding that someone read the tender and wanted to leave. Actually, I don't care. It's a big deal that I set up a construction company by myself, but I still want to give everyone a chance. Make it clear. Said that now, the status of the two sides has changed, and Jiang Xiaobai came to explain and communicate with everyone. Become it. Jiang Xiaobai came over because he couldn't bear it, so he wanted to give everyone a chance. Now, whoever wants to leave, please raise your hand. You can leave after dinner. Our Waking Holding Company does not like to cooperate with companies that have no ambitions and are waiting to die, because the next time we cooperate is likely to be I can't see it anymore. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, looking at the important tasks in the audience. No one left for a while. Everyone looked at each other, which was discussed before. Jiang Xiaobai words that he left without changing the bidding plan were not mentioned again at this time with a tacit understanding. Number. Very good. After dinner, everyone will take the time to prepare for the bidding conference tomorrow. I believe in the history of the future. March 29, 1986 is also an extraordinary day. This is a day for the construction industry. The rules of the company have been broken. This day is a turning point for a well-known company. Let's have a toast. Jiang Xiaobai raised the wine glass on the table and raised it. Everyone raised their glasses. Through a speech, everyone saw Jiang Xiaobai first impression from the beginning. He was young, with a few more words, confident, ambitious, and not simple. From beginning to end, the construction companies did not say a word. There was no enthusiastic opposition from the crowd, but there was no clear-cut support. But this is enough for Jiang Xiaobai. In this era, there is no objection to such demanding requirements, which means there is an opportunity. It means that at least the construction companies sitting here agree with what Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Xiaobai didn't stay too much. After toasting a glass of wine from the table, he turned and left. Everyone didn't blame it, because Jiang Xiaobai just said that today is the day when the second brother of the family is happy. Even if Jiang Xiaobai only toasted a glass at a table, Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse some people who came to toast. So Jiang Xiaobai did not drink less. On the way back to the Jiang's courtyard, Jiang Xiaobai leaned on the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. After sending Jiang Xiaobai to the door of the house, Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei exhorted them, and then walked towards the house. At this time, the people in the alley have almost dispersed. Only a few helpers are left, and the in-laws' banquet is almost ready. I'm sorry, I went out for something, Jiang Xiaobai said. Before Gu Zhengwen stood up, Li Donghai stood up. He knew what Jiang Xiaobai was going to do, because he was there when the tender was issued in the morning, and only came back to help at noon. I thought that when Jiang Xiaobai went to Bingzi Hotel, he followed to protect Jiang Xiaobai. Didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai would be no one when he turned his head. So he has been absent-minded, and now seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming back, he immediately greeted him and asked, Xiaobai, things. Before Li Donghai finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai interrupted and said, it's okay, it's all done. Xiaobai, you see that you have been so busy recently, don't worry about them. Both of them are trivial things. Gu Zhengwen said. In-law understands this way, and the Jiang family certainly has no opinion. There is only one exception, and that is Jiang Zijian. The bad idea that Jiang Xiaobai gave him has hurt him a lot, but there is no way to tell it. How to say? People say that, you just do it. I really believe it. They are just joking. Doesn't it seem that I don't have enough IQ, let alone Gulis family is still there? This is an IQ tax to pay. Jiang Xiaobai had another meal at home with her in-laws, and sent away Gu Zhengwen and others. The Jiang family sat together. End of this chapter. Chapter 792. Pay attention to chapter 792. My in-laws are gone. Even on this happy day, Jiang Tishan looked a little uncomfortable with Jiang Zijian. This Jiang Zijian was regarded as a joke. On the day of the wedding, he threw down the bride and ran away by himself. At noon, many people were telling this story. Although it was a joke, the old Jiang's family is now face and face. Jiang Tishan still feels a little embarrassed, so the expression on Jiang Zijian's face was not too good. Jiang Xiaobai felt that the atmosphere at home was a bit weird, so he asked Zhao Xini surreptitiously, then looked at Jiang Zijian and laughed. Jiang Zijian looked at Jiang Xiaobai angrily and said, you still have a smile on your face. It's not your bad idea. Ha ha, isn't this just a joke? What's the big deal? Getting married is just to be happy, and everyone laughs is to be happy, not to mention that we didn't do anything shameful. But whoever can do anything to our family? No idea, or no joke. Jiang Xiaobai said the last sentence in a domineering manner. It is true that for the current Jiang family, it is really not the object of others to laugh at casually. Of course, there is no other way if someone breaks the mouth behind you. As long as you have a good life, Some people will be jealous and envy. Jiang Tishan on the side looked much better when he heard Jiang Xiaobai say this. It was indeed the reason. In the Bingzi Hotel on the other side, Jiang Xiaobai is gone, and the construction companies are still eating and drinking. Although some people mentioned that they couldn't just follow Jiang Xiaobai on this matter, no one said anything about leaving. The conversation between each other is blurred, and they all have their own hearts. Especially among several construction companies with similar strengths, they regard each other as their potential competitors. After eating, all afternoon, all the construction companies were in their rooms and talking on the phone. One by one, they dialed out from the room. Only then did they really think about why there were phones in every room when they first came. Originally thought it was because of the good hospitality and carefulness, but now Bai found that this was a premeditated plot, and it is estimated that Jiang Xiaobai had already thought about it. This payment method is beyond their expectations. They need to call and discuss with the company. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai's national bidding method has caused a lot of scolding, but there are still some construction companies that have ideas and think it's good. But no one likes this payment method now. This is simply a behavior that everyone in the industry spurns. The construction companies that did not come before were not only scolding Jiang Xiaobai, but also laughing at the construction companies that were preparing to bid. Let you be positive, let you go on the poll. Now it's all right, bidding. At around 8 o'clock that evening, a group of middle-aged men in large suits came to the entrance of the Bingzi Hotel. A few middle-aged men are like farmers. Although they are also wearing suits, they are loosely worn on them. They don't have the entrepreneurial temperament at all. How many are? The waiter asked. Open 2 rooms for us. We stayed here. I came to participate in the bidding meeting of Huiking Holding Company. By the way, the bidding meeting of Huiking Holding Company is here, right? The middle-aged man headed by asked. Participate in the bidding meeting? Why are you here just now? The other construction companies are all here. If you participate in the bidding meeting of Huiking Holding Company, you do not need to open your own room. Huiking Holding Company will entertain you. You will wait a moment and I will inform you. The reception staff of Huiking Holdings Company. The waiter looked at a few people with some confusion and said that she had seen other construction companies in the past 2 days, and all the persons in charge looked like big leaders. There is a temperament that is not angry and prestigious. And the only decent thing about the few people in front of them is that they are wearing a suit, but they look a little awkward. It is as if it is not your own clothes, forcibly wearing it on your body. Don't be a liar. The waiter is a little skeptical. At this time, or don't bother others, the middle-aged man said honestly. But the more he said this, the more the waiter was suspicious, and said, it's okay. They have someone to receive them. It's not troublesome, the waiter said. He called Wang Zhao. Soon, Wang Zhao came down from the stairs. Everything that should come is here. Why was there a construction company coming over on the last night? Wang Zhao is also a little puzzled. Is it because it is too late to know the news? It shouldn't be. The major newspapers have published the news. I was late, and they all arrived this morning. Hello, I am Wang Zhao of Huiking Holding Company. Wang Zhao introduced himself. Looking at the few people in front of him, Wang Zhao actually felt the same as the waiter. Looking at the dressing of a few people, the most imaginable thing is the township entrepreneurs, but at this time the township and village enterprises are also in their infancy stage of development. From a national perspective, no township construction company has the strength to participate in the bidding for such a large project this time. I heard from Director Xiaobai 2 days ago that there are already some scammers in the south. Don't you come here to swindle money. Hello, we are Zhengaiyu Construction Company. My name is Chen Zhengaiyu. The middle-aged man headed by shook hands with Wang Zhao and introduced himself. When he shook hands just now, he felt the calluses on Chen Zhengaiu's hands. He was a man who worked all year round. Should not be a liar, plus Zhengaiyu Construction Chen Zhengaiyu. It should be a private enterprise. Although he has never heard of this construction company, maybe this construction company does not have the strength to bid, just like some other small construction companies. Watch the excitement and have a long experience. but as long as it is not a liar, is worthy of careful reception by Huiking Holdings. Chen Zhengyu, hello, welcome, welcome. I see everyone in the dust, have not eaten yet. Let's go. I will take you to the restaurant to have some food, but it is relatively simple. This is our mistake, negligence. We did not consider this. It's late, and there is a construction company coming over. Wang Zhao said with a smile. Chen Zhengyu listened for a moment. Wang Zhao's words made people feel comfortable. I had been waiting for someone to come here so late, and it was already an interruption. But not only did they dislike myself and others, but they also took the initiative to say that they were negligent and took the initiative to admit their mistakes. Although these years, as a private enterprise, they have been scorned and talked about. However, Chen Zhengyu and the others are still very moved by being able to make people take it so seriously. People will always meet some people and some things in this life, so that people can continue to search for light in the dark and persevere. Maybe a sentence or an action. End of this chapter. Chapter 793 Private. Chapter 793 Private. Okay, thank you. Chen Zhengyu said, after so many years, this is the second time that people have truly been respected in this society. Of course, compared to the last time, the situation is much better this time. Thinking about it, and remembering the young man back then, remembering that it was the same name as the director of Xiaobai. That is their true noble person, but also their benefactor, a benefactor who dare not forget in a lifetime. When the situation gets better, he will go back and repay the benefactor. Chen Zhengyu thought to himself, and followed Wang Zhao to the restaurant. Although it is simple, I have already passed the restaurant, and there is only one chef left in the back kitchen, and the other chefs have already left work. But they quickly copied 2 dishes, one meat dish and one vegetable dish. Brought up a pot of steamed buns, which is definitely a lot worse than the noon banquet. I'm sorry, the chef is off work. Only a few can be wronged, Wang Zhao said. Chen Zhengyu shook his head and said, where is it? This is pretty good. Chen Zhengyu and others were eating, while Wang Zhao accompanied him to chat. Manager Chen, are you Zhengyu Construction a private enterprise? Wang Zhao asked. Many places are huge construction sites, and construction is being carried out everywhere. They have also done a lot of engineering construction, and they have developed very quickly, whether it is connections or funds, although they are still not comparable to some of the top construction companies in the province. But it is much stronger than some construction companies in the city. This is the reason why he came to participate in the bidding meeting for the Huiking building project of Huiking Holding Company this time. If they can subcontract bids as stated in the newspaper, they can also bid for a piece of the project. Then, relying on this opportunity, we completely stepped out of the city-level restrictions and attacked the top status of the construction industry in the province. Manager Chen misunderstood. I didn't mean that, because our Huiking Holding Company is also a private enterprise, so I just asked more. We, Huiking Holding Company, do not look down on the idea of any private enterprise, because we are a private enterprise. Wang Zhao understood that Chen Zhengyu had misunderstood, and explained it with a smile. Your Huiking Holding Company is also a private enterprise, a purely private enterprise? Chen Zhengyu asked, somewhat surprised. The most mentioned in the newspapers is that Huiking Holding Company is a township enterprise, and there are still very few people talking about private enterprises. It is worth mentioning that there is still a difference between private enterprises and township enterprises. At this time, private enterprises are basically township enterprises, emerging from the township. Some team-run enterprises have also been unified into township and village enterprises, but they have village shares in their equity, including the current Luguanquius Universal Joint Factory. The Universal Joint Group also successfully transformed him into a private enterprise around 1992. Of course, the equity was very clear from the beginning, such as the Hope Group of Liu Yongyao and others. So when the newspaper reports, they usually refer to township and village enterprises. Yes, private enterprise. Wang Zhao said affirmatively that Huiking Holding Company is a private enterprise, and many people in a small area know it, and there is nothing to hide. For a long while, until Wang Zhao sent Chen Zhengyu and the others to the door of the room, Chen Zhengyu and the others were in a trance. It is already surprising that such a large enterprise is a township and village enterprise, but this township and village enterprise turned out to be a private enterprise. These are two bidding plans of our Huiking Holding Company. Some of you can take a look and rest early to prepare for tomorrow's bidding. After Wang Zhao handed the bidding plan to Chen Zhengyu, he turned around and left. Although several people have their own rooms, Chen Zhengyu and the others did not separate, but went to Chen Zhengyu's room. Several people were going to look at the bidding plan and study it, and they had a bottom in their hearts. Then still need to write bidding documents overnight, and other companies got the bidding plan in the morning. I have an afternoon to study thoroughly, and then write the tender, but they are different. It is already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and I need to work overnight. It's not right. Staying up late to work has never been a problem for them. However, the more people looked at the bidding plan, the more ugly the expression on their faces became. Like all construction companies, I feel that such conditions are too harsh. Did Wang Zhao deliberately embarrass us because we were a private enterprise just now? Said a young man in his 30s with glasses. He is the only educated person among the people. He graduated from a junior college and was originally an English teacher at the school. He resigned and went to the sea to follow Chen Zhengyu. It's impossible. It doesn't look like it. Why do we need to do this if we deliberately embarrass us? Just say that the time has passed. Another little partner opened his mouth and analyzed. Chen Zhengyu also frowned and said, I also think it's not deliberately embarrassing. It's not necessary, and there's no way to hide things like the tender plan. I believe it will be wonderful before we come here. It's impossible to target one's own family, and others don't have it. So it should be that all construction industries are the same. But now, whether it is the same tender or against us, we have nothing to do. English teacher Chen Jiantao frowned and said, well, the only problem we have now is that it is too late. Such a tender will definitely arouse people's rebellion, but it is quiet now, or else Huiking Holdings has other sayings and benefits. Other constructions the company agreed, or everyone is not going to participate. After Chen Zhengyu finished speaking, he thought for a while and continued, of course, there is one last possibility, that is, the Huiking Holding Company has persuaded everyone, and the others are ready to accept their orders and bid according to this tender plan. As soon as Chen Zhengyu's voice fell, Chen Jiantao and the other two people in the room said in unison, impossible. Such harsh conditions, if there are no other benefits and statements, how can so many construction companies agree? But the only regret is that we came too late and there is no time to communicate with other construction companies. Chen Jiantao said affirmatively. End of this chapter. Chapter 794 Bidding Meeting Part 1. Chapter 794 Bidding Meeting Part 1. Chen Zhengyu thought for a while, noticed the phone in the room. His eyes lit up, and then said, wait for a fight. I'll call and ask. Chen Zhengyu has been in the construction industry for a long time, and there are still some acquaintances in this industry. Speaking, Chen Zhengyu picked up the phone and dialed out. At this time, the office is already off work, and can only make calls near home. Fortunately, Chen Zhengyu has an unusual relationship with the other party, and he also knows the phone number near the other party's home. I waited a long time for the call to connect, and then came back for a long time. Only a familiar voice came from the phone. Brother Liu, you have to do me a favor, Chen Zhengyu said straightforwardly. The other party was taken aback, and without too much hesitation, he said, you said it. That's right. I want to find out what happened to Binzi Hotel today. I know your leaders should bring someone to participate in this tender meeting, Chen Zhengyu asked, and after a while, Chen Zhengyu hung up the phone without expression. How about Brother Chen? Chen Jiantao asked anxiously. Chen Zhengyu stroked his mouth and said, the only thing that can be determined now is that the tender plan is true. In the afternoon, their company held an emergency meeting. I heard that the news came out because of the tender plan, but the specific content was his do not know. The meeting is limited to a few top leaders of their construction company. After Chen Zhengyu finished speaking, everyone was silent for a while. Chen Zhengyu thought for a while and said, "There is no time. We will make a bid according to this bidding plan. It is just that we need to advance the funds. The big deal is that we cut some other projects to pressure up the funds." Every entrepreneur has a lot of courage, and a choice like this will accompany them throughout their lives. Chen Zhengyu gave an order. Although the others still had some worries, they were not talking. Instead, heated discussions began. With our current strength, it is definitely not shown to take over the overall project. I suggest that we focus on bidding for two places. One is the sales department, and the other is the decoration part of our old business. Chen Jiantao set out two goals, and no one disagrees. Everything has to be done according to one's ability. These two projects are enough for them to Zhengyu Construction Company. Needless to say, according to the payment method of Huiqing Holding Company, even in accordance with the normal payment method, they cannot afford such a large project. Eating too much will choke. It was quiet at night, and Chen Zhengyu's room became quiet after 2 o'clock in the night. Chen Zhengyu opened the window to let in the cold air from outside, dissipating the smell of smoke in the house, and at the same time sober up. By the way, some of the confused minds who stayed up all night, by the way, carefully consider this bidding. Early the next morning, Chen Zhengyu and others saw other construction companies after they went out with their red eyes. After breakfast in the cafeteria, everyone came to the meeting room with a thick tender document. Chen Zhengyu wanted to take this opportunity to inquire, but it was a pity that everyone spoke in the cloud. Chen Jiantao had already gone to the bank to make a payment early in the morning, with a deposit of 200,000 yuan, and he could not participate in the bidding meeting without paying it. If after winning the bid, but not signing in accordance with the contract, or imposing additional conditions, the 200,000 deposit will be confiscated. 10 minutes before the start of the bidding conference, Manager Lu took the two into the meeting room, with smiles on his faces, strangely different from the other people in the meeting room with a must-have expression, but he was the look of gloating. 5 minutes before the start of the bidding conference, Chen Jiantao ran into the conference room out of breath and came to Chen Zhengyu to indicate that the deposit had been credited to the designated account of Huiqing Holdings. There are still 2 minutes left before the start of the bidding conference. Jiang Xiaobai, Dean Liang of the Provincial Design Institute, Song Weigo, Zhang Wei, several colleagues in the design group of the Design Institute and other people from Huiqing Holding Company, a group of people marched toward the conference room mightily. As Jiang Xiaobai and others walked into the meeting room, everyone in the meeting room focused their eyes. Chen Zhengyu looked at Jiang Xiaobai, who took the lead into the meeting room, and was stunned. His face was unbelievable, and soon his face was full of joy again. And there was an old man who started the business together with his face full of excitement. Yelled, "Director Xiaobai, Brother Chen, is the director of Xiaobai." Chen Jiantao was breathing steadily and a little shortly. Everyone knew that it was the director of Xiaobai. Didn't this make others laugh? I know, Chen Zhengyu also said excitedly. Jiang Xiaobai walked to the front desk and cleared the microphone and said, "First of all, I will introduce to you. The person next to me is Dean Liang of the Shaanxi Provincial Design Institute and one of the designers of this Huiqing building. So today we, Dean Liang and a few comrades from the Design Institute, are invited to help check the checks. Everyone is welcome." Papa. Jiang Xiaobai took the lead in applauding. No one did not give face, and soon there was a warm applause. Dean Liang is over 50 years old. His face is full of unresolved smiles, and it's nothing more than raising his eyebrows. "Okay, I announce below that the bidding meeting for the Huiqing building project has officially started. Now some units that have paid the deposit will submit their bids in order. We will judge and score on the spot in another room, and then select the most suitable for us." The construction company of the Huiqing building project. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, his eyes swept over the people in the conference room. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Chen Zhengyu, who was excited underneath. He felt a little familiar, but he didn't care. Nodded to Dean Liang, and then led people to the outside of the meeting room. But when he reached the door, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly stopped and looked back at Chen Zhengyu again. He remembered who was the excited man wearing a large suit. End of this chapter. Chapter 795 Bidding Meeting below. Chapter 795 Bidding Meeting Part 2. Jiang Xiaobai took a special look at Chen Zhengyu. The current dress has changed a lot from the original dress. It is no longer what it was before, and he also put on a suit. But on this occasion, Jiang Xiaobai didn't say much, and nodded slightly as a greeting. After leaving the meeting room, Jiang Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Wang Zhao and asked, "I think there are more people in the conference room today than yesterday." Although he can't remember all of them, he knows that Chen Zhengyu certainly did not show up in the restaurant yesterday at noon. Yes, there is a construction company called Zhengyu Construction that arrived last night, and the leader is Chen Zhengyu, which is a private enterprise. Wang Zhao said. "What did I say?" Jiang Xiaobai muttered. "Director Xiaobai. Do you know him?" Wang Zhao looked at Jiang Xiaobai appearance and asked curiously. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and said, "Yes, that was 5 or 6 years ago, right?" Old Song Weigo also noticed Chen Zhengyu and others just now, nodded and said, "Yes, it's been 5 or 6 years." "Brother-in-law, do you also know?" Wang Zhao was even more puzzled. "Yes, they renovated the first flagship store of the clothing factory in Beijing. They hadn't got a company yet, but a few people came from their hometown. After the renovation, they went to the south and never saw it in a blink of an eye. 5 or 6 years have passed." Song Weigo was a little bit emotional. He was only in his 30s at that time, and now he is in his 40s. "Yes, it looks like they did a good job in the south. Very good. I didn't expect to see them here." Dean Liang and others listened to Jiang Xiaobai conversation, and secretly remembered this Zhengyu building in their hearts. "When I should help to say a few more good things in a while, I have to say a few more words." This is a related household. Soon the tender plan was sent over. First of all, the tender plan for the overall construction. Only China State Construction and China Railway Construction gave the overall construction plan, but Jiang Xiaobai was not too satisfied. Then it can only be subcontracted. Although China State Construction and China Railway Construction had given an overall construction plan, there are also subcontracting plans. In fact, for party to directly designate subcontracting, or direct subcontracting out, it is clearly prohibited in later generations. But that will have to wait until after 2003 before there are clear regulations. But even if there are clear regulations, in the face of a strong party A, the construction company will still be forced to accept some subcontracts, but they are all kept in the dark. Now it doesn't matter. There are no relevant laws and regulations. In a word, it means the law can do nothing without prohibition. So Jiang Xiaobai said directly in the newspaper that if the overall construction was not feasible, he would go as subcontracting. At 6 o'clock that evening, Jiang Xiaobai announced the final decision. China State Construction Engineering won the bid for the main project of the Huiqing Building project, and Zhengyu Construction Company won the bid for the rest of the foundation works and waterproofing. Jiang Xiaobai took the lead and applauded after speaking, and the others applauded. However, the expressions on the faces are different. Of course, the two companies that won the bid, China State Construction and Zhengyu Construction, are smiling. Some of the construction companies who are watching the bustling construction companies do not matter who won the bid. Of course, they just look at the two companies with a little envy while applauding. As for China State Construction Corporation, everyone is familiar with it. Big Brother, strength and technology rank the strongest among many construction companies. The one that can compete with China Construction Company on site is China Railway Construction. Before everyone had expected, if there were no accidents, The main project should be one of the two. But for Zhengaiu Construction Company, many people are still very surprised. They have never heard of this construction company, even won the bid. If they hadn't stood up and thanked, everyone would not know which Zhengaiu Construction Company was. For Zhengaiu Company, some people are a little envious, but some are a little bit confused about the construction company whose subcontracting project is inevitable. How can such a little known construction company win the bid? In the meeting room, the strangest face's manager Lu Road's face was green. He didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai would actually make it happen. You all agreed to this condition. Originally, he came here today to watch Jiang Xiaobai jokes. But I did not expect that after the bidding meeting started, all the construction companies did not leave and all submitted bids. At that time, his feeling in his heart was very bad, but he was still not dead, and he still had a glimmer of help in his heart. In the end, the bidding conference did not go smoothly, and Jiang Xiaobai could not find a suitable construction company. But I didn't expect that now. Jiang Xiaobai was established. The biggest beneficiaries are Jiang Xiaobai and the two winning construction companies. But the biggest victim was him. He was the manager of the #1 construction company in the province. But he did not leave the project in the province. The manager of the #1 construction company in the province, road manager, was like his whole body was drained, and he was helped by his subordinates to walk out after everyone left the field. Road manager is like a walking dead. He does not know what is waiting for his end. In this battle, he completely lost to Jiang Xiaobai. Chen Jiantao beside Chen Zhengaiu was extremely excited. He did not expect that their construction company would actually win the bid. There are so many construction companies on the scene. The one without the strength and technology means that Zhengaiu Construction has gone all out. If everything is blocked, they may not be able to compete with other construction companies. I know, I didn't expect to meet Director Xiaobai on this occasion, and Director Xiaobai helped us again. Chen Zhengaiu was excited and moved. He knew that his Zhengaiu Construction Company did not have many advantages among so many construction companies. This time the bidding conference Zhengaiu Construction Company was able to win the bid because Xiaobai factory manager was the Xiaobai he knew. Factory director. In the evening, Jiang Xiaobai held a grand celebration banquet at the Bingzi Hotel to celebrate the complete success of the bidding conference for the Huiking building project. In the corner of the restaurant, Director Xiaobai, I didn't expect it to be you. Thank you. How are your years? You helped me again. I don't know how to say it. Chen Zhengaiu held Jiang Xiaobai hand with excitement, a little incoherent. And Director Song, it's been a long time since I saw you. Brother Chen, I did not expect that you could come. There was no news from you in the past. So many years have passed in a blink of an eye. You also opened a construction company. Congratulations. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. He had a good impression of this man at the beginning, so he was willing to take care of it when he could take care of it. End of this chapter. Chapter 796 Ripples Calm. Chapter 796. Chen Jiantao looked at him and was stunned. It turned out that his boss and Jiang Xiaobai from Huiking Holding Company knew each other. And it looks like old acquaintance. I'll go. Why didn't you say it earlier if it matters? Thank you, Director Xiaobai. If it weren't for you, our brothers could have today, and you ... Thank you today. Chen Zhengaiu kept grateful. Jiang Xiaobai interrupted Chen Zhengaiu's words and said, okay, don't say thank you. When it's over, let's have a good drink. Other construction companies watched Chen Zhengaiu and Jiang Xiaobai talk happily, and looked at Chen Zhengaiu's grateful expression. Many people are a little bit disdainful in their hearts. Isn't it just winning the bid? It's like a great benefactor. I heard that this construction company is a private enterprise, someone said. Others suddenly issued a long "oh," which is quite unspeakable. Private enterprise. It's difficult to survive. Now that he won the bid, he should be slapped with his beard. But they look down on this behavior. State-owned enterprises must have the dignity of state-owned enterprises. For example, like Renjia Zongjian. Even if it wins the bid, it is a normal cooperative relationship. It has not been too enthusiastic with Huiking Holding Company, not to mention any sloppy, thankful. A group of people who think they know the truth, can't eat grapes and say the grapes are sour, are muttering. But the topic quickly changed. At this time, the traffic was inconvenient, and everyone finally got together. They were all in the same industry, which was equivalent to an industry exchange conference. Of course, we need to talk about other things, instead of worrying too much about these useless things. After all, the companies that are able to participate in the bidding conference are those with ambitions and ideas. The next morning, a reporter from the Longqing Metropolis Daily came, and a reporter from the Provincial Evening News also came. Under the light of a flash, Huiking Holding Co. Limited signed a contract with China State Construction and Zhengzhou Construction. And when the contract was signed at Huiking Holdings, Manager Lu was also uncomfortable. I heard that the leader in charge of the construction was angry and asked him to sweep the street. In addition, there is a group of people who have fallen into trouble. If he hadn't accumulated some contacts over the years, maybe the notice would have come down at this time. But even if the notice hasn't come down now, he knows that he must be transferred from this post. It's impossible to stay in this industry anymore. Now, taking advantage of the notice has not yet come down. This is my last chance. You can still have activities, so let's go to a better department. Where can you go? Manager Lu is a bit worried. To be honest, he has been working in the first construction since the beginning and has been working a little bit for more than 20 years. Has not done any other work. It can be said that he has contributed to the provincial construction for most of his life. For other places, his eyes were blackened. There is a story on the internet that the post 70s don't know to resign. The post 80s give me more money and I will resign. The post 90s leaders scold me and I will resign. After I will resign if they are unhappy. Manager Lu, this year, is over 40 years old. And he grew up in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. When he graduated and entered the first construction of the province, it was the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Everyone has been working in the same factory all their lives, and when they are old, let their children take over. In this case, what if you don't think about leaving this place? This is also the reason why laid-off workers were unable to adapt to society when the state-owned enterprises were restructured. Road manager looked at the furnishings in the office. To be honest, he never thought that he would leave, thinking that he would work in this post until he retire. It was Jiang Xiaobai who caused all this. If there was no Jiang Xiaobai, how can there be so many things? I was miserable by this Jiang Xiaobai. And Manager Lu became more and more angry. Jiang Xiaobai, I'm never finished with you. I won't let you go. Road manager thought bitterly, and suddenly thought of a place. That is, the Construction Supervision Department. The Construction Supervision Department is not only related to the construction industry of its current old line of business, but also can supervise the Huiking building project. Maybe it can find an opportunity or create an opportunity to avenge it. The Construction Supervision Department used to be basically state-owned construction companies in the province, so there is no way to enforce its rights. It is like a King Shui government without much sense of existence. It is like my own provincial construction company, which has done so many projects, but has never been faulted by the Construction Supervision Department. But this is because the first construction of the province is a state-owned enterprise, and it is also an industry in the province. But if this object is replaced by a private enterprise, then the supervisory power is not a decoration. And with the start of Jiang Xiaobai's bidding this time, construction companies from other provinces have come in to undertake some projects, or private enterprises have some projects, and the number of private enterprises will increase in the future. Road manager is still very visionary, otherwise, he would not be able to become the manager of the provincial #1 construction company. Although he carried Jiang Xiaobai affairs this time, he still anticipated the future situation in a short time. The more important point is that the Construction Supervision Department is now a King Shui government. No one can see that the Supervision Department in the future will become a real power unit with the increase of private enterprise projects. Even if it is a distribution, the leadership does not would disagree. On the second day after signing the contract, China State Construction and Zhengzhou Construction began to deploy troops and prepare to start construction. After that, many domestic newspapers published the news, the new tender method, and the new payment method. Not only Jiangxi and Huiking Holding Company were scolded by some construction companies, but even China State Construction and Zhengzhou Construction, which had agreed to the conditions, were scolded by others. For construction companies, this is a condition for losing power and humiliating the country, which is not ashamed of peers. The companies that also participated in the bidding are also scolding these two companies, and they have long forgotten that they also bid for the bid. But this world is like this, no one will hold on to one thing forever, because everyone has their own life to live. A stone was thrown into the lake, causing ripples, and then quickly restored calm. But it was in this situation that the manager of Provincial No. 1 Construction Company quietly changed. Has been a road manager as a manager for many years, and transferred to a King Shui Yamen, the Construction Supervision Department. Qin Hui has 3 friends, not to mention the road manager. Some friends feel sorry for him going to a King Shui Yamen, but Manager Lu doesn't think that. He firmly believes that there will be changes in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 797 The Trick to Press the Bottom of the Box. Chapter 797 On April 10, 1986. The Huiking building project officially started. Jiang Xiaobai and Chen Zhengzhou, who attended the groundbreaking ceremony, were drinking tea in the office of Bingzi Hotel. Brother Chen, it's not the first time we have dealt with each other. You know what I am. If you do well, I will never treat you badly. Jiang Xiaobai said. Chen Zhengzhou nodded again and again, and said, Director Xiaobai, don't worry, I'm going to have a lot of energy for this project. If there is any stubbornness, I don't need to say anything. I will have no face. Seeing Chen Zhengzhou's words so cruel, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't smile. He said, that won't be enough, but this Huiking project is the first project done by our Huiking Holding Company. I believe it is also very important to your Zhengzhou company. Everyone will have a hard time coming out, so we must be careful and tell me in time if you have anything. Chen Zhengzhou nodded earnestly, without guaranteeing anything, but his expression was particularly serious. There is also the problem of the sales department. You came late and didn't elaborate. We are planning to build and sell this Huiking building. After the sales department is completed, we are ready to start selling, so this work must be done fast. Jiang Xiaobai said again. Chen Zhengzhou listened with a look of confusion. Jiang Xiaobai explained in detail again. Chen Zhengzhou's eyes suddenly brightened. Director Xiaobai, you have a great trick. Not only do you don't have to waste time selling profits, but the rate of return of funds is greatly increased, and it can also be used to make profits. You are ready to make money before you build a house. Chen Zhengzhou was suffocated by Jiang Xiaobai manipulation technique. National tenders, payment delays. He felt that Jiang Xiaobai's operations had been dazzling for both of them. But I did not expect that the final pre-sale of the real estate was Jiang Xiaobai's trick to press the bottom of the box, and the front was just appetizers. Ha ha, now this is not the acceleration of the reform process. We must seize the time to expand the advantages we occupy, otherwise the future competition will become more and more fierce. Jiang Xiaobai said. Yes, I didn't expect so many companies to come to this bidding meeting, especially heavyweight companies like China State Construction and China Railway Construction. In fact, for companies such as China State Construction and China Railway Construction, the construction of an 18-story building is a large project, but it is definitely not indispensable. I came over to bid for a project that took a lot of effort, and also agreed to Jiang Xiaobai's request. Some people say that breaking an industry often starts from the outside, or from the front end. This is the case for the Huiking project. Obviously, in the future, competition in the construction industry will never be limited to one city and one place. If you are not conscious at this time, you may be eliminated quickly. Jiang Xiaobai was chatting with Chen Zhengzhou, and Wang Meng, who had been in the dust in Shandong City, came back. He did not attend the bidding meeting, and has been busy with loans in Shangdong City. Brother Chen, let me introduce to you. This is our manager Wang Meng, who is in charge of our educated youth cannery, Mengtsai. This is Brother Chen, the owner of Zhengyu Construction, who is also an old acquaintance. After Jiang Xiaobai introduced, the two greeted them. Chen Zhengyu saw that Jiang Xiaobai had something to do, so he stood up and left. Thank you. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Wang Meng and said. Wang Meng waved his hand indifferently and said, Brother Xiaobai, things are almost done, but you need to go back. Some mortgage documents need to be signed by you. Okay, no problem, you arrange. I have time recently, Jiang Xiaobai said. Zhao Xinyi was cooking after Jiang Xiaobai returned home that night. Xinyi, I'm back, Jiang Xiaobai said casually while taking off his jacket to help. Tomorrow, I have to go back to the party city. There are some things that need to be dealt with. The fast is 3 to 5 days, and the slow is 10.5 days. I will definitely come back next month. Zhao Xinyi hesitated to say something, but still said, okay. Then you take care of yourself outside by yourself. Be careful on the way. I see, you are also in Longqing. If you don't want to be at home alone, you can go home and stay with your parents for 2 days, Jiang Xiaobai said, referring to Zhao Gang and Han Lin. After the meal was prepared, the two of them met and chatted. Liu Feng and Yan Dan went to see their parents today. This is a bit faster. Jiang Xiaobai was surprised when he heard Zhao Xinyi talk about Liu Feng. How long is this? It's not half a year in total. I'm going to see my parents. Meeting the parents at this time means that we will get married soon. Well, it's a bit, but the two are quite suitable. Liu Feng is also honest and a college student. After Yan Dan's parents found out, they were satisfied, so they let him go to see him at home. Zhao Xinyi said. After turning off the lights at night, Jiang Xiaobai is ready to train the next generation of the motherland. But Zhao Xinyi just tasted it, and said, I'm a little tired today. This was the first time Zhao Xinyi refused, but Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. Jiang Xiaobai gently embraced Zhao Xinyi and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai got up early, made breakfast, and took a bite by himself. The portion of Zhao Xinyi was warmed in the pot, and Wang Meng embarked on the journey to Shangdong City. The girl I introduced you 2 days ago, why didn't you meet? Jiang Xiaobai asked casually. Isn't this busy? No time. Wang Meng said embarrassedly. Don't tell me that I don't have time. When this time is over, I will give you a month vacation. And then you can go and give me a blind date. The boss is not young anymore. Don't worry at all. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he thought of something, turned his head to look at Wang Meng and asked, don't you have someone you like? Who is it? I'll tell you. Wang Meng's face flushed, his head shook like a drum, and it took a long time before he said, no, what are you talking about, Brother Xiaobai? Looking at Wang Meng like this, Jiang Xiaobai, as a person who came by, could not understand the truth. It is estimated that there is someone he likes, but it is not the time to ask questions, and wait until the loan is finished. That's right. Where's your father? Hasn't he come back yet? No, in the northeast. Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Meng chatted one after another. At this moment, Zhao Xinyi in Longqing also had breakfast, but after going out, she did not go to the unit as usual. Instead, he walked towards Longgang Hospital. Originally, she was going to tell Jiang Xiaobai about this matter last night, but because Jiang Xiaobai said she was going to the party market, she was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai would be distracted, so she didn't say anything. End of this chapter. Chapter 798. Make an exhibition hall. Chapter 798. Be an exhibition hall. On the 5th day after Jiang Xiaobai returned to Shangdong City, he finally handled everything, but did not return to Longqing directly. Instead, I was going back to Jianhua village to take a look. Now there are only a few factories in Jianhua village. Only Li Losan and Liu Jian are left. Their strength is much weaker. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to Jianhua village, it was already afternoon. At this time, The children in Jianhua village have become accustomed to small cars. They just took a look at the roadside and it was time to play with them. It's already more than April. The children have taken off their thick cotton clothes and put on slightly thinner ones, and finally let go of their hands and feet. In Jianhua village in the early spring, the grass on the side of the road has already emerged with green tips. From a distance, it is full of spring. When the car drove in, it was still yellow. The branches on both sides of the road also began to sprout. This kind of vitality in silence is the most likely to trigger a deep touch in people's hearts. At this moment, it sounded a bit like a flute, but the sound of the flute sounded high and melodious. This is the sound made by Yunzhen, high and crisp. The history of this musical instrument is that it was introduced to the mainland from Kusi in the western regions during the Han and Wei dynasties, and it has become popular in the Central Plains. In the Tang dynasty, it became the main instrument in the 10 palace music of the Tang dynasty. Of course, children are toys made of willow branches, and the willow bones are removed from the willow branches with thick fingers. Retains the intact willow skin. An empty tube can also be perforated in the lumen, that is, willow skin. Presumably, if it is made of beech branches, it is a beech skin. The children don't know much about music. They just think it's fun, so they do it for fun. However, it is precisely because they do not understand music theory, so they are full of ethereal and vitality. Instead of the sadness and desolation that Yunzhen has always expressed, the whole Jianhua village was a thriving scene, and Jiang Xiaobai's car slowly drove into the educated youth cannery. Mengtsai, go call the youngest and Liu Jian over and have a meal together at night, Jiang Xiaobai ordered after getting out of the car. Okay. Wang Meng responded and turned to the office to call. Jiang Xiaobai did not meet in the office, but stopped under the plum blossom tree. In a blink of an eye, 8 years passed. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office after watering the plum tree. Back to the office, Jiang Xiaobai did not stay in the office much, and took a key from the cabinet. Then walked towards the educated youth courtyard. The door was locked, a bit rusty, and the wind and sun combined with rain have not been opened for a long time. Jiang Xiaobai used it for a long time before opening the door. Pushed aside the small yard, and what appeared to Jiang Xiaobai was a slightly dilapidated scene. Weeds that withered last winter were all over the yard. Several unknown birds landed on the ground, frightened by the movement of the door opening, fluttering and landing on the eaves and other heights. Only the paint left by the canned trademarks on the doors of the closed workshop rooms. You can vaguely see the lively scene of the educated youth courtyard of that age. Jiang Xiaobai first opened all the room doors to let the musty smell in the house release. Take a rusty shovel from the southwest corner and start to clean up the yard. The gate of the long-lost educated youth courtyard opened wide, and a group of children passed by and saw Jiang Xiaobai working. Rushed in immediately, helping Jiang Xiaobai with his work. A small school for educated youth, which was a little decayed, swarmed into a group of children, which immediately added a lot of vitality. Uncle Bai, when did you come back? Uncle Bai, now you have time to tell us about the capital. Have you been to the palace? While working, several children entangled Jiang Xiaobai and chattered endlessly. Jiang Xiaobai didn't feel annoyed either. He stopped his hand movements, pestered the shovel and talked about things about the capital. Taking a break by the way. I must have been to the palace in the capital, but there is no emperor anymore, but the place where the emperor lived. Hey, dog egg, listen to the story and tell the story. Who told you to stop working? Jiang Xiaobai talked and supervised the children's work, occasionally helping him. The area of the educated youth courtyard is still not small, and it will be less than half of the work until it is dark. Of course, this is also because it is a group of children. If it is all adults, it will definitely be done. Dogden, Eru, go home for dinner. With a loud and sonorous voice resounding in the village, the children in the yard bid farewell to Jiang Xiaobai, and slowly ran away. Jiang Xiaobai didn't work anymore. After a try, the courtyard lamp worked well. Jiang Xiaobai sat on the doorstep, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly feel very comfortable. Only here he is the most relaxed. During this period of time in Longqing, fighting with the province and the bank, although Jiang Xiaobai seemed to be comfortable and relaxed, but in fact he was also tired. After all, before he was born again, he was also an ordinary college graduate, not an old fox who had gone through the official sea for decades to deal with so many things. He was also trembling. Now I return to this familiar place, and I am really relaxed. Brother Xiaobai, Li He and Liu Jian are all here. Are you waiting for you? The voice of Wang Meng came from outside the door, and then Wang Meng's figure appeared at the gate of the courtyard. It was getting dark, but Wang Meng did not find Jiang Xiaobai in the office. After asking about it, no one knew where Jiang Xiaobai had gone. When Wang Meng heard it, he guessed that Jiang Xiaobai should have come to the educated youth courtyard when he came back. Looking at the weeds that were cleared out of the yard, Wang Meng said with some guilt, "Brother Xiaobai, I should come and take a look at it." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "It's okay, come and sit, smoke a cigarette and we'll go back to eat." Wang Meng didn't care, and just like Jiang Xiaobai, he sat down on the steps. "I think I have time in the future, so I will tidy up this small yard and make something like a memorial." The photos we took, including some commemorative photos of Huiking Holding Company now, are all placed here to be an exhibition hall. This is where our Huiking Holding Company started, although the new employees may not have any feelings about this place in the future. But for us old people, this place is a place to be missed. "Come here when you have time," Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Meng nodded again and again, letting this small yard go unused again, and it was over. After smoking, Jiang Xiaobai locked the door of the room one by one, then turned off the lights and Wang Meng exited the yard. "Brother Xiaobai, tomorrow I will clean up with you," Wang Meng said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, without saying anything. After locking the door, he walked towards the educated youth cannery. End of this chapter. Chapter 799 Going to be a father. Chapter 799 You are going to be a father. Just when Jiang Xiaobai, Li Laosan, Liu Jian, and Wang Meng were eating at an educated youth cannery, Zhao Xinyi also returned to her family's home for dinner, and the baby girl came back once. Zhao Gang, of course, turned off all the entertainment and went home to accompany the baby girl. Xinyi, Xiaobai is a man of the Jin province recently, with constant big moves, and you can see Xiaobai news in the newspapers from time to time, Zhao Gang said with a smile while eating. Zhao Xinyi also listened to Yu Rongyan, with a knowing smile on her face. This series of operation techniques is a bit dazzling for me, an outsider. So young people nowadays are so amazing, Zhao Gang praised. Originally Jiang Xiaobai was a very powerful young man. If this powerful young man were his son-in-law, he would of course be even more satisfied. However, as a woman, Han Lin, as a mother, thinks differently from Zhao Gang. Is he so busy that he doesn't have time to accompany you? If you don't want to be at home by yourself, come home to live in the evening, and you can talk to your mother. No matter how busy he is, he will go home at night. But he went back to Shangdong City to do things in the past 2 days, and he will be back soon, Zhao Xinyi said. One hand touched her belly inadvertently, and her face was full of happy smiles. Looking at the girl like this, Han Lin was relieved, and smiled and put a piece of braised pork for Zhao Xinyi. Don't think that Zhao Xinyi is not fat, but it is a personal physical problem. Her favorite is the braised pork made by her mother Han Lin. But today, as soon as Zhao Xinyi ate it, she felt like her stomach was turned upside down. Hurriedly covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. Xinyi, Han Lin also quickly got up and chased after her. Even Zhao Gang didn't have the mind to eat, and got up and followed. "Girl, are you okay?" Zhao Gang asked worriedly. For a while, Han Lin helped Zhao Xinyi out of the bathroom. "It's okay, Dad, just a bit nauseous." Zhao Xinyi waved her hand and said, "Yes, I'm sick. Do you have a fever?" "I have a cold or something else." Lao Han, Go find the medicine at home and take some medicine for your daughter. The first spring is the most prone to cold, Zhao Gang said anxiously. Han Lin gave Zhao Gang a blank look, did not speak, and helped Zhao Xinyi back to the chair to sit down. Does Xiaobai know? Han Lin asked, looking at Zhao Xinyi. Zhao Xinyi hasn't answered yet. Zhao Gang on the side is worried. What does Xiaobai know? It's just a cold. Take some medicine first. What do you know? It seems like a fool. Xinyi is pregnant. Han Lin glared at Zhao Gang. He didn't know. I only found out when I went to the hospital for an examination 2 days ago. I was planning to tell him that he would accompany me to the hospital, but he said he wanted to go back to do something. I didn't say that I went to the hospital, Zhao Xinyi said. Han Lin sighed and looked at the girl with pity. There is a poem called Repentance to teach husband and son-in-law. Successful men attract the attention of women, and they are majestic, but who knows how sad it is to be a woman behind a successful man. Zhao Xinyi felt that she might have, and she was going to tell Jiang Xiaobai to accompany Jiang Xiaobai to the hospital, but Jiang Xiaobai first said that she would go back to the Shandong city for work. She didn't say that she went to the hospital by herself, but a woman went to the hospital by herself when she became pregnant. Needless to say, at this time, it is the environment of later generations. A girl who goes to the hospital by herself can't help being pointed out behind her back. Impregnant girl. I'm going to be a grandfather. Zhao Gang was dumbfounded for a while before reacting. He really didn't think about this just now, although he had also urged Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi to have children earlier, but if they did, he still couldn't react. I'm going to be a grandfather, and a person to be carried by grandpa. The girl who is still holding it in her hand for fear of flying, and holding it in her mouth for fear of becoming a mother, turned out to be a mother. Mom will accompany you another day. Then you have the results of the inspection. Haven't you told Jiang Xiaobai? Han Lin asked. No, I'm afraid he will be distracted, so I will tell him when I come back. Zhao Xinyi said with a smile. Then go to sleep at home tonight. Don't go back. Okay. Zhao Xinyi agreed, and when the three of them were eating again, Zhao Gang looked at her daughter Zhao Xinyi from time to time. I was embarrassed to see Zhao Xinyi, and glared at her father. Zhao retracted his gaze just now, but he still felt a little weird, and at the same time he was full of excitement and excitement. After eating, Zhao Xinyi and Han Lin went to prepare to rest, and Zhao Gang entered the study. Zhao Xinyi is unwilling to tell Jiang Xiaobai this news, for fear that Jiang Xiaobai will be distracted. But Zhao Gang is different. As a man, Zhao Gang knows men best. This kind of thing will only make a man full of motivation, knowing the responsibility, but it will not make a man worry, distracted, unless the child is not his own. So Zhao Gang directly dialed the office of Jiang Xiaobai, an educated youth cannery. It's a coincidence that Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losan and others have just returned to the office after dinner. Several men are making tea, smoking cigarettes and chatting. Jiang Xiaobai comforted Li Losan and Liu Jian, and asked them to shoulder heavy responsibilities in Jianhua village, and let them go to Longqing to do big projects whenever they have the opportunity. On the other side, I talked about my plan to transform the educated youth courtyard into an exhibition hall or a memorial hall. As was talking, the phone on the desk rang. Jiang Xiaobai was still a little confused. There were not many people who knew that he had returned to Jianhua village. Why the phone rang as soon as he got back? Jiang Xiaobai grabbed the phone on the desk casually. Hey, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you are back to Jianhua village. Zhao Gang originally planned to call Jianhua village and ask where Jiang Xiaobai is and how to contact Jiang Xiaobai. He didn't expect that it was Jiang Xiaobai who answered the phone. Dad, are you looking for me? Jiang Xiaobai asked in confusion when he heard Zhao Gang's surprise voice. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's name, Li Laosan and others in the office immediately became quiet. Yes, I want to tell you a news. You are going to be a father, Zhao Gang said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment and asked in disbelief, really? Yes, really. This child Xinyi is also stupid. We only knew when we went home for dinner today. When you went back a few days ago, She felt something was wrong and wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup, but you said you want to go back. Zhao Gang was still talking on the phone, but Jiang Xiaobai couldn't hear a word, and he stood there stupidly. In fact, Zhao Gang is not a chatter, but today's situation is a bit special. And Jiang Xiaobai is now full of words like "you are going to be a father." End of this chapter. Chapter 800 I want to go back. Chapter 800 I want to go back. Jiang Xiaobai was a man for 2 generations, but it was the first time he was a father. After Zhao Gang hung up the phone, Jiang Xiaobai was still holding the phone and standing still. Li Laosan, Liu Jian, and Wang Meng looked at Jiang Xiaobai's state, and their hearts sank. Since they met Jiang Xiaobai has not been in this state. Jiang Xiaobai has always been self-confident and indifferent, as if the sky is falling down, he will be carried by them. The spirit of helping the mention and turning the tide is their backbone. They believe that no matter what they encounter, what kind of difficulties they have, they are not terrible, and they can be fearless. But now, Jiang Xiaobai's whole state is as if he has lost his soul, standing still in a daze. They had never seen it before, and they did not expect this state to appear on Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaobai director, brother Xiaobai. The 3 of them spoke one after another, standing up worriedly and looking at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was also awakened by their voices, and finally came back to his senses, and said in a daze, "I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father." S tone was a little calm, but Li Laosan and others were able to discover the hidden stormy seas in Jiang Xiaobai's calm tone. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe it was excitement, maybe it was excitement, maybe it was at a loss. I never thought that I would have a child. I was about to come to this world. I was about to become a father. Li Laosan and others understood Jiang Xiaobai's words, and each of them showed joy and said, "Congratulations, Director Xiaobai. Congratulations, Brother Xiaobai." Jiang Xiaobai is a queen. For Jiang Xiaobai, this is a descendant of blood. But it is also a good thing for Huiqing Holdings. In ancient terms, there is a young master. Of course, there is no such saying now, but there is always an heir. Brother Xiaobai, is this a good thing? Is it a boy or a girl? Wang Meng asked beside him. I don't know, I didn't ask. My father-in-law called me. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, his face full of joy finally came up, put down the phone in his hand, took out a cigarette, and lighted it several times but couldn't light it. It was Wang Meng who helped to order it. Smoking a cigarette, Jiang Xiaobai circled the ground excitedly. Xiaobai, I'm so happy. I'm going to be a father. When I gave birth to my first child, I was even more excited than Xiaobai. Most of the night I ran out and shouted. Li Laosan said with a smile, recalling the time when he was young. Among the few people present, only Li Laosan had the qualifications to say this, and he was the only one who came over. Wang Meng is still a chick. Liu Jian himself said that he had a girlfriend when he was in college. He didn't know if it was real or fake, but he was also a chick. Is it bi? Wang Meng looked at Li Laosan and asked. This question was a little bit dumb, but Jiang Xiaobai was upset at this time, and he didn't pay attention. Yes, when I was born such a small person, I didn't dare to touch her, for fear that my rough hands would hurt her delicate skin. Li Laosan said with emotion. I want to go back. 2 days later, he suddenly stopped, watching a few people speak. The original plan was that Jiang Xiaobai was to stay in Jianhua village for a few days. During the meal, Jiang Xiaobai talked to Li Laosan and others. I need to go around in several factories to see the sales and production situation of several factories. However, with this incident, Jiang Xiaobai wanted to go back, and all of them understood. I didn't look at it. Did Jiang Xiaobai have no masters just now? Jiang Xiaobai is a young man no matter how mature he is. It is the first time to play as a father, and it is understandable that everyone is a little excited. Okay, Director Xiaobai, let Wang Meng send you back tomorrow, and you can rest assured about the Jianhua village. We will definitely keep an eye on you, and we must not let you. Li Laosan said. It's just that Jiang Xiaobai interrupted before finishing the words. I'm leaving now, In the office, Li Losan and others were taken aback, and then Wang Meng said, "I will start the car now, let's go back overnight." "Okay, let's go." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and Wang Meng turned around and went out. "Call me if you have something to do. Let's work together to develop our Huiking Holdings company better. The Huiking project is our first project. After finishing this project, maybe we will be involved in the real estate industry and expand Huiking." The diversified operation of King Holdings is optimistic about the family, and there are opportunities in the future. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, turned and walked outside the office. Li Losan and Liu Jian sent Jiang Xiaobai to the office building. Watching Jiang Xiaobai open the car door and get on the co-pilot. In the dark night, two lights drive away the darkness and guide the way home. "Brother Xiaobai, you can sleep, and you will return to Dragon City when you wake up," Wang Meng said. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "Can't sleep, Mengtsai. I have worked hard for you. I just came back today and there is no time to rest." "Just." "Brother Xiaobai. What are you saying? I am going to have a nephew. I am also very happy. Hard work is nothing. No matter how hard we work, we can still have the hard work." Wang Meng interrupted Jiang Xiaobai words. "Ha ha. Your sister-in-law is really. I don't even tell me about such a big thing. No matter how important work is, it can be compared to her and her children." Jiang Xiaobai did not say thankful words anymore. Thank you for the relationship between him and Wang Meng. Talking too much, it seems to be a good point. If you give birth to a boy and look a little like your sister-in-law, you must be a handsome guy. But you have to look like me. I have big eyes and double eyelids. If you give birth to a girl and look a little like your sister-in-law, it must be a small business. Jiang Xiaobai babbled. Wang Meng couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Xiaobai, with you, this means that no matter whether you have a boy or a girl, you have to be like a sister-in-law. Does your sister-in-law look beautiful?" "A little more like her. And the child looks good." Jiang Xiaobai at this time was very self-aware. Needless to say, according to the aesthetic concept of this time, that is, according to the aesthetic concept of later generations, you will be a sunny boy if you look hard. But Zhao Xini is different, saying that she looks as beautiful as a big star. That is a bit wrong. Because Zhao Xini is really much more beautiful than some female stars Jiang Xiaobai has seen in later generations. The clear water produces the hibiscus, which is naturally carved, thin and not dry, plump and not bloated. If you lose 1 point, it will be too thin, and if you increase it by 1 point, it will be too fat. It's really that this woman should only exist in the sky, and it is rare to hear about it in the world. I also have these big eyes, double eyelids. Don't shame the child. They can be inherited. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Meng laughed loudly. He couldn't think that Jiang Xiaobai, the little white brother he respected in his heart, had this side. But it is precisely because of this aspect that it is more respectable.